I'd like to call the Village Council Annual Retreat to order Friday, February 18, 2022. I show the time at 9:07. I think we have a full quorum here with Bob Markleese, Councilman Markleese on WebEx. So I need, before we do anything, a motion to allow participation remotely.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Aye.
Next up, we have adoption of the agenda. Do we have any? We can't add anything, I don't believe.
No. Oh yeah, you can actually.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's not
All right,
special meeting.
well, it's just, there's no voting. Anybody want to add anything? Change anything? Delete anything? All right, I'd like a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. First up, items of discussion.
I was gonna wear like a V-neck. Sorry, Joe.
We're gonna put these three together. So they
Okay.
can whisper to each other.
Well, if it's okay with council, I'm just going to make a few opening comments. I just want to thank all of you all for being here, and thank you all for the past year, all the hard work that you guys did in putting this together, and more importantly, what we're accomplishing. Finally, with all the years I've been here, I've never seen this group operate more efficiently, effectively for the town. And I know we're all involved in our own little ways for doing the little things, but I truly appreciate everything. Excited that I actually got an email from Wesley Chapel Mayor saying, you know, how did you organize this? Because of the announcement of a quorum for county commissioners. So obviously it has grown the thing, and in fact we had years ago in 2013 we had no relationship really with the county commissioners. So this is a great opportunity, so I encourage all of council to take a minute and meet with individuals at the county level if you can on breaks and stuff. I don't know, I assume we have some breaks we'll just call them as needed.
You add them as you need them.
Okay, but I encourage you to do that, and I hope we can get in and out of here, because I think a few of us have weekend plans. So, and I again appreciate all of you guys being here and ready to hit this running. So that said, we're going to go right into items of discussion. The first discussion item is discuss and consider entering 5-year contract with Windstream Communications for phone and internet service for the new Village Hall, and authorize and manage to execute the contract. This 5-year contract with Windstream is to have a new phone system and internet installed in the new Village Hall. Under this agreement, the village would pay $997.78 per month. For more details will be provided.
It's $1,000 a month for
We pay 800 now, so
Yeah, it's, so I met with Windstream out at the new Village Hall, and we're gonna be putting some Wi-Fi points within. They
We're
did
getting a tower?
a tower off the top of the building.
off of our weather bank.
They did a heat map to kind of see, to make sure that all points of the building would be covered with Wi-Fi, and then of course every office will be hardwired also. And this will also be upgrading our phones to the phone system that we have is no longer, they don't really use it anymore, so it'll be digital phones where we can check our voicemail on the go or from our iPads, which will be really helpful. When people send us a message, it can come across on our iPad. What you don't see here, I asked for an ongoing loyalty credit from them, and they can't put it in the contract. We just have to renew it each year, and that will take $100 off the bill.
A month or a year?
Yeah, a month.
Okay.
So they said that they would put that back on for us.
I think they did that last time,
They did,
which
which is
I
great.
did not like, because I'm a lawyer, like, we're gonna give you this discount, but we won't put it in the contract.
Yeah.
And that was the strangest thing, but they honored it last
Yeah.
time.
So they did it this whole last year. And so the reason we have a new contract too is because we're moving locations, and the best pricing is 5 years.
So do you need us to approve this?
Yes, ma'am.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Is there any other players in that we were able to?
Not that services.
No, because they ran
Services.
the fiber, so, oh, and we're also gonna be doubling the internet speed, so we hopefully won't be having the crashing going on that we had with everybody on iPads. And, we added a conference phone at the, conference table, which will be super nice when people call in, so we don't have all that echoing going on.
So that's my next question. What kind of, what could we expect from internet type, Zoom, WebEx type? Are we gonna
I did
be able to
200
handle how many people?
I told
A
them
lot.
at any given time, 15 iPads, everyone with a cell phone on Wi-Fi, hardwired all of our computers, and then, right now we're paying for 100 megabytes, and we're gonna go up to 200 megabytes. They do have a 400 megabyte, but they thought the 200 would be plenty with what we had, and when they did the heat map inside of there with the Wi-Fi data points, I think we're adding 5 throughout the building.
Like a booster.
Yeah, they're like,
Yeah.
yeah, so we can all connect in each area.
So this Windstream is the fiber network
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
in our area.
Yeah.
It serves everybody around, okay,
And they already ran it, so
okay.
they just have to pull the wires through to each.
Short of an outright outage, we really should not have any more issues with the stream dropping off, us losing a connection, people can't hearing us.
Which is important when you said outage, it's key that because that generator, I don't know what it all controls, but that generator sometimes is limited to things. We gotta make sure that that is connected up to our internet.
I'll make sure to
specifically.
tell
That
them
powers
that.
the building completely, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, well,
I mean, I think.
Power
Austin-
goes out, power comes back on.
Yeah,
it's
outage from the
100%.
provider.
Yeah,
I think
it's
Austin
100%.
meant
well,
outage,
hopefully they
not
got a
like-
big enough generator.
I don't
Yeah.
think-
Service
I don't
outage.
think
That's
Austin
that's
meant
why
power
it's sized
outage.
the way it is.
All right. Any other questions? Bob, do you have any questions?
No,
I'm gonna step
I'm
up
just
to
kind
this
of curious, was Spectrum kind of considered or investigated? Just asking.
No, because Windstream is the one who has the fiber optics there and ran it when they put in the new
Oh,
village hall.
okay.
Yeah, and Spectrum, Bob, I had all kinds of problems
Me
with
too.
Spectrum, because
And they don't have fiber.
they haven't run the fiber down Waxhaw Marvin Road. They went into Provincetown South and jumped over to Sedgefield, so I don't have it. So I can't get it either.
I just wanted to
Okay.
say too, like their whole team, it was so nice. They usually said like doing a project of this size takes 90 days, and we had them out within 2 days to do this and get this contract together. So I was really glad that they worked hard for us to do that.
They really went the extra mile.
Yeah, they
and
did. They sent out engineers the next day and met with me and walked the building, made sure that we'd be covered and could.
$12,000 a year contract. Why wouldn't they, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The reason this is on your agenda today is because we're trying to get quick action on it to go ahead and get it started so we can get in there.
All
So
right.
we do need action
Are
on
you
it.
guys
Any
want
other
to get into
questions?
village hall?
We do. Please.
No,
All right.
Council,
Nope.
questions? So I'll need a
No.
motion. Do someone have one ready?
Sure, I'll make a motion to enter into a 5-year contract with Windstream Communications for phone and internet services for the new village hall and authorize the manager to execute the contract.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Oh,
aye.
We are, is that the only thing we're voting on today?
hopefully.
Good deal.
Maybe.
Awesome.
Thank you.
It's nap time. All right, next up, discussion of mission and vision statements. Christina, I'm gonna turn this over to you.
sounds great. So real quick, if you look on the this ain't gonna work. I'm sorry. I don't know how we're gonna do this because I can't see. Okay. Sorry. The screen up here, this is just a brief overview of the agenda that we're going to see today. So before lunch, these are things that we're going to try to get accomplished. The Windstream review of the mission and vision, going over some of the highlights for 2022, and then looking at our audit highlights, and then going into the CIP. So hoping to close up CIP before lunch. Fast forward the slide, please. During lunch, we'll have these discussion items with our state representative, David Willis, and then a few areas of mutual concern with the county as well. Fast forward. After lunch, we'll be going over a couple of minor things and then the departmental presentations. Fast forward. Fast forward. All right, so moving into the mission vision, just wanted to review this to see if you guys wanted to add anything, change anything, delete anything. The mission statement that was revised in June of 2020 We strive to create a vibrant community with high quality of life through transparent leadership, efficient governance, and responsive services. Just wanted to kind of reiterate this, let you guys see it, give you the opportunity to make some modifications if desired. But we don't review this enough. Just want to make sure that you guys see it at least annually and keep it at the core of our decisions. Any changes you are looking to make? Okay, the vision statement. The village of Marvin will be welcoming and vibrant residential community with amenities to create community, offer recreation, and celebrate heritage.
Our heritage or just heritage?
Heritage, anybody's heritage,
All right.
all the heritages.
Ours.
Heritage inclusive.
All right, you can fast forward. So, moving into a year of review, this is 2021 accomplishments. This is 21-22 essentially. So, as you all know, we're working on a new village hall. It's been a very lengthy process, very time consuming, and we're hoping to be in the next month or two.
2.
Two, what?
Well, the next month.
I thought it was gonna be in at the end of the
It
month.
should be in
Hopefully.
weeks at this point.
I'm not going to say that yet.
Just
March.
say Christmas.
March.
That always works.
Now, what year?
Yes. We'll be in by Christmas.
We'll be in before Christmas, and that just,
Any Christmas.
that's right.
Pick a Christmas.
One of the other things that we've accomplished this year was, if you recall, we were sitting at this table last year around this time where we really had some core conversations about solid waste and trying to see if it's a service that we wanted to implement here with the Village of Marvin. So over the last year, staff has worked really hard to get RFPs out, reviewing it, going through the due diligence process and negotiation of researching the vendors. And so we have subsequently provided recommendations to you all, and we've moved forward with a contract with Active. There's more detail in the slides to come on solid waste, but just letting you know, reminding you that was one of the things that we've been working on this year.
So you are gonna give us an update later where we are.
Yeah, that the solid waste has its own presentation. I've got some good stuff in there later on. Again, this is, I think, the second or third year we have contributed 100% of funding to the CIP for general fund. That doesn't mean all capital projects, but we have funded 100% of what's been requested. That is not typical in governments. You typically see a lot of cuts being made in capital improvement plans, but we have been successful enough to provide 100% funding for that. And that is that big document that's in front of you that looks like this. So this, moving into this year, this may be one of the first years we actually aren't 100%, but we'll get to that. We also implemented a third-party contract this year for a CPA firm. This was, if you recall, we had some staffing issues in finance, and we wanted to make sure we had someone kind of holding our hand through the process, and to make sure we're still meeting the financial requirements. So we've done good with them. I think we're actually going to pull them out slightly this year because we found that we're pretty much on track going through it the first year by ourselves. So we'll probably reduce that pretty substantially this year. New tax. So basically, as you recall, we actually changed the way we were collecting property taxes. We used to collect them. We used to have a tax collector. We paid that person, a salary to collect. But residents still had to go to the county to pay their county taxes, and then Marvin to pay their Marvin taxes. So we've actually standardized that process. Now anything that we charge, they pay at the county. So it's really helped residents. It's been a little bit of a learning lesson for people because we still have people coming in trying to pay taxes, but I think the residents really appreciate one-stop shop for that sort of thing. We also appropriated $10,000 to the Greenway Capital Project Plan. One of the things that Derek has kind of harped about over the last several years is that, and even PRG, is that we have not really set forth a funding mechanism to continue to put money into maintenance and greenways construction. So this is the second year we've done this, so hopefully we'll be able to put it in for the next budget as well. As you all know, we've implemented a new social media platform for managing our Archive Social. They manage our content, public posts, that sort of thing. So if we have public records requests, it makes it easier for him to do his job and pull that stuff down.
Takes 5 minutes.
And then the new management system for agendas, we're working through it right now with the new iPads. That's been a really big feat that we've accomplished this year as well. Next slide, please. Continued peak traffic at Marvin and Newtown Road. Again, that's really something that you guys have made clear that you want to make sure we have public safety at the core of our decision making, and so we've continued that off-duty patrol as we can see, as we can get officers at that intersection until the roundabout's complete. We've also been committed to that project and making sure the roundabout is moving forward in a positive and efficient process. And as you all know, we just revised that agenda at the last meeting, so we're still moving forward with that roundabout. Final approval and establishment of the Marvin Heritage District. Within Hunter's realm of duties, you all know that the Marvin Heritage District has been a really big project over the last several years. We can pat ourselves on the back that we've accomplished that this year, and we are now in the final stages. The district's been approved, and we're just kind of waiting to have developers start bringing us proposals. We've also, when I spoke to the capital improvement plan, there's the $45,000 plus in capital projects. That's what we appropriated in this year's budget that we will put into the Parks and Recreation. At the close of the audit from last year, we put in 141 back into fund balance. We've taken over roughly 9 new miles of road this past year, so now we're at a total of a little bit over 16 miles. When we first started, we obviously had 0, and I'll go over that here in a little bit, but that's a big accomplishment too, because we've taken over 16 roads within a 4 or 5 year time span. Derek has been working diligently to get some new trails, so you see the linear footage there, the 2 trails that he's working on now, and then the third, which is some connectivity at the park. Next slide, please. Are there any questions on the accomplishments from this year? And some of those are still in progress. All right, so I'm going to jump back and forth a little bit with Jamie. This is the audit from the previous year that we just wrapped up. I just want to kind of reiterate some of the big takeaways and highlights from the audit, just so y'all can be aware of some of the major pieces, and I'll turn it over to you.
At the end of our fiscal year, we had an unassigned fund balance for the general fund of $1.3 million, which was almost 96% of the general fund expenditures for the year.
And just keep in mind that the unassigned fund balance is your free money. It's the free floating money that you don't have assigned to anything. So that's our true rainy day fund. Now our fund balance, our actual fund balance is much higher than this, and she'll get to that in just a little bit, but just remember, that's your free money, you're unassigned.
You can go to the next slide. So this is a review of our fund balances, and I just wanted to point out, like, of our general fund balance, we have committed $142,000 to Parks and Rec. We have $364,000 assigned for land acquisition, $99,900 for road improvements, loop projects $138,000, capital asset replacements $15,600, future capital projects almost $8,000, village signs $10,000, and in reserves $161,500. We had an unassigned fund balance of $1.3 million, with a total general fund balances at $2.3 million. Capital project fund balances were $1.8 million, and a total of $4.1 million in those accounts.
So keep in mind, this is really important, because when we talk about major projects, I mean, like, sometimes we'll talk about at some point obtaining future park property. We may even talk about new playgrounds, making some changes at Village Hall, making a farmer's market. You still have that $364,000 assigned to land acquisition. So that's an area where, if y'all want to talk about economic development in terms of what that means, y'all can pull some money from that. Y'all can actually pull money from any of those assigned to pay for some of that stuff.
And for years, we used to fund it every year, a certain percentage every year. Are we still doing that, or how are we funding that particular land acquisition?
0, we're not.
Okay, so we got away from that. We used to
Yes.
always put 10% or whatever the number was aside
Yes.
every year. So is that something that we would entertain? Only because land's going up and
Yeah.
stuff, and it's getting sparse, and anything that we see, I look at that number and go, you know, that's probably a deposit,
Yeah.
and then we'd have to take a loan out and stuff like that. So it's something, as time goes on, land gets more scarce if we want to, or something comes up, a piece of raw land that we are interested in, that number, we should really kind of revisit
it's a-
funding.
It's a good question. It's twofold. You guys have a policy about land acquisition, and I think you're right about the 10%. However, there's some language in there that says if there's ongoing projects, if there's ongoing capital project, it's very vague, then you can cease that policy. So we have not put anything in it in the last several years because, one, we're working on capital Village Hall. We can revisit that policy when we come back to budget next year, but it is going to be a budgetary question.
Okay.
And with the way that budget's looking right now, it's not an option where I would recommend putting anything in there because that means we're going to have to cut services
From
from somewhere else.
Yeah. So, but I will put myself down for one good question asked.
Secondly, I will say that in the event that we run into a situation where we want to purchase some land, you guys can always pull from your unassigned fund balance and then turn around and borrow. So, I mean, we've got the 1.3. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't recommend paying 1.3 for property. We'd want to have some saved, but you've got money there to where if we found some cash, or if we found some land, we could pay cash.
Now, right now, interest rates are really low, but they are going to be going up. So we're actually in probably a pretty good situation at this point. We
Yeah,
may
we are.
decide we want to put some money into that later as interest rates go up.
So just keep this in mind as we talk about projects over the next year, as we talk about the budget, is you've got money there assigned for future things. I mean, even something as small as these village signs, if you recall last year, even this year, I can't remember, this is an area where we pulled from to start putting the branding up for those signs. So even small projects like this, you've got money earmarked for those things. Even if you want to start looking into the farmer's market, and I'll get to that in just a minute, but you can pull from this too. Are there any questions on this?
Maybe.
I'm good.
Maybe for Derek. Derek, how are we looking on with what your budget is and stuff? Is that something that, I know you're gonna say yes, you would need more money and stuff, but I mean, are we funding, cause that's, if you look, remember the surveys we've done, that's a big part of what everybody wants, so that should be reflected in what we're spending and how we're funding it.
So-
I mean, Christina can expound on it later. I've tried to keep my requests minimal. Obviously, you know, when it comes to playground equipment and assets, equipment, I'm always gonna shoot for the moon and, you know, say that we put money into things that will last longer and make the community better. My staffing requests are pretty minimal, you know, and I'm looking to do trade outs for, maybe we take on landscaping and don't pay an outside vendor, things like that. But other than that beautiful thing up there, nothing too major.
But to Joe's point, what I would say back to you is we're always looking for areas. All right, we've covered trash, but we're always looking for areas for people outside of Marvin to come into Marvin. I'd rather tell you no than ask you why aren't we doing more. So just, you know, when you go to Chris,
Be not afraid.
Christina, right? When you go to Christina and go, there's an opportunity here to do this. We see that we have funds available because I know we're talking about land, but land's gone. But what can we do with the things that we do have? I mean, when I see stuff like this, I'm going, you know what? If I'm outside of Marvin, I go, that excites me for my kids. I have a place to take my kids.
Yeah.
So you're the one spot where we can take money to enhance who we are for people to go, you know what? You guys are doing a great job and you're helping Marvin.
If you want to take money to me, I'm fine with that.
Well, I'm just, you know it better than I do.
Yeah, but I also, you know, I've mentioned in previous meetings, and this will come up later, but I've got to get some professional help in that category too. You know, someone who's an expert in the field that can take what we have and tell us how do we maximize it. You know, here's everything you can do. Here's the numbers for it. Now you pick and choose, or you go chase federal money, you know, to help you with that. But I'm on the same page there.
And that'll be in the CIP. You'll see his CIP stuff here shortly. But to answer your question, from a budgetary standpoint, from an operating budget, he's pretty much 100% funding as he's requested, aside from a playground replacement, which is $200,000, and we'll get to that in just a little bit. But as far as his operations are concerned, he's getting exactly what he wants. So.
We talk about buying land and stuff like this, and this is Chaplain. I used to work with a private school in Charlotte, and when we took some property that we would like to have, we went and talked to them, and it was a combination of gift and money.
Right.
But it didn't happen overnight and stuff. It was something long term that, you know, the people said, all right, we'll do this. We're going to stay here another 2 years and stuff, but
They'll sell at a discount and want you to send a letter of support, and I've done some of those letters.
Yes.
We can't give an opinion as to the tax value, but we'll say something as fluffy as we can. We believe that they facilitated this at a below market. We appreciated their partnership. We'll do all that.
I mean, they didn't want to just give it away, but then they were willing to take it for both ends of it and work with it.
And then they'll get their accountants to value it at the highest amount they possibly could versus what we paid for it, and that they'll do it as a deduction. And that works. It's a win-win. It's a private-public partnership.
Yes.
That helps them get the tax break and then helps the village get property cheaper.
Yes.
We'll see that.
But it's something that we need to take a look at and say this is someone willing to talk to us. And because it doesn't happen in a year or 1 year. It took us sometimes 3 to 5 years to make it happen. We looked at the picture and said we need to expand. We took to the properties that had sizable physical size that we needed and stuff, and we started a conversation with them.
Just to speak to your point too, Councilmember Lyons, one of the things that I try to do in the budgetary process is if a department or individual feels like they need something, even though I might not necessarily agree with it, I try to influence them to at least give their pitch, their spiel, and you'll see some of that in your departmental presentations today, just so y'all can see and hear from them directly as to how that would either impact their operations from cutting it or keeping it. So in terms of him asking for something, if it's there, he'll talk about it, and if it's not funded, it'll be an area where I'll say this is where we're potentially going to cut if need be. So I don't want to get into a situation where I'm not giving you guys the information to make the decision when they're crying to me saying we need this, we need this, we need this. So. All right.
So this next slide is about the village's net position. So currently we have 14 million in assets, and the majority of this comes from roads and easements. And then after liabilities, we are at 12 million for our total net position.
Advance, please.
So,
Do you have questions?
you just go back real quick. I just want
This is from the audit too.
Right. Okay.
That number that net position has been increasing substantially over the last years
And
because of roads. primarily.
So we look at roads as an asset.
Mhm.
Just making it clear for all who are looking at it, it's a little bit inflated in my view, because I look at a road as more of a liability, especially when we got to cover. But in all fairness, we own it.
Yeah.
It is what it is, but it's not like we can build on it. We can add to it, but but that's been the biggest pop. But if we take that away, we're looking at 8 million of it is how much is roads?
We'd have to actually pull it to tell you for sure. There's easements in there too. So when we have trail easements, that is an asset as well.
Yeah. Okay. So I can see that, but and then how do we come to that number? Is that a
This was from our audit.
right?
So
But
it's-
how do we determine? Is there a formula for
Yeah,
that?
there's a whole
Okay.
table, yeah. And our
Standardized
auditor
form.
is going to send books for each one of you, so you all can have a copy. I also have, I can print you a copy too, but you're all gonna get a nice book with all of it in the tables, so you can see how it's broken down. So this is current, and this can change, but this is how every dollar is broken down currently. So right now, general government, so this is for every dollar, 39 cents is going to general government, 13 cents is going to public safety, solid waste, 8 cents, contingency, 3 cents, public, or planning and zoning, 13 cents, transportation, 13 cents, and culture and rec, 12 cents. So you can kind of see where our money is going.
So that
Within the village.
transportation, what does that include?
Yeah.
Like our officers at the corner?
No, it includes all the roads,
Oh,
all
it's
the roads
road
are here,
maintenance.
yeah.
Okay.
POW bill is
Gotcha.
basically what it is.
Okay.
This number changes with the budget, so this is budgetary driven, so that number for solid waste, you'll see go up a lot this next year.
And compared to other municipalities, maybe our side, is this fairly, this,
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
I would, yes, general government is good, but I have not compared ours to others. We can
I
definitely do
mean,
that.
I'm looking at it, it's like, okay, what does the public get back? Because when we have what we ask for taxes and stuff, which we are still at a very low tax rate, I think it's pretty well balanced based on, and now we're providing actually services with the, getting roads slowly and now the waste hauling. So we can they can no longer claim we're a paper town, so, which is a good thing.
So this next slide is moving into the budget priorities for this upcoming year. That, for some reason, that slide didn't get that. That's actually fiscal year 22, 23.
Oh, no, it is. I just didn't change the title.
So these are all, if y'all remember, about a month ago, maybe even 2 months ago, I sent a priority form out to you all, asking you where your priorities lie. This is how the respondents worked out. You can fast forward that slide. This is,
It's just a way of explaining the data. The longer the line, the more important it was to you all. So, and again, the taller the bar, the more important it was to you all. And there's a table on the next
so
page.
next slide, please. So at the end, this is basically what all that boils down to, is that those were your priorities, and number 1 was obviously Marvin Heritage District. Number 2 was the playground replacement, and we'll get to that here shortly. Number 3 was the roundabout, number 3,
And the park trailer.
and then Greenway additions in the farmer's market. Are there any questions on this? What we do with this information is we try to drive the CIP and drive what we're gonna make our priorities in the budget. However, I will say number 3, the roundabout, that's gonna be something that carries over to next year because of, it's not gonna be there. Number 1, we don't know, we're not sure what money we're trying to put into Marvin Heritage District, because from what we see and what we feel, is that it's really developer driven, so we're just kind of sitting back and waiting for the developer to come in, and we'll decide that at that point in time.
That's a moving target
Yeah.
as it develops.
And then we'll get to the playground replacement here shortly. Any questions on this?
No?
Okay, you can advance.
It's almost exactly
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the same page.
One of the other questions that I know y'all don't like to be asked is on this form that talks about tax increase visibility. And this basically is to show you guys, like, if we have a project, for example, if the playground replacement is $140,000, we're gonna need a penny to fund that unless we do a fund balance appropriation. So this really kind of hones into, if you guys are comfortable with any level of tax increase, we'll earmark it for a certain purpose during the budget process. Doesn't mean we're gonna go up on taxes, doesn't mean we're gonna recommend it, we're gonna let y'all make that option considering all the circumstances. So this is kind of where all of y'all sat in terms of the feasibility. Looks like 3 respondents were okay with some small level of tax increase for next year, and 1 cent equals about $140,000 a year. That number, the last time we went up on taxes was around 100,000, so 1 cent equals more in today's world. Any questions on this?
So our 6, those 6 are represent
Representative 1,
all of us?
Representative 2, Representative 3.
Yeah, I'd be the 0 across the board. Just, full disclosure, I'm not afraid to say that.
I changed up the order from last year. So if you were R1 last year, you're not R1 this year.
I don't even remember what I put down, I'm not gonna lie.
I do. I know
I've,
respondent I am.
I've had input from people that I know in 3 different communities, And what they would like was, if they're going to get an increase, they'd rather have one now and not talk about it for a while. Just,
Yeah.
don't have the same thing, because once you start having 1 year or 2 years, whatever, they think it's gonna be that way.
Yeah.
The rest of the time, then they're gonna be fixed.
All right, well, Wayne's R4 then.
That's exactly right. And that's not my thinking, that's input from people.
That one, R4 actually is Wayne.
I know, that's what I figured.
I have no problem about it.
The last time we went up on the tax rate was solely for the law enforcement officer, that was 2 years ago, I believe. And this feasibility chart was really beneficial there because it got, basically displayed exactly what we were doing and exactly where the money was going. So there it is. Y'all see where your colleagues are in a sense of if they want a tax increase or not to fund a specific project.
I mean, I got no qualms with raising the taxes. We're so far behind everybody else, and we're trying to provide
Advanced
services.
It's not a point of, it is a point of raising taxes, but you have to understand, because I know where I'm at with it. Two things, I agree with you, but that you have people just want to, let's just do
What are we
it one.
getting for it?
Right, what are we getting for it? But also, I will always say, we're understaffed. And
Yep.
we don't know what's coming up in the future as we start to grow. And I know where I'm at with this, but that's why I said, let's do one here. Let's see where we're at. That doesn't mean we have to do one here, but we still need to get our staffing levels up. We also need to look at when we bring other subdivisions on and other areas on, that's going to create more of the staffing piece, but more of the things that we're going to need to provide for them. We're so cheap now with where we're at. I'm saying cheap as far as the tax rate.
I agree.
I don't want to raise taxes. I think
It's.
I agree with you, but I think when someone tells me let's just do it at one time, put yourself in my shoes before you say that, because we have to manage that budget. And I would look at them and go, well, then we really need to raise it 5 cents. They'd be like, whoa, we're not raising 5 cents. Why are we raising 5 cents? Because we're understaffed and we're trying to grow margin instead of decrease margin. So
I'm not saying you should do another one down the way, but I definitely, as I told Christine this morning, I'm probably the only one here that walks in 3 different neighborhoods by that every day. And I get people stopping and asking me questions and stuff. And I know what's coming. And I know some of them, and I've talked to some of them, and they said they would, if whatever's going to be, they just soon have one up front and have 2 or 3 years, nothing, and then we have to talk about it again. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But if I would not want to do some raise every year, because that just, it's an argument that you're going to have with neighbors and communities.
yeah.
Jamie, I'll say on this side, like for me, seeing 1 cent rate or of a tax increase is only $140,000 a year. Like, it's pretty shocking.
And you think about that in the context of staff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we do.
But-
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we know that.
If I were to interject here, I would say, we don't necessarily, it's there right now. And what I mean by that is the donut holes. It's there right now. If we encompass the donut holes or really push, maybe when county's here to help them push with us, there's no reason, because they're getting representation without the taxation. And there are some very wealthy neighborhoods in this area that should be paying, be under our municipality. They're benefiting, including Waxhaw and other areas that are benefiting because we're putting officers there, all those things, and I'll get to that later because there was an issue that came up with Waxhaw. But, before I'd say let's go tax our people to benefit others that are just enjoying it, why don't we focus on that? Because they have to know that these things aren't free. You're enjoying our park. You're enjoying the fact that we can get you home at a reasonable time. You're enjoying all these things, but you're not kind of pitching in for it. So my focus, strong focus, would be on figuring out how to work with the legislators at the state level and say, you can't do this anymore, especially when we have a defined area that we can't even define, quite frankly, because we're driving through areas. But that's, the opinion of one, and get off my
It's a great point,
soapbox.
though.
It's great. I mean, either way, we should be looking for other revenue streams to be able to benefit the village, get more staff, get better services for our community, and I think both directions should be pursued. I think that, I'm not afraid to raise the tax a little bit, but I think we should always be trying to get these other people that are enjoying our law enforcement that is in the area that is going to respond to these neighborhoods just because they're close. I mean, they are, you're right, they're getting the milk for free without buying the cow. So we should absolutely
But,
be pushing it.
Have we ever just done a 50,000 foot kind of figure out, okay, home values are at this in the donut holes? What would we?
We've got that.
Yeah, it needs to be
have-
updated.
What would that add to our budget?
We've actually got it itemized out for phases, and we've got it itemized out per subdivision, so we know exactly what it would bring in
Yeah.
per subdivision. And it's an area where I've actually spoken with Mayor Pro Tem about this, and I'm just going to give an example. These numbers that I'm going to say are not exactly correct. Hang on, let me finish my thought. Providence down south, for example, let's just say they pull in $100,000. That would provide one specific law enforcement officer that we could add extra, so we could have 24/7 coverage at that point in time. I'm just using that as an example.
Sure.
So that could be a selling negotiation piece that we use with Providence down south. Hey, if we get you guys in, we can pretty much guarantee 100% coverage in your subdivision 24/7, meaning that we would loop around not only them, but other
And probably
subdivisions as
save
well.
you money on waste hauling.
Yes.
You know,
So-
I mean, if
I
you
mean-
think about it.
Yeah.
No, for sure, and I know we did a big like push to try to get it like neighborhoods in, and we sent out stuff like, hey, come join Marvin, and it kind of like fiddled out. I feel like once we're in Village Hall, that's off of people's plate, and we're kind of settled, like we really do need to go back and like revisit that. The Heritage District won't be hopefully as much just trying to get, you know, at that point it'll be like a project by project basis, so it won't be as much. Like we really do need to do that. We really do need to set up meetings with these HOAs and go in and start pulling.
And
in.
if nothing else, they actually now officially have a say in what happens in the Heritage District, because a lot of them are right there.
Yep.
And it's like, you better hope the community continues to get it right when it comes to voting in the right people, because I've seen when developers have taken over communities, and it's not pretty.
But I would like to make that a priority, like once we get like into Village Hall, kind of like maybe summertime, like we really start to put together. I mean, I know we put out all that information and it just kind of like died off. And that's on everybody, but we've had some other things that are more important, so if we can put that on our,
Yeah, and it goes back to kind of what you said is we've got some preliminary stuff out there. We just don't have the staff to continually to monitor it and really push it how it needs to be.
yeah.
So
We
I-
need to put together a better plan for all of us,
Yeah.
including council, to then like push it forward.
And I know years ago, at some point, the state officials, legislators would be like, okay, you're not offering them anything. They wanted to get away with municipalities. So this, for them, the new ones are an added tax. So we're really not taking funds away, are we, from Union County or other areas?
It would be an additional overlay.
It'd be an additional overlay, so it's like, I don't, so what's the fight, where's the fight at? It's like,
The legislature changed the rules. They had a lot better voluntary, what we call it, annexation rules. Gosh, it's probably been 10 years ago now.
We're partially the cause of it.
Yeah.
So in terms of, I'll add that to the list. I've also added annexation law to the subsection D, so we can talk about it with Willis when he comes in.
Good. I was gonna ask if we can
but
talk to
but
them.
overall, adds 20% to our budget?
Yeah, like if we annexed everybody.
I can't tell you for sure the numbers without.
It's a lot.
Approximately.
It's a lot.
It's a
Well,
lot. So we see the numbers, like,
You know.
Are we talking
they're
like
somewhere on the,
$500,000? Are we talking, you
it's a
know?
lot.
But
Yeah.
with that
Let's
is
just
gonna.
go with a lot.
The reval too.
Figure out what a lot
It's like-
means.
I mean, it's like $500,000.
Okay,
Yeah, okay,
that's,
well,
It's a lot.
Yeah, that is significant.
that's huge.
Well, I talked to Christina just last week, that where we have had all the problems, the tower and everything, there's 20 townhomes. And they sold for all,
Towns at Audrey
almost
Park.
600,000, okay? They're not too building and selling, but I know one guy down there that I went down for about the tower. He was not happy that he didn't have a say in it. because they would not allow them to talk. And I told her that when Pulte got out, I would go down and take the flyers and everything, and I would find out who was running it then, talk to them.
And hopefully when Pulte's done, they will donate all those wetlands to us for a park, which would then make those townhomes contiguous with Marvin, and we could bring them in. Because right now, I don't think we can, even if they want to, because they don't touch, right?
Does it have to
You
be?
can be
Because
within 2
Waxhaw
miles.
is.
Yeah, you
Well,
can.
there
Well,
was
then why can't I annex in my house?
If a subdivision wants to come in, if those townhomes partially want to come in, if it's not contiguous to the village borders, the entire subdivision has to come in together.
Oh, okay.
You can't pick and choose houses.
I'm gonna add annexation plan back to a work session, and we'll talk about, we'll get the numbers drawn back up so y'all can see it and get a plan.
I mean, they've got to be somewhere.
But-
'Cause, I've seen the chart.
Oh, I know exactly where they are.
Whether-
We can
whether-
probably pull them up now.
Whether we bring
don't have
this
access
up,
to
whether we bring this up initially, Andy and I at WUMA meeting and stuff, but I want it clear is we need help with this, whether it's other municipalities,
Yeah.
state level, and all that going, it's scratching our heads going, why can't we do this? Well, you know, because this is unfair to our current taxpayers.
Do Weddington and Wesley Chapel and Waxhaw and Mineral Springs, like, do they feel the same way?
Well, they all have their donut.
I don't
issue.
know, man.
They-
Donut holes, it's also a law enforcement problem, because, you know,
So the
the
sheriff's
legislators
department
on the
should get
public
behind
safety, because then you
Yeah.
get to jurisdictional issues in a Waxhaw, that they have their police department, and then right in the middle of the donut hole, then you've got
The
the
sheriff's
sheriff's
department.
office.
Well, yeah,
And,
so-
I mean, we can't make
Yeah,
that.
Lawson is actually an island out there because it's Union County where they're building those apartments and such on
where I live.
Cuthbertson.
Yeah.
And Lawson is an island.
Mm-hmm.
It's Waxhaw, but it's surrounded by Union County.
It's a
not
satellite.
contiguous anything. So,
Yeah.
to your point, law enforcement, what do they do in the in between?
So,
And that's a
so
good- that's a good
I tell you a
point.
nice fix. If you call 911 and you live in Providence down south, oh my God, I need someone right now. Dispatch them from Monroe. Don't call our deputies.
Don't call the ones that we're paying for.
And I
No,
think,
no, no.
I think they're, when I read the response time, it's over 10 minutes response time for them.
For who?
I'm not bashing Providence down south. I have
Like, if
friends
one of
that
our
live
officers
But that
doesn't
fixes
respond,
it.
a
they're
Union County
using your
officer
resources.
responds.
They're using our resources.
Well,
Listen,
but
I'm tired
they
of
will
it
send one of our
because
officers
Martin-
for an
Martin
emergency.
residents are paying for everyone.
I've-
We're
I've
just,
had
we're
a
just
call.
like the good old
Sure.
boys sitting out
And I
there.
tell all my new
Provide
neighbors come in,
sheriff's
can I call
deputies.
911?
Yeah.
I give them the sheriff's call-in number, and I've called twice, and it's taken less than 5 minutes for somebody, and it's not our officers here, less than 5 minutes to respond.
So, kind of summarizing all this, kind of that point being is that's a definite benefit we could add. I pulled up the numbers, I can't tell you these are 100% correct because they need to be updated with the revaluation. These numbers haven't been touched in 2 years, so there's probably some things that need to change on there. I'm just gonna go through the numbers as to what we estimated in terms of revenue, because I can't give you a total because all subdivisions aren't gonna come in at one time, so I'm just gonna give you per subdivision. Gates of Ansley, 16,000. Ladera, 30,000. Providence Downs, 160,000. Providence Downs South, 163,000. Rosecliff, Rosecliff, 14,000. Sedgefield, 35,000. Chimneys, 93,000. Woodhall, 36,000. Walden Pond, 40,000. And then our kind of donut hole non-subdivision parcels is around 70,000.
And
This
and
is
the
free.
average tax increase for that home, these $1 million homes is probably about $400.
I mean, that's
A year.
well over
A
half a
year.
million right there. And that's not even.
That's free,
that's-
Union
yeah.
County.
Free
Yeah.
reval, which that was
Oh, I would rebel for
20%.
that.
I'll add this back on the work session. We'll bring it back up so we can move along with. so we
But
can
yeah,
see
let's
what's
make
going
sure
on.
we also we get the League of Municipalities, whoever, is there someone in the liaison for that here?
No.
League of Municipalities, do they have someone
Your
that's
Central Iowa.
for Central Line?
I mean, I would make sure that like we
Okay,
start
Thank you.
really
All right.
making this a top
Yeah.
priority.
All right, so as far as the process is concerned, I know that Mayor Plano doesn't like the tax feasibility question, but as far as the council member priorities and tax feasibility forms, that process, you guys okay with that in general, like every year? It really helps us from a staff standpoint to drive things, okay.
Yeah, but are we having a conversation about increasing?
I mean, not at this point in time. No, I'm just
Yeah,
talking
we
about
would
the
do
process
that come
of
budget,
this.
Mhm.
which we've already done too.
So we're going to jump into the CIP. I've allocated roughly an hour for this, so it's probably going to take an hour. Jumping into CIP, this is the form that you have in front of you that look like this.
Okay, so you want us to change over to that?
Yep.
Yeah, there are extras. No, I have extras.
So I'll just kind of start off by saying this document in front of you is a planning document. It does not mean when we approve it, it's static and we're committing money to it. There was a little bit of confusion at some point that where you see Village Center District, there's $450,000. There was some information that was pushed out in the public that we had approved and appropriated $500,000 for the Village Center District. This
Liars.
is not a binding document.
People
So
are liars.
this is conceptual. If y'all turn around and approve this, it just means that staff needs to work as best they can to get these dollars accounted for in the budget.
So do you have a
Somebody,
question on it? Liars.
Somebody in our office actually dubbed this as "Can I please? Can I please have this?" So I thought it was a really cool way to remember it. So jumping in, the first slide that you see here, this is the totals. In next year, you have approximately $1 million in request. Subsequently, you'll have another 1.2, 2.3, and you can see how the list goes on and on. Majority of this that you see in the total column is driven from Derek and his master plan for parks and greenways. I will tell you that we approved a master plan in 2020. The trails that were listed in that master plan were driven from, from a consultant that provided the numbers for us based off of the kind of the trends and what they're seeing, and understanding that we're not implementing all those trails in one given year. It'll be a 20-year process. So there's a lot of inflation in there that, with their numbers. However, I did tell Derek to put the numbers in exactly how the consultant did it. So when you see the greenway subtotals, those are probably a little inflated. But we wanted the numbers to match with numbers. So he'll go into that section in just a little bit, but just so you know, those are your total numbers. Advance slide, please. Is there any questions on the total? All right, so you can advance slide. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go back. All right, so we'll just jump into this document. First thing that is up is Parks and Recreation. I'm going to let him go through all of his individual requests. You can see his 4 that line up with the request for next year. He's asking for approximately $265,000 in funding for fiscal year 22-23. Majority of that being the playground replacement. So Derek, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can go over those individual requests.
All right, thanks. Starting with the first one, the storage building. Obviously, this is a need for just growth. It's a third bay on the current maintenance shop. My idea is that that portion would be solely for storage. It would fit a landscaping trailer down low, and then some, attic type storage above it. Christmas decorations, supplies, equipment, whatever, but a little more sturdy storage than the trusses that are on the current building. I've got a really good quote already from a vendor that we've used before, and the 25 is just to account for some added costs, that might come up, or extra electrical work, water, who knows. The park master plan, the 40
There's something in here that's making me sneeze.
Hey, I just wanted to show you, just so it's easier, I divided it out. This is if you turn your page, Joe, to this main one, that's Derek's Parks and Rec. And then if you keep flipping, they're the individual requests behind it, just so you all can follow.
Derek, didn't we say okay to this like last year?
Yes and no, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it can change every year, and so you're not approving something that's in 23, 24.
No, I mean, I feel like we like approved this.
I
I
am-
remember talking about like an open one and like a lean-to and like, did we not talk about that, like, and actually approve money for you, like, to do it?
It was a two-part item, and
Okay.
so where there's multiple columns, the storage building was in 22, 23.
And you've done that.
No, that's next year.
I'm pretty sure that we put 5,000 in planning for the storage, because I told
We
you
did.
to engineering. I'm
We
pulling it up right
did,
now.
we put 5,000 towards planning for this, but that was as far as we went. Christina's
Okay.
right.
Okay, but we did talk, okay.
I was thinking the 5,000 was in the planning for the bathrooms that got shot down by the
Yeah, I'm
light.
almost positive. it's
I'm
planning.
pretty
Yes,
sure Christina's
it is.
right.
We put 5,000 in this year for planning and engineering, basically getting the county to get permitted for construction for this year.
For this year.
For this
Right
year we're
now.
coming in.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was for my trailer.
Says the storage building and trailer to be housed in the building. Storage building could potentially store tables and chairs. $5,000 for planning, design, and engineering.
It's the same thing though, so if you want to spend 5,000 on a trailer, we'll just turn around and put the rest of it in next year.
Right.
So Derek, just a real quick question on that storage.
Okay.
When they built it initially, they thought, oh, this is
Yeah.
plenty, and then almost immediately they determined that it wasn't enough. So when you're going to build an addition like that, to add another bay, is it really that much difference? And again, looking at our growth going forward, next 10, 20 years, so we're not revisiting this in 2 years, does it make sense to just
Do a two
do a
days
two-bay
or bigger.
type thing and see what the cost difference is? And I just know that, you know, with decorations, whatever it is we're storing, maybe it's tables that we could rent back to large events, then we have those, an area to store tables. Things like that, because people are gonna ask for that, they're only gonna go to another individual and say, well, Marvin can provide you that, tables and chairs at this cost, and we have a storage facility then. I'm just thinking, there's area down there for it now, and if, it can't be much more to make it 2 bays, I don't think.
Well, so my thing is, I'm gonna try to make the most minimal impact, you know, on the budget. So I'm gonna come to you and say, well, I can add a third bay onto the current building, you know, at this cost. If you wanna explore like a 2 bay, you know, that's a separate building, you know, obviously that's gonna be more, but I will gladly go get that quote. If you-
Well, I think
can't
to
put-
Jamie's point earlier,
I'll
though,
put-
he's
put
asking
2.
you, ask for the sky, because usually you negotiate down to, okay, I would like 3 bays. Well, we're gonna only give you 2, or we're gonna only give you 1.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at it, it was almost immediate, correct me if I'm wrong, that we knew we were out of space. And as we are taking over more greenways that we're maintaining and stuff, we've got equipment that we're gonna need to put a, you know, store and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I would propose that this council, we should really look at a 2-bay, see where it comes in at, and then see how that affects the 25.
So you can't add 2 bays to the current building?
It's my understanding that it was designed to add a third.
Well,
It can
but-
only, and it can only go one direction. But-
We can grade on that end. It was designed to add on to, and generally speaking, for a garage type structure like this, you're only talking about a 30 to 40% increase to double its size, because you're only really adding a little bit more wall and a little more concrete. You're not like reinventing the wheel. So it is much cheaper, and the farther down the road we go, as I just realized just recently, just did a deck project, we priced it out. Boards were $28 last week, they're $48 this week. So materials are going up again. So the longer we wait, the more of a chance that we're gonna pay a lot more down the road for this. So I would say, you know, if we're gonna do an addition, we should do 2 bays at this point, and it'll save us money in the long run.
So is this 25 to get the third bay done, ready to use?
Should be, yeah. I
Okay,
mean, I'm looking at a quote for 17.8,
okay.
so I would hope 25 would cover
Okay.
contingencies.
So I would get a quote for a 2 bay, whether it's an addition Or if they can't add 2 bays to the current building, what's it gonna cost to add a separate building with 2 bays? Get those quotes. I mean, I'm great with this 25, but I agree with everybody else. And honestly, like, I don't wanna talk about a storage building again. So like, let's get it done and, let's,
You're gonna see a pretty substantial difference adding a second building.
well, if
Because
they
it's
can't,
freestanding.
but if they can't add,
No,
A
freestanding
4K.
building, yes.
but if they can't add a 4th bay, then
That's
go
my
ahead and
point.
find out what the
Yeah.
cost is. Because like you guys said, we're probably eventually gonna need it, so
I agree 100%.
Let's just-
We're gonna need
let's-
it.
And again, it can be an income generating thing. We eventually put things aside for tables and chairs to have an event, whether it's a wedding and stuff, and say, oh, your rental, we can provide you that for this, and that's an extra
Well, I was just-
income generator.
I mean, on that point, I was just gonna take the bookshelves out of the barn and put the tables and chairs storage right there. So that way we don't have to
But it's
transport
in,
them back
that's
and
in,
forth.
that's in the barn though, but that's,
Yeah.
you know.
Amy, are there alternatives to, instead of a 4th bay, like on the backside? Like, maybe it's like a storage room or something?
Well, so the way that thing is constructed, it's a truss construction. It was designed to just kind of extend it in the same footprint.
Yeah.
But you could turn the, like, do a 90-degree turn to the roof line, and you could add 2 bays, but you could make it deeper too, so that you could have storage behind the bays. It's about, I mean, making a little bit larger footprint, you're not talking a lot more, you're talking
Isn't that what the
roof and floor.
$5,000 is?
The wall's gonna stay.
Kind of
So
help figure
you
that
can do a
out.
little, I mean, there's ways to design it, and we could look at a bunch of different
Yeah.
designs and costs and see where we're at.
well,
Okay,
So-
so I'll go beyond the 1 bay then.
yeah.
So if you can get another quote on that and also confirm with Sunshine if, Mayor Plano was asking a question about the 5,000. The 5,000 was kind of earmarked for permitting because we thought we would have to get engineered drawn plans. And that's something you also need to check with the county or get Sunshine to check with them to see if they're gonna require engineered drawn plans for this, which I assume they are.
They absolutely will. There will be a
Which means
permit
you might have
fee,
to bump it up even further.
engineering,
Yeah.
all that.
I think they have an engineer on their staff.
So if you can just get that updated, what will happen is we'll get that updated before we bring this back to you all for final approval. You can move on to your second item.
So, hold on, can I ask you a question? If we don't have the money for it, you're gonna be like, we don't have the money for it.
Yep.
All right, so the 40 for the park master plan, like I said, I've spoken to you all about this before, but I really want an expert to come in and really look at the topography, the lay of the land, flood zones, everything, and really tell us what we can do with the park. The 40 is inflated because in order to chase, is it federal money or F money? In order to get grants, we have to go through this whole procedure and meet all these, items on a checklist. And for them to do that, it's got to be the bigger, massive package. So we can I can shoot for the moon with this, or we can always go with, just somebody coming in with a clipboard and giving us a list of notes.
And I think getting federal money makes a lot of sense. And if we're gonna do the plan, let's do the plan, let's do it right. We are in the highest per capita community in North Carolina, let's do it nicely.
Was there ever anything like that done in the beginning, or was it really just?
That was
like
just Lanny's
vision,
plan, vision, and whatever, and
Using the existing driveway?
So-
yeah, I mean, he wanted to retain as much of the original property as he could. I mean, that was his whole driving thing, and then go from there.
So Derek, with this plan, can we include the pocket park,
I would think so. I mean,
Marvin Eford Park, and then potential Pulte Park?
Are you gonna name it Pulte Park? Where is that?
Behind the townhomes, off of Bray Road, they've got like 30-some acres that are all in, wetlands that they
of the
cannot build
corner where
on.
it goes up to the county line?
Where Tullamore and Emerald Meadow meet.
And they have, Rohit had talked to Pulte, and Pulte said as soon as they're done selling, then they would entertain donating that land to the village as a park.
Okay.
And they're
I don't
on the
know,
last
we were
three
talking about like an easement or just a little
So they were
sliver.
talking, they were like,
What, they're talking about the whole thing?
the whole, they can't build on it. And they wanna probably get it off their books.
Small plane.
Yeah, and it's
So
just
probably
like
the
off
trails in there is probably gonna require some boarded
Some
walls.
bridges and things
Big
like that,
board
which
walls
would be
and such. That's
super cool.
Yeah, but
It'll be
expensive.
Get a benefit out of that.
But it will be very cool, and that's why I'm saying, like, if
Well,
we're
if
gonna
we can
do.
get some federal money, then that
That's-
helps us build those
exactly.
boardwalks. That's,
Exactly,
Well,
Yeah.
if we get that donated or however, then we can connect that
correct.
with,
To Andy's.
without
and-
having to jump through hoops.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Derek, whenever you're talking to whoever, I would throw in everything that we could possibly get, and those are definitely, I mean, two for sure. The third one is I think a pretty good one. I mean, how many you talked to them, right?
I've talked to them. I talked to the project manager for that because they are going through the process of closing out with the county. I mentioned to him, but the issue was that he was new and I was new,
That's cool.
and yeah. So I mean, but I did mention it to him, and he said that he had to check with his supervisors and stuff. But that's something I can definitely follow
I
up
would
on.
just keep following up with it and stay on them about it because, and that would be awesome.
Do we want to include anything at the new Village Hall site as
Yes.
a potential
I would.
Parks and Rec amenity?
Yeah, I mean, it's 30+ acres. We're only on an acre of it.
yeah, I mean, we're gonna be looking at the future development of the farmer's market, but the rest of it should be, public use
Yeah.
of some
Green
sort.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
There's the trails, high ends.
Yeah, I think that including that is definitely something that should be done. It gives us ideas of what to do with that piece of property.
Yep.
And we can kind of, hone in on that, how we want to do it from
And if they're the
there.
experts, let's get them to look at everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a great place to play soccer, pickleball.
So I will say at the Parks and Recreation, I don't know, the state meeting, the annual meeting that they had, that took place last month, it was announced there that 100% of the applicants for Part F was approved last year. So that being said, it's probably gonna make things a lot more competitive in the future because they literally funded everyone that applied last year.
Well,
Have we-
again, if we have this nice plan
Right.
going forward,
Did
we're
we
gonna
receive one
look
for-
better, so let's get it done.
Yeah.
No,
It costs
we
a little
financed
more
that, we
upfront,
paid
but
for it.
So if
We
we,
go with the guys that
you get extra
are the
points
big
if this
dogs
is your
and know
first
what they're doing,
application.
Rather do
Yeah,
that.
we
So-
paid for Eford Park out of our pocket. We
So-
financed it.
If you can just get that
No
updated, we'll
help.
have it in the next round of revisions. Moving on to the playground replacement, Derek has some really good suggestions.
Yes.
Some pictures behind us is kind of the inspiration and influence of what he's looking for.
Where would that go?
In place
I've
of,
already told you that.
yeah, you're gonna say, in place of our current
stuff is
failing equipment.
Where do we have that?
Behind the barn?
So this is a
Where's the
little bit of
bar?
selfish.
Yeah, I know, you need to find the park, Kim.
Actually, I'm gonna hold it. I know where the park is. All jokes.
My kids and I, whenever we travel, we go to a park, I check it out, talk to the people there. This is by far our favorite.
Y'all
So
see it?
this has been my biggest inspiration over the last 2 years because we saw it before and then they just did this. This cost them $600,000. I wouldn't expect us to do that. I
Let's
mean,
get two.
it's a massive,
Is that fake
massive
grass?
community
Yes.
park.
It's gotta be turf.
So it's a combination of turf and then the poured in soft surface. The soft surface is around $20 a square foot. So, I mean,
Is that the
Just
gray
the-
and the blue?
yeah. So just to fill that in at our place, I mean, that's $100,000 right there. The turf is $10, $15 a square foot.
15.
I mean, there's options. You can do a little bit here, you can do mulch there, you can kind of mix it in. But that's just my inspiration. The company that did that, they're out of Minnesota, but the rep, is the local rep. No, see.
Don't knock your waters over.
So these are just
Has to go around the way.
nature themed, kind of sticking with the theme that we have. Conceptual designs. I just had another guy send me a quote this morning. He's a local guy. His quote, just roughly off the top of his head, was like $245 for everything. I mean, that's start to finish, tearing it out,
Which one?
replacing. No, you don't even see it. It's just Austin, do you have the capability to put up the email I just sent you?
I don't have my email's not connected to my computer, so I can't do
Which you
it.
could probably send it to Hunter and he could, or
Is he the one running it?
who's
Yeah.
got- is he logged in there?
You will keep the tree with a hole in it?
Not on the meeting computer.
No, not necessarily.
He had to come here and sign. Hunter would have to sign
Well,
in
it's
to go get
fine.
it.
Yeah.
It's fine, we can get it to him.
Yeah, I mean, this is, obviously, this is a massive scale project. This is, you know, we come together, we sit down for 2 hours, we listen to presentations from multiple vendors. You
Who's
know,
we?
y'all. They tell you what can be done in the space, but, I mean,
Can't you
We've
do
gotta
that
take
and tell us what you
I-
like?
we've got to take out what's there, we got to put in proper drainage, rebuild it, and then, if it's me, I'm going lower, kind of like the top two. I'm going lower to the
high.
ground and spreading it out as much as possible, because the way it is now, everything's kind of real condensed on top of each other.
I know, but I like the high
Um,
I
slide.
like the high slides too.
I'm not
He's
doing
scared
it-
of them.
You're
I'm
gonna
not
have
doing any ropes.
You're gonna have a bridge?
If it, as long as it's of the highest quality with low maintenance.
Keep that out, Christine.
Well, I'm just, what the
Hold
kids,
it up.
what the kids like.
No,
they
not you,
like-
Christine.
they like that-
Christine
that
keeps trying to
old-
put it away.
That,
Yeah.
wooden bridge,
So,
and it moves and everything else.
Not
That's what
up, like
just an observation, guys, okay? Just an observation. We get that if we close the donut in 1 year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's essentially what we can provide in 1 year. And when you talk to a community, when we go to talk to those HOAs that don't want to be a part of Marvin, we get this if we all have agreement and something like that. Because, you know, 600,000 for something like that, that seems, you know, that's not too far out of the picture, in
That's
my view.
Marvin
when you-
quality.
Exactly,
I
is
lived
exactly
in a
that's
community in
my-
Ohio
And-
that had one of these and it was amazing.
And think of all the kids, and if it's not your own kids, it's your grandkids that you can take them to.
I don't disagree with you, Joe, but unfortunately, right now, what we have to strategize on is
What we have.
we can put that up all day, and the people in Providence down south say, appreciate it.
Yep.
No, but that's my point. We're not getting this until, but that's my point. That's my selling point to Providence down south.
Yeah, we can't
We don't
wait
get,
that
we
long.
can have this in 1 year if you
I got it, I understand it, but here's
accept
And we
the,
can't wait for it.
Here's what I'm telling you. We can continue to bang our heads up against the wall, but until we figure out how we differentiate Marvin residents who's paying for a park, who's paying for deputies down there, who's paying for a lot of things for other people, and other people don't have to pay for it, I'm all for it.
yeah.
Until we can say, you can't go play on that. Don't bring your
We
kids to that park.
did that before. We just changed that rule where you could only go to our park if you were a resident.
When
By
you
the way,
shut them
we've
down,
changed that and
when you
opened it
shut
up
them
to
down
everyone.
and they call 911 and they have to they dispatch somebody from Marshville to come out to Providence down south, they'll go, you know what? Maybe we could use Marvin. Let's come into Marvin. They got people patrolling right here. But if they pick up the phone and call 911 and they dispatch our deputy and they're there.
No, I understand.
I'm going, "Shit, I'm not paying taxes."
Yeah, I understand, but that's in separate contracts and stuff. But my whole point is, when we are pitching these neighborhoods that aren't part of Marvin, this is what we say. In 1 year, we could have this if we had agreement from all these, and it's true. It's
totally agree
the
with
quality
you,
of
Joe.
life. So all I'm saying is, from when we come together about what we're pitching, keep this as a talking point. Keep that slide, whatever you call it, the poster, because I think that's something that really would maybe open their eyes to like
But
quality of
again,
life.
I'm playing devil's advocate.
No, I know.
We're holding Marvin residents' kids from playing on that because we can't find a way to have everyone else pay for it. We're like, well, we get that, but we can't get contributions from anyone else. So we're gonna have 60% of the people that are playing on that. We're not gonna build it. I don't wanna build it, because if we build it, I got all the kids in the donut hole playing on it. You see what I'm
No,
saying? I don't wanna build it.
Just
I
keep
do
in
wanna
mind,
build it.
what's there now it's not.
It's
gonna
failing,
last
that's
much
the,
longer.
that's the
No,
problem.
I totally
Jamie,
get it.
Jamie's not saying don't actually build it.
And
I'm
it's-
saying
I
I want to build it.
exactly- Yeah,
But at some point in time,
Yeah.
we have to have an adult conversation with these people in the donut hole going, you know what? We're not putting up with your shit anymore, not paying for anything. It's ridiculous.
I want to be in that meeting, but I just want to sit there and listen.
I'll be glad to have that conversation.
Toll
Derek,
roads.
If you can, I need to, so we need to, move on unfortunately. If you can get that updated,
Hold on, wait, we haven't updated it, like, we don't know what we're doing.
what do I need to update? And two, do you want to talk about how you were gonna go after that?
yes, I'm getting ready to get to that point.
Okay.
If you can get the conceptual idea that you've got for 250 updated in here,
Yeah.
and then get that presented back to them to make sure they're okay with it conceptually, in the same context, that is, like have them, show them the 250, what it gets, and then update it in the CIP. We can change it at that point in time. if
And
we-
I just want you to pick just pick something that's really nice.
Yeah, okay.
So-
Just an added note, I've had conversations with Publix since they started. They love contributing to inclusive playgrounds. So that's a possible source of.
Revenue.
Good.
Okay.
Um,
Hold on.
Can I ask a question?
Just one.
And I'll
Wait, who
direct
is
it
that?
To Derek and to Andy. I've been physically, that's probably the reason why we were missing it.
All right,
I've
spit it out.
physically been on that playground device, okay?
It's
And
not for people your size, Bob. Come on.
that's right. And now I can't fit through the tube, but I do swing on that bridge. But anyway,
Yes.
which is why we probably have to replace it. But anyway, here's the question I got. First off, can that structure be moved and somewhat renovated for the pocket park?
Oh, that's too big for the pocket park.
It's a good question.
It is a good.
Portions of it probably.
Well, I guess how much of
You
it,
mean restored?
you know, how much of it do you want to put in the pocket park? That's, all of it won't fit probably.
Well, just a question, just a question.
It's actually a good question, Bob.
Good question. I guess we'd have to pick and choose how much of it we'd want to move and what is really salvageable and what is not. And then what would fit. So that is a good question, Bob, that we'd have to kind of dig into a little bit.
The other thing in terms of revenue, which was, I agree with what Joe said, that, you know, when we're talking about taxes, you know, I thought what we're doing with the Heritage District, that would generate revenue in the future, as, you know, we have sales tax. Now, the question I have is Publix. Do we have a sales tax with Publix?
No. What happens, anything commercial, my understanding, anything commercial that has a cash register goes to the Monroe. Monroe then distributes it based on the size of our municipality. So we've been getting sales tax dollars for years because we're part of Union County and we're a municipality. But we've never had a cash register other than, if you want to call Firethorn a cash register. But once you get that, everything goes to Monroe. Monroe divvies it up based on your population.
But to his question, you can get a municipal overlay sales tax. I can look into that.
Yes.
I don't know much about it, but I'll look into it.
That's-
And I totally agree with the donut hole filling up, and I have a thought, and we've talked about this. Over here at these ski resorts, they've done away with lift tickets. What they've got is a thing that's called RFIDs, which is basically a card that you give that gives you access to lifts, ski lifts. So, you know, there's no reason we can't, to Jamie's point, go back to the, you know, to fill up this donut hole thing. And, you know, I remember the parking pass. Well, if we're going to spend the money, which I totally agree with, to Kim's point about the storage and just doing it big once so we don't have to worry about it again, maybe we can integrate an RFID system, which is a card that people, you know, can flash. It reads and gives them access to the park. I know we talked about during COVID times, we talked about giving people, because everybody was home, giving them access to the park. But I think people need to see what they're paying for and what they're being taxed for. And you're right, when we built this beautiful monstrosity of a playground, yeah, people from Waxhaw are gonna come up here and go, wow, look at that new thing they put there. I think we need to draw some lines here.
Well, but Bob, we voted, this council, I believe it was, voted on
I know,
opening it up and not, you
Yeah.
know, because we used to have, and there used to be someone that kind of monitored that and basically said, hey, you don't have your, and they did it by cars because of the
Right.
location. They didn't have their stamp on their card. So they would say, oh, you can't use the parks. It wasn't being inclusive, but this council chose to.
no, I know that, can we go
You
back?
can't charge admission to a public park either. You can only charge for a parking pass.
So if-
So you can't charge individually to
The-
walk in.
Yeah, and the public parks, any park dedicated for a park is supposed to be open to the public in general in the state of North Carolina.
So how did we get around that for years that we just,
We didn't get
did
caught.
You just did it.
The county
So-
charges admission to Cane Creek Park.
So we, the county commissioners guys are coming in 30 minutes.
okay?
In sake of time, I'm actually going to forego future years of the CIP presentation, and we'll do that at a later date. I will say on the playground replacement, it's not something I'm recommending in the budget. We just don't have $200,000 laying around. So that is an area where you guys will have to decide you want to do it with a fund balance appropriation or any other type of funding mechanisms. We can talk about that at a later date, at a later time in this presentation. In the finance presentation, you'll see after lunch, there's some money that's there. That's kind of an earmark that we want to talk about this item again. But as it stands in the budget that you'll see in the next couple of weeks, the playground is not going to be a recommended topic of funding. So just so you're aware.
But the other two are fine.
The other two are fine as the dollar amount sits in the CIP now. Now, if that increases, we'll have to talk about some additional funding. Again, that's an area where we can address in the
But is
finance
that like where we
presentation.
were talking about that 1.3 million that's just kind of hanging out there, our free money?
Yes,
That
yeah.
we can pull from that
Yeah,
to do this?
but you're getting ready to, I'm going to show you some more free money that you're going to have, and then some other opportunities of revenue producing mechanisms that we can put into place too. So as it stands today, the CIP that you see in front of you is really all that I would recommend, minus the 200,000. We can talk about the other projects in the finance slide, so we can pull some money from that 1.3, the ARPA funding that you're getting ready to hear about, and then you're also going to hear about some vehicle tag fee that we can pull from that too, if it's something you guys want to do.
Just to add to that, I would say until we figure out how to tell current Marvin residents why we're spending money for other people to use what they're spending money on, I can't move forward with, me personally, I can't move forward with other things. And that's unfortunate because we're taking away from Marvin residents,
Right.
their kids and other amenities. So that's just,
And the only response that I can say to you on that is it's unfortunately something the legislator has handcuffed our ability to do.
we're a smart group of people. And I'm confident that we can come up with a strategy that tightens the noose on what's happening.
I did put a note in here for us to talk with David Willis, so when that comes up, we'll talk to him about it some more and just let him know where we stand in that.
Where are we putting these county people at?
They're coming up here.
Okay. for
We're
the
going to
meeting?
shift to the ballroom for
Oh, we
lunch
are?
at 11.
And the rest of the meeting?
We'll come back and hear out when the county folks leave.
So
Oh,
typically, we, in the retreat, we do go over subsequent years, fiscal year 23 through 27. For sake of time, we're not going to go over that today. Again, this is not something we're asking you all to approve, so we'll go over that again later. We'll focus on next year's. And that pretty much closes Parks and Rec. As far as operations, Greenways is a separate issue. Does anybody have any questions for Derek on just regular Parks and Rec?
Oh.
Okay. Moving on to his
Can I just
concept.
say thank you for y'all being supportive?
Nope.
It's odd, it's rare.
Well, thank you for
I appreciate
what
it.
you do, because you do a lot with a little. Unfortunately, I think we're a little different government or different council here into saying that we want you to think bigger
Yeah.
and dream bigger and bring those dreams back to us, because that you can make a huge impact on closing that donut hole.
Thank you.
Derek spent a lot of time preparing these, so I appreciate you doing all this. It's been a back and forth kind of thing, particularly on what we're getting ready to see in front of us now. So greenways, if you flip to the, it looks like this. It's like your second or third vertical or horizontal. And I'll just briefly go over this. You can kind of chime in as you need to. Is everybody on that page?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's requesting $569,000 for next year. Obviously, as you all know, we have, I don't remember the exact amount, but it was roughly $100,000 in reserve for park projects, give or take some plus or minus. We obviously don't have continual money to fund the Greenways project, so we're going to be heavily reliant on grants and that sort of thing. The first two, actually, I'm sorry, the first one, the Tullamore Phase 3, is actually something that we've got awarded in this year. This is actually a capital project, so it's not driven in your operating budget. We've got the $30,000 into the capital project, so he's trying to get that done this year. If it doesn't, it'll roll over into next year. $98,000. I'm going to ask you to speak to that because I don't think that is the. Is that the CRTPO? The S1A?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the updated numbers.
So S1A is the CRTPO grant that we received, which was approximately $700,000 or $800,000 that we would have to put in. So that project is $98,000. That's phase 1 that we would expect to spend in next year. When we go over the departmental presentations, he's going to go more into detail on that.
Sure.
And I believe you are.
Yeah.
If you tell me to, I mean, it's 2 pages back if you want an explanation on it, but.
Did Hunter put his justification in there on the dollar
I
amount?
put it in there.
Okay. So the $98,000 is driven from, turn 2 pages, you'll see S1A. It is
Looks like it cut off something.
phase 1. This is a 60-40 grant match, so phase 1 there, yeah, it is cut off. Engineering and environmental assessments. So it's just really planning documents is the $100,000 that we would have to put in next year. We wouldn't see any type of construction until fiscal year 24-25, which is where that $500,000 lays. This is an area that we need to discuss in greater detail because we don't have the funding for the CRTPO grant in our operating budgets. We've got to pull $700,000 out between now and the next 5 years. We just don't have it. So we'll go over some other options that we've entertained in our finance presentation, which is going out for debt financing for the park and just funding it that way, or again, fund balance appropriation or using some COVID.
So the 100,000 for next year, 98,000 for next year, that is going to be all like engineering, planning, right-of-way acquisition?
Correct. Not right of way. That's phase 2. Just planning, just engineering and environmental
That
assessments.
says right-of-way.
Yeah, right.
Where do you see that?
The additional project costs as noted below are for engineering, planning, and right-of-way acquisition. Right in the middle of the justification.
If you see, it looks like it cut off, but you see the second paragraph where it says phase 1 includes preliminary engineering. There's more detail down there.
Yeah, I broke down each phase. So phase 1's preliminary engineering and environmental. Essentially, that would be kind of the preliminary construction documents slash like kind of really identifying the areas either where we already have a right of way or already have an easement, already sidewalk, and or where it's being proposed where we get that. And then phase 2 would actually be securing that additional right of way needed. There's a few properties down Marvin Road that we don't have an easement on, as well as it cuts over to connect with Firethorn, I think, and then back over. Anyways, so that's phase 2, and then phase 3 is construction. I will also mention that this is the most, I guess, that we pay. Part of it too is with it being kind of drawn out with this grant is that if we have any type of development within the Heritage District and there's sidewalk put in front of those properties that fall within this, it's either that we can ask for that in a development agreement that they pay a fee in lieu, and we have that money directly to match that or for this, and or they go ahead and put it in, and then it cuts down the total cost here for us.
So we got, how much, we got 1.7 million, correct?
the total project is 1.7. We have to pay 40% of that.
And okay, so we only have to pony up 685,000
Yes.
only.
Only.
Okay, but why at some point did I think that we were told that we would pay for something and then we would get reimbursed for it?
So we have to pay for the entire phase from the beginning, like
We have to pay 1.7 million and they will reimburse us the 60%?
in phases. So total of phase 1 is 146,000. Hang on, no. Phase 1 total is 244. Next year we will pay $244,000.
So should
But we
not-
will turn around and get it reimbursed.
So should we not budget for 244,000?
No, because we'll get it back and it's just going to be a cash flow issue for us internally.
But
We'll
will
have
we
to
have
front the
enough
money.
cash for that?
Yes,
Okay.
and we're fine on that.
From my understanding, reimbursement should be within a month or two after we file
Okay,
the receipt.
okay.
Like, once the work's completed, we file the receipts and stuff with DOT.
Who is going to be coordinating this whole thing? CRTPO, DOT, you?
Yeah,
We're still
well,
waiting on the agreement from CRTPO. So
I've got some preliminary stuff on that, but I would be the local project lead and be the one that coordinated with CRTPO.
So you would be calling the engineers, you would be calling DOT to get them to come out and look at right-of-way acquisitions?
you don't know that until we get
Yeah.
the agreement. We don't know that
Okay.
answer yet because we haven't got the agreement from CRTPO.
Okay, all right.
So the $98,000 is what we would be asking for next year for that first phase. Subsequent years, we're going to be asking for more. Again, I can't find anywhere where I can squeeze that amount of money into the next couple of years, so we'll have to talk about funding in just a little bit on how we're going to get that accomplished.
The 524,000?
All of it,
Or
any of it,
98,000?
both.
D?
Yeah.
All of the above?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this, again.
Oh, so this is Derek's wish list here. We got no money for this except the 30,000, because we've already approved
Yes,
that.
yes.
Okay.
So this again is in the capital project ordinance. It
Can I
differs
please?
from your operating ordinance or for your operating budget. We don't have to approve it year to year to year. It just kind of, we chump it in there in one tranche and we can get it done. Any questions, comments on that? Okay. Moving on to S1B. Derek, you'll have to refresh me on this because I don't know what this one is.
That is the southernmost portion of the loop. Well, it's two segments. It's the northern part on Joe Card, so it's Wheatfield Drive. It comes around to Saddle, and then at the new roundabout, it would be part of the Heritage District around to the Preserve entrance. There's a little bit of overlap in that, and that this would.
$1.7 million for that little bit?
If you remember, this is driven off the master plan.
Okay.
And a lot of those costs were
Inflated, yes.
inflated based on however they came up with their per linear foot asphalt cost. There's no way it should cost that. Now, it's gonna cost a lot more than a natural surface, obviously. But some portions are gonna be hopefully covered in the grant, the CRTPO grant. You know, like Hunter discussed, the others, like developers might do it, so.
But there's,
Conceptually, if we were to follow the master plan and pay for everything ourselves, it could cost, this.
but there's no section that would be with CRTPO there, right?
Not the Wheatfield to Saddle Avenue.
And
It's
not,
two
and
portions.
not Newtown to Yellow
Yeah.
Jasmine, right? Because doesn't it stop once you hit,
Well, Newtown would be where Village Hall is now, so that part would be in NHD. Getting around from the new Village Hall to Yellow Jasmine might be a short segment.
It's just Robbie's property.
yeah, no, I know, but
I'll
But
give
that-
visuals in my presentation and we can talk about them.
Okay.
I would not harp on these numbers too much.
Okay.
So, again, this is something that we can push back in subsequent years if we just can't find the funding to do it. It's not a huge deal, but the reality of it is a lot of these documents are used for grant writing and those type of purposes. So if we have it in there as an item that we want to fund next year or the subsequent year, agencies are more likely to give us funding if it's closer up on the list. So we've got it there because that's the way that it's recommended in the master plan. Correct?
Product of the master plan.
And then moving on to the Brooms Mill, This is an area where we have, it's actually pretty far out on the list. I want to say it was 26, 27. We've had a request from an HOA in this area to maybe push this up a little bit, and they may potentially pony up some money. I don't know for sure. But we wanted to have a conversation with you guys to see if y'all were interested in that. So we've got it here on the list. It's not something that's set in stone. We've just got it here just for discussion item. Is this in your slides, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Conceptually.
Okay. So what we'll do then is we'll just kind of put a placeholder in here. We'll talk about this because we could easily just move this off the list.
We don't have any easements. I have no idea to the interest level of the HOA. Christina and I literally sat down and drew out what we thought would be a good pathway and pulled the linear footage and came up with the numbers. So it's very preliminary.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it more in your presentation. We'll get a feel for if y'all like it, don't like it, we'll push it off if you don't. But in a nutshell, that's where all the numbers are driven from. We obviously have to have some more conversations about these numbers in a little while, but that's where the master plan numbers drive us to in the CIP. Is there any overall questions about that?
Did just, real quick, did they say, did the HOA say anything about how much they'd be willing to?
They did not, no.
They just said they'd entertain the conversation.
Yes.
Nor have they talked to their residents about it yet, so, or, I'm sorry, their property owners, so.
Okay, moving on to the total kind of general government numbers.
Wait, are we going through the rest of these?
Yeah, they're all subsequent years.
Oh, well. Sorry.
And we'll go over this in more detail later. All right, moving on to the total numbers for general government. The only two things we have in there for general government is planning for farmers market and amphitheater, which is approximately $20,000. I don't know that I have found the funding for those two projects yet, so.
Can we not put that in the master plan?
What?
Like if Nick can do it in the master plan, pull it off and just put that into the 40?
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, that's a good idea. So that also included like engineered drawn plans and stuff like that too. So you can probably pull a little bit from there, but we'll pull that off actually and put it in the master plan. So we'll revise this. Are there any other things for general government that y'all want to see on there that next year that you just didn't? Okay, moving on to roads. There's a list back here of your roads, and I actually have another presentation on roads in particular. So we can just reserve this for kind of high level conversation here. What I've done for the financial planning purposes for roads is I've taken our engineered drawn surveys, if y'all remember this, and I'll pass this out later. But this goes over year by year by year what we plan on putting into preventative maintenance. You can either take it or leave it. It's in there. We can approve it or not. But if we do approve it as it's recommended, the numbers are in the budget years that reflect those actual numbers. Also, the roundabout match and/or overruns for construction.
We've discussed that plan, the Fox Hill plan. We've discussed that before, right?
And we'll discuss it again in a little bit. Yep. But that's where those numbers are driven, just so you're aware. Again, I'm not asking for any approval on this. This is just conceptual. This is where the CIP numbers are driven from, just so you're aware. We will update these, bring them back to you all for further discussion and approval. When we get into the roads discussion, if y'all want to change some things, then I'll further update these to reflect those said changes. Any questions on that? I actually think roads is next. Is it not? So next on the list is roads and PAL bill. We can go over the presentation and come back to it after lunch. Do y'all want to start it, or would y'all rather take a break and jump in with the county?
No, let's start it.
Okay. Can you advance the slide, please?
Where am I looking at this still?
No, you're done. We're done with this.
Like forever or until this afternoon?
Until we bring it back to you at another meeting.
Oh, okay. All right.
What slide?
Oh, actually, hang on. What's the agenda?
You want the
Cowbell Roads
roads,
funding.
you want the.
Yeah, go ahead and
roads
just pull up roads.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Second,
What time would you like to eat?
we think we have it, was, we say 11:30? County gets started at 11, we have,
11:30?
is that fine with everybody? That'd be fine, 11:30. Mhm.
Okay, got it.
Yes. I actually think I was going to do this in departmental presentations, but we'll go ahead and do it now. So, overview of the slides that you're getting ready to see. We'll have the resurfacing schedule. We'll have village road acquisitions, PAL bill projections, and the motor vehicle tag. So this is a quick high-level rundown of what's coming around the table right now. This is the fog seal plan, which is the preventative maintenance. This is a survey that the engineer conducted in 2019 that basically told told us what their recommendation would be to preserve the pavement on these roads that we've acquired. For 2023, there's approximately $110,000 to fog seal, which is basically what the picture that you see here. Basically putting a nice little spray paint kind of layer on it. I don't know what the actual material is, but it makes it pretty.
Doesn't matter.
Well, it's a sealant for asphalt. It helps replace what Mother Nature takes off the surface of it and keep it sealed in.
So it probably preserves the water from penetrating through the roads as well.
Right, and that's the biggest thing is water penetration is the biggest thing that destroys asphalt. So keeping the water out of it is key to preserving.
I don't remember exactly when, so the roads that are listed with that fiscal year are the roads that they're recommending. Weddington Chase, Marvin Creek, which is only like 3 or 4 cul-de-sacs.
How long is that good for when they put it down? A year, 2 years, couple years?
I don't care.
But what it does is it just extends the life of
No, I understand. I just,
significantly.
I was just looking for continuing maintenance, what it's gonna cost.
So
Well-
when you pull in, let me just ask a quick question. When you pull in off of Joe Carr and into Marvin Creek, and there's another road that you can immediately turn back to the right there, that pavement's all kind of mangled up.
That was DOT.
Does that do anything to that? So we're just gonna paint over that? We're gonna
No,
put
that's
lipstick
not
on
our
pig?
road. That's not our road.
Marvin Creek, we literally have like
Yeah.
one
I'm
cul-de-sac.
just using that as an example.
I think you have
When we
two.
do this, if there's pavement like that, we're just.
No, we would not, no.
And-
We would patch it first.
And,
Okay.
yeah, and none of the roads that we're gonna be doing are below a 91.
So those had all been resurfaced prior to our acquisition. Now we're just maintaining that surface so that it extends the life of that surface.
There's a number of houses make a difference in, because they've got houses there, does
Yeah,
it make a
yes.
difference?
So-
So, Amber Meadows and Tullamore both they're short one house.
So one of the things that this cancel, or previous cancels, some combination of some of the existing folks did to encompass that, because it did not before, but what they did was they added a density score, so that it went into effect. If you look at this column right here, it tells you the density. So when y'all are making decisions about roads, you can take that into consideration.
But it makes a difference if they're short a house, because I said Amber Meadows and Tullamore are short one house. Both of
I
them.
don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't
What do you mean
understand.
Oh, I
short
mean,
house?
It just said it has a number of houses, I just wonder how important it is.
Oh, I
Making a
see.
decision.
I see. Yeah, it'll change the density score for sure.
Well,
But-
both of them short a house.
Okay.
Meaning there should be an additional house in there?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think it's gonna make that huge of a difference to the density score, and y'all just can keep that in consideration when you're looking at it, because
what do
the way this is structured is, it's driven by the HOA, like the entire subdivision, so one house is probably not gonna make a huge impact on,
So you're asking, so you want us to tell you whether we want to do this fog seal in 22, 23?
I do, because if you look at, or pushing it back a year, if you look at just Canterfield Creek or Weddington Chase, for example, they're recommending it in 2023 and then again in 2027. So I don't know if y'all want to do that frequent.
I mean, we have neighborhood roads that still haven't had diddly squat done to them, and we're redoing roads, or that we've already done.
We're not redoing.
I
the-
know, but we're doing something to roads that we've already done something to.
Right, we're protecting our investment is what we're doing.
Well, I think we can push that off a year. I mean, I think we can find our $109,000 better use.
Yeah, well, a year, yeah, I can see that, because everything that's on here is either a 100% rating or 96.7, the lowest one is a 91.7.
Yeah.
I might be inclined to do that one, because it is a considerably lower score than the rest of them.
Which one?
In Marvin Creek,
Turkey
that, the turkey hunt report,
I'd rather
because
wait
it's a
till we get to
91%. But, yeah, I mean, I could see the rest of them waiting a year, but that one, maybe just do that one this year.
Is Belgrove our roads already?
No, and they haven't been turned over, they're not even finally done yet.
So why are they on this list?
Yeah, probably not.
Christina, why is Belgrove on this list if they're not ours?
Where?
Well, that's anticipated, they're anticipated, I mean, they're not, there's nothing scored or anything.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
don't see anything for any other neighborhoods that aren't.
Yeah, there's another slide that's gonna go over that, but, so when they did this, if they knew the roads were coming, they probably added it, or we may have,
Aren't all roads coming?
Jamie said he wanted to get some in the county.
I don't know, like, I don't know their logic between putting this in there or not, so.
Well, okay.
It needs to be updated, and I'll have a slide that shows you that, but,
I say we do the 2 miles of Greenway, because those definitely need to be done. And then we push everything else back, like, everything just needs to shift back a year.
So you don't wanna do turkey hunt?
No.
I mean, that's,
No, because I have a feeling once we actually, once we get the rest of Marvin Creek, whenever we get it, it's gonna be, like, at that point, like, we'll end up just redoing it, and so instead of spending the money on it, but that's just me, I'm one vote.
well, one thing to
Well-
keep in mind with Marvin Creek is we would literally only be doing like 2 or 3 cul-de-sacs, and the rest of the subdivision would look how it looks now.
Like that,
Yeah, I
that's
mean-
what it would look like.
well, yeah, I mean, I'm only looking at the one cul-de-sac just because of its rating, but if, you know, when are we anticipating taking over roads
Yeah.
in Marvin Creek? I mean, is this
For
something that's coming
years.
soon? Yeah, so,
Yeah.
so is it in our best interest to preserve what we have in there now? Or do we just let it go until we take over roads? I mean, because it could be too far out.
The other issue is moving machinery too,
Yeah.
and having just for one little area.
Well, it's just a truck spraying it, so it's not, I mean, he just drives there and sprays it and leaves. It's
I
not
understand, but that's,
They're gonna charge a mobilization fee, period.
yeah.
I say we do the greenways, that's,
Yeah,
that's
fair.
my vote, let's do the greenways this year, meaning 22, 23, and push everything.
And there's gonna be a little bit of repair, asphalt repair on the greenway as well, because we've got roots pushing up down there where it flooded. So there's gonna be a little bit of asphalt repair in there too. to get
That's
that-
the pitch of the ditch.
By the pitch of the ditch, yes. So there's gonna be a little bit of cost in there. And Derek, have you got numbers on that? The tree removal, and then the asphalt repair in that area?
I've got one quote, just to give
One
us
quote,
a
okay.
rough number.
Because that will have to happen when they do the seal. And then that'll have to be repaired.
Okay, that's my vote.
Okay.
Are we taking vote?
No, I think we can give a consensus.
Straw vote.
Yeah.
Straw vote.
I'm fine with that. I just wanted to talk about that cul-de-sac and see where.
Can we be can we get a little bit more specificity on pushing it back a year, 2 years? What do y'all,
Literally slide everything back
1 year?
1 year.
Okay.
So everything in 23 will be in 24, everything in 25 will be in 26, everything in
Okay.
27 will be in 28, and everything in 29 will be in 30.
Okay. Is everybody on board with that? Are y'all good to go with that?
Yeah. Unless something changes next year and we see something different, I'm fine with that at this point. I mean, that's a
Now-
long time down the road, so.
Yeah, now I do have a question, because we do have to spend Powellville money. Are we, do we have, we're fine.
We
got plenty of stuff to spend Powellville
We
money on.
spend plenty of stuff.
I'm wrapping up. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. And Councilmember Markleese, are you okay with that as well?
I'm fine.
Okay. What I'll do then is I'll move it to the
So
budget.
nice, she calls everybody else by their, like, official title, she's just like, hey, you over there.
I have a road question I can ask.
Okay.
You have a schedule that you, where you, that you know that it's gonna be 20 years that you're going to put a new surface on?
No, we do not. And that is, well, that's this. It's not
Yeah,
20
that's a
years.
start, but
Yes.
that's not a resurface.
Yes.
I mean, where you take up the top and you put another one back. Usually you have a 20, 25 years. And
Right,
depending on
you're
amount of
right.
traffic.
That's not something we have, and it is something we need to do another survey at some point in time. We have not done that yet because the roads that we currently have are nowhere near ready to have that process done, so. But it is
But
something,
we do have a schedule for all the other roads that do need to come into Marvin.
we do, yes, yes. So these numbers that you see here, they will probably slightly increase due to inflation, but those are the numbers that are there. I will say, when they developed this, they did put inflation costs in here, so on a normal basis, this would be what you would see, but with what's going on in the world, it's probably going to be inflated.
What is inflation back?
Well, yeah, because it's directly tied to oil.
So what's not addressed is the subdivisions that we've taken over since 2019, and the subdivisions that DOT will or have turned over to us since 2019. One of the other things that is not included in any of our maintenance schedules is the list of sidewalks. We have never done a sidewalk inventory because we always operated under the premise that the sidewalks were HOAs. And in any normal circumstance, they would be. However, if we took roads over from DOT and they don't have a maintenance agreement or an encroachment agreement that says the sidewalks are to be maintained by the HOA, they're ours. And the liability situation falls upon us. Firethorn, Weddington Chase, I believe Amber Meadows has a maintenance agreement, so I'm pretty sure they would pay for their own.
So it's total.
But those are examples where we need to start looking into getting an
So is that we
assessment.
need AMT to go out and start doing another inventory?
What about,
And we're gonna be more focused on safety rather than
Yes.
aesthetics.
At the next work session, we have a sidewalk repair policy that we've prepared for you all to look at, and it basically says safety driven, and that's pretty much it.
all right, yeah, what about Tom
I love a
Short?
good policy.
Time short, some of that is ours, unfortunately.
I know.
So, in any expected acceptance? Okay, good, advance the slide. Okay, if we can just put a placeholder here, it's a good place to stop. We can go into what roads we've acquired over the years. Actually, I mean, y'all can see that. It's pretty much, those are the numbers. 2 miles from 2020 or 2012 to 2017, 6 miles the past year, and then
Do we know when DOT is gonna start paving again? I feel like
I
I heard
don't.
29,
Yeah.
but I don't know if that's right.
I don't, unfortunately, I don't know. Those are the revenues that we've received. You see they've gradually gone up over the years.
Can we find out?
Yeah.
Ask whoever, Travis? Or,
Advance the slide.
what's our other guy's name? Blake? No.
Brent Knupp. Okay, this is,
Brett.
we're gonna spend a lot of time on this one, so we'll stop here if y'all don't mind. This is where we get into the projections, to your question about spending money. Are we okay? We'll come back to this. I know y'all can't see this, so I printed versions out for you to look at. This slide right here will answer some of the questions as to what we're projecting out over the years, and when y'all say, put PAL bill, spend it on PAL bill, it'll show you where we can spend it on PAL bill and not.
I say it too. It's okay, Jamie.
I'm going ARP.
Don't feel bad. Oh, yeah, I
So-
like that one too.
So we'll come back to this after lunch. The county's here if we want to recess and go into the,
I don't know if you need a motion for that. Walking up,
we're just,
head straight on in.
oh, okay, sorry.
You have assigned seats. You're in the middle. That's what you get for being mayor. You don't get a vote, but you get to be in the middle.
Hey, Bob.
I think we're gonna time you or call you.
Okay. Uber Eats over there.
Did you hear me and Joe and Ethan yell at you the other day when you were calling somebody over?
Where at?
So we are recessing into the dining room for our working lunch with the county commissioners.
You know that we're talking. If y'all don't mind, we'll start with me. I'm the town manager. We're just going to go around the table here.
I'm Jamie Bays, and I'm the finance officer.
I'm Austin Yao. I'm the clerk and the assistant to the manager.
Hunter Nestor, I'm the planner for Marlin.
Chaplain Spencer, I'm the village attorney.
Derek Durst, the public facilities manager.
Jill Carilli, executive assistant and planning assistant as well.
I'm Jason Kay. I'm the general counsel for Union County.
I'm Richard Long, and I'm the county attorney.
I'm Lynn West. I'm clerk to the board.
I'm Lee Jensen. I'm the planning director for the county.
Mark Watson, county manager.
Richard Hamilton, county commissioner. Dennis Wright, commissioner.
Jerry Simpson, the grand old man of the Board of County.
By one day.
It's Tony Russell, I think now that Frank's gone, I'm the other.
Mary Bell Angdon, executive assistant to county manager.
Wayne Boyer, director of strategy and innovation.
Michelle Langston, deputy county manager.
Wayne Jeffries, I'm the council president of Martin.
Andy Ormond, Martin Council.
Jamie Lyon, Martin Council.
Joe Polino, mayor.
Kim Vandenberg, council member.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So we can all be seated. Housekeeping, bathrooms are all the way to the right, towards the back. This is a working lunch, so we'll kind of jump right into things. The agenda's on your table in front of you, and I'll just turn it back over to the mayor.
Fine, and you, I'll never forget you. And that's Bill.
I've already requested it.
N-E-R-E-G-E. It is nice to see you. You have no idea.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I tell everybody how much help you
Oh, yeah. Give a minute for the county to call it to order.
Is David coming?
To order this joint meeting with the Marvin administration and the election officials. All in favor?
So, first up on the agenda, what we have for you all is things that have come across our table, probably yours as well, but obviously the introduction. First up, we have introduction of land use and zoning issues to include discussion of Marvin's interest and consideration of future joint collaboration. That will be Hunter. First, is that separate? Read that. Is that what you're going to be?
Yeah, we can. That's fine. This was a request from council for our last council meeting 2 weeks ago, or last week. The village just approved small cell wireless language to include in our zoning ordinance. It's a newer kind of technology. It's different than your large scale towers, which I know that you guys also just had an application for that recently. And I think this was kind of brought up as, I think I was talking to Bjorn about it. I don't think the county has any current language. It's still kind of a gray area, as our attorney can probably add on there, but this was something that we wanted to kind of discuss and see.
Yes, Bob, I'm putting you on speaker.
One of our council members.
Hey, I'm putting you on speaker. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Make sure you or him aren't muted.
Anyways, I guess looking at, with this specific, but as well moving forward and kind of this joint collaboration of looking at trying to sort of unify our ordinances but create some more consistency, especially with how a lot of our, with some of the donut hole slashing with the county bordering a lot of our jurisdiction. Is there anything you want to add on small cell?
Well, we are limited under the state law, which came from the federal law, and they had to do it because everybody wants their cell phone and their coverage, and we're using more and more of it, but nobody wants the towers. There are some provisions that we could put in there, and they said you can have some reasonable zoning provisions, and some of the issues also come around the co-location, how you can encourage that. And I do think that's important as we move forward in the county and in the municipal limits of trying to they're going to be around, they're going to come, and especially within the road right-of-way, they're going to be there, but I think we can try to be consistent and co-locate and just work together, both with enforcement and with communication to the public. And I know that y'all had a disputed one with the larger cell tower, and those are different set of rules, but also hard to govern. But they're going to be here. They're coming, and we didn't know if y'all had any more ideas. We got a fairly simple ordinance. We wanted to get something in place, but we modeled it a lot after we incorporated a lot of the state statutes, just to make sure we had some discretion on some of the ways that you can make it blend in with the make it harmonious to the extent you can. They call them small wireless facilities, but they don't look as big once you get them up in the air, but they're about the size of a refrigerator. So they're pretty big, so we did want to put some provisions to make them more stealth-like, but they're going to be there, and they can use existing poles. Is one of the things that we wanted to do, because we don't want more and more utility poles. So if you put it up at the top, they can go up to, I think, 10 feet higher. Is one of the things that we're going to try to encourage. Use existing infrastructure so we don't have more development and more poles for people to look at.
And I'll add, I think one thing, and I don't, from a county level, is that a lot of these do go within the right of way, like the utility. You guys don't have any roads. It's all state. So for the most part, I think when I talked to Bjorn about this, you guys don't have any type of permitting way. I mean, once again, if they get approval from NCDOT to go up in the right of way, I think they've just that's how it's been. We, with the village having and maintaining roads, that's one way we have them get in front of us. We also did require, if they do put it up within NCDOT right of way, that they must at least consult with the village to make sure it's compliant and so on. But for the most part, yeah, it's my understanding is that if some of these telecommunication companies have those encroachment agreements with NCDOT, they're just going up. And that's what we're trying to, in a way, just either be in the know / do what we can to just not monitor it, but control it as best we can. And this was brought about where we had two, not really a formal request, but we had a filler from Verizon, and they were proposing two small cell wireless facilities within the Tullamore subdivision, like smack dab in the middle. And not really sure how they got to those 2 points, but it's like we didn't really have the language on the books really to regulate. Luckily, they never submit. They were just kind of trying to gather information on our process and so on.
I have a question. When I read this agenda item, why don't you put it in the village's footprint and then it's y'all's control? You put the small cell phone towers.
Y'all are referring to, we have one in place, but we're referring to outside of Marvin limits that abuts Marvin, ETJ, for example.
Yeah.
We don't have any ETJ, but we'd like to see some regulation of that within Union County. It's not in Marvin, unincorporated.
But if the problem is cell phone towers in this village of Marvin, why not put more of what y'all already have in your jurisdiction? That way you control it.
But there's only so much that we are allowed to do from our standpoint because of things that are already on the books working with the cell phone tower companies or the cell phone providers and state regulation. So there's only so much we can do. We can't tell cell phone towers not to come in because they're just going to say no with the state regulation, and that's what they're going to have to. So all we're saying is we've taken all the steps that we can take to provide the guidance for Marvin. We're looking now back toward to Union County saying, help us with what we can control and what we can't do. We put those pieces in place. We're just looking back.
There's a lot of area around Marvin that's not Marvin. It's Union County incorporated, and it affects us dramatically because of the way our plan is incorporated. So Union County influences Marvin a lot of our way. We got a lot of them, we have pin strips that connect this is why we're asking for some help from the county, is to help enforce these, to come up with some kind of guidance for the cell towers, because it's not only just going to affect Marvin, it's going to affect everybody in the county equally, because these 5G towers are the new wave of technology. They're coming. And we're trying to get ahead of it. We've created this ordinance to get ahead of this sort of rush that's going to come in, and we're just kind of bringing this to your attention that it's coming. Y'all need to be prepared for it, because you're going to have all these companies coming in and want to place them all over. And without having some kind of regulation, they're just going to do whatever they want to do, because the state and federal laws give them wide berth, basically. They're behind them.
Well, I can only speak for myself, and I will give the other commissioners but I think from a legal standpoint, we can't talk details until a proposed site comes through.
However, you can, like what we've done, and you may have already done, I don't know, but what we've done, we've gotten ahead of it to provide guidance around it, so when they do come to us, we know, here's what we're working with, here are our guidelines. What we're asking is that if you haven't already done so, to help us around Marvin, to try to put those, because if you wait for, then you're in a reactive mode. So if you're proactive, you've got something to push back on you on. But what's going to happen is when they come to you, by the time you get to the point where you got together and you start talking about it, they're going, dude, that thing's already done.
Richard and Jason, or Lee, do we have anything in place yet along the lines?
Yeah, so small cell towers or DAS towers, distributed antenna system towers, are, as has been discussed, they're the new technology for 5G. They're generally not quite as big as a refrigerator. You probably drive by them on the tops of light poles and utility poles. They can be that big around and that tall, and you just don't see them on the tops of things. They do have some greater ability in state statute, but right now it's contemplated almost exclusively as things that are placed into the rights-of-way. And rights-of-way, of course, are controlled by cities and the state. The county has nothing to do whatsoever with rights-of-way. So even the state statute that used to be a part of 160A, which is the section that governs cities, was moved over to 160D recently, but it still speaks almost exclusively to the power of cities to regulate DAS towers, which is not probably a correct term. It's more like DAS units on top of poles. I went through a case a number of years ago at actually another club court facility down in Charlotte, Piper Glen, where the neighborhood got real upset about these DAS towers being placed in their neighborhood. And the 96 Telecom Act, unfortunately, doesn't afford a lot of flexibility. The telecoms captured the ability to place these things in the rights of way back in 1996, and Congress gave them that ability. It's broad, sweeping authority, and there's not much wiggle room at all. We're happy to look at whatever it is that we might be able to do as a county on pieces of land, but we can't influence rights of way, which is almost, again, exclusively where these things are going.
Why don't we park that and have your attorney and your planner contact Jason and Lee and cooperate, and then they can let us know where we're fishing, where we could do something. Anybody else have anything to say?
One thing that, from being on the opposite end of the county, and as county commissioners, a lot of the things that we have to look at not only affect this area, where there are a lot of municipalities that can have a better say, local government's best government. But like, we're dealing with people up on the Hanson County line who may not have, any service at all, internet or otherwise. So some of these things that might be detrimental here, when you have plenty, and you have those services, where you have high-speed internet, things like that, we're looking at it on our side of the county, and how the kids want to do the homework. Are they able to access the internet at a speed sufficient enough to do their work? So sometimes you might look at the county and say, well, wow, that's a dumb thing, it doesn't work here. But that's why you have this spot. I think that's what Dennis's point was, is that there are places in this county that would love to have that type of service. Lansford Road, I can't talk to anybody on my cell phone from one end of Lansford Road to Marshall. And it's just a hassle, something that we have to deal with. But again, when we look at something, we have to look at it in a countywide, issue as countywide. If we make an ordinance, it's a county ordinance that affects, affects New Salem just like it does around the areas of Warren.
Well, I don't think we don't want you guys, like, they're coming. There's nothing anybody can do about it. I mean, if they want to put them up, they're going to put them up regardless of what we say. And our point is to not have them, because there's areas in Marvin that I'll drive through. Totally. What we're trying to do is have them like co-located on an existing utility pole, so they're not throwing up extra poles. And then making sure that, I mean, that's one option, and that's one that they say that they try to do is to actually co-locate on an existing pole, tower, utility, whatever. But what we're trying to do is so that we're not having all this extra stuff that may not be needed. So it's just more about being thoughtful, like where they're being put, and so that you guys know that they're going to come up. And they're not just like, oh, there we go, we're going to put one there, and it's in Union County, and they don't know about it. And I mean, residents are like, well, wait, what is that? Why do we not say that?
How does it negatively affect you going down Newtown, getting outside your city limits, and they put one up on a pole in Marvin? How does that negatively affect you?
It doesn't. We're more concerned when they want to come into the neighborhoods. And that's what they're talking about, is coming into the neighborhoods and doing that. And, we've got lots of neighborhoods in this area that aren't in Marvin that will just come to us because they're not going to, they put them up.
Technically, because it opened up with the donut holes, those spots open up that are technically in the city.
I'll live in the
Yeah. Which was another discussion we had earlier on, how would they entertain your help and trying to figure out the answer to that as well. But not all of it's modern, and some of it is, and we're just concerned about aesthetics, property values, how things look, thoughtfulness, to Ken's point of where these are strategically placed, and actually having much say on it. It's frustrating because we learned a lot, and our hands are tied, but we also want to be thoughtful of keeping what we have.
These towers are limited in their range, so they have to have a lot of them to do the same as the mega towers that nobody else is looking. They have to put a lot of them. I mean, even in a small neighborhood like Amber Meadows, they wanted to put two to be able to make that work in that area. So this is just, there's going to be so many of them placed, and that's what we're really concerned with is like these neighborhoods that are on the border, like Provincetown South, and they're larger neighborhoods, and they're going to get inundated with multiple towers. And so we just want to, if it can be co-located, if they can be in areas where they're not driving through people's property to maintain these things, just being responsible about how they're, just kind of guiding. I think it would be a benefit to everybody in the county to have some kind of guidance as to how these guys just go in and just leave things. Nobody wants service trucks in their backyard tearing up their property to get to things. So that's all we're talking about. We're not talking about limiting. We want, everybody wants service. It's just about how they go about it.
I guess the attorney would have to answer this. I came out of a very restricted neighborhood and you couldn't have any utilities above ground. Service deep. I don't know how they can override that.
Generally, they can. No, HOAs don't have any control over public rights of way. If you have private streets, then they have to deal with you just like a private landowner, and you can choose to make that deal or not make that deal. But if it's in a public right of way, by federal and state law, they simply have the right to place these facilities in the rights of way to distribute the small cell technology.
The only thing they helped on that, I think they stated if the utilities are all underground and it's one of the regulated, the pole has to be 10 feet shorter. But they still said you can go in there.
Yeah. But even when the 10 feet shorter, they can put up a 30 foot. That's what they would propose. And on
big tower, like 60, 160 feet and stuff, they still told us that because of the rain, they had to put one about every 1.5 miles. So if you've got 10 miles, you figure out how many you got to have down there, and if you're out of the country, you still got to have them for the rain is limited. So it's not one you talk about. When you start coming in, you can look at the line. So they're bringing something all the way back. And the other thing I think is brought up at one point, say we have 6 different cell companies, and they all want their piece of the pie, and it's like, where does it gets out of hand at some point, and because we had no control, they have every right as the next ABC company to put their best of the best, and it becomes a competitive. Before you know it, you have this, the environment around you, you're looking at holes everywhere because they had a right to be, things. So I don't know the answer, I just don't know that it doesn't seem right when we're trying to keep what we have. We always think Marvin, everybody's special, but we think Marvin's special. We like to keep it that way. And we're doing everything we can on our end to kind of make this, and I guess keep it that way, if you would. But where does it end?
So we had just kind of placed the other regulatory land use issues on the agenda as a placeholder. Is there anything else that you wanted to discuss? Anyone in general at all?
Is there anything?
Yeah, I mean, this is really not related to small cell wireless at all, but, and Hunter's aware of this, we're implementing our 2050 comp plan, and one of the strategies that was identified in that was broadband. And what do we do? How do we get more broadband? To Commissioner Rushing's point, how do we reach residents that don't have it? And of course, small cell wireless is one of the ways you could do that. Starlink's another way. So we've got those committees meeting, trying to flesh out these issues and trying to figure out how we can get broadband to different areas of the county. And one of the things that we're struggling with, and we've reached out to some of the folks in the industry is, and I think it gets to your point, is where are some of the existing facilities in the county? We've actually gone, and I think, Hunter, I think you've seen the map that we put together where we mapped all the cell towers. But again, those are the big ones. We're not, we haven't mapped the small scale wireless because again, they don't necessarily have to get any permits. So we're trying to do that, and that may be of some help when we're able to get a map produced that has those small cell facilities on it, because then you can see, when somebody wants to locate in Marvin or the county or Weddington or wherever, the county can have that resource to be able to show you these are the ones we know about.
And to kind of add on that, and especially with the way our ordinance is drafted, is promoting that co-location, meaning a different utility pole. You'll see them once again if you're going down Ray Road, if they're on the street light, an actual sidewalk light, whatever, or it's on separate pole and facility. The other thing too is with Marvin, we have Union Powers running down our main thoroughfares, as in Newtown and Marvin School Road, and I guess even down Waxhaw Marvin. But those are facilities where they can put this little node on top of that and not have to create a new pole. That pole's already there, and it's nothing then that's what we're trying to promote. Because at the end of the day, I think that as we've all stated, it's either if it's cell service or the speeds is definitely a issue in multiple parts of the county, and we want to definitely try to give that to everybody that we can. But it's just how do we control it and do it in a smart way. But definitely with your map, as we now have this ordinance, that kind of helps me know where potentially they might go in Marvin and can be added right away. But that's all I got.
Anybody else have anything they want to discuss in terms of land use regulation? Okay, then we're going to move on to 2, which is discuss county and state infrastructure needs and funding. We had a council member that just had an idea and wanted to discuss it with you all. Unfortunately, our state representative is not here. He's coming later, so we can kind of brief him on this when he gets here. But I'll turn it over to you, Councilmember Wortman, if you want to discuss your idea.
So, I think everybody here is fully aware of infrastructure needs throughout the county. But not only water and sewer, but transportation seems to be one of the most talked about, one of the hardest ones to solve. I had a conversation years ago with a former commissioner that relayed to me that he believed that at some point, years back, that the state took over maintenance of the roads because the counties at that time were very rural, didn't have money to maintain their roads. Hence CDOT owning it. I know that a lot of other states break their highway departments down into counties and municipalities for maintenance. And I think that with the growth of North Carolina as a state, a lot more people, a lot bigger tax base, a lot more needs for transportation throughout the entire state. My proposal is that we look at possibly taking back by county certain roads. Obviously, state highways and interstates would be maintained by the state, but county roads, getting monies allocated back from NCDOT back to the counties, and letting the counties, appropriate the funds where we can control it better on a more local level. I think that the counties throughout the state have a lot better idea of how the funds should be appropriated than the state agencies. It seems to me, and it's just from my standpoint, it seems to me there probably seems to be a little bit more attention to their roads than those of us on this side of the state in general. And I feel like that having more local control, right, is better for our public as a general. And that's statewide, not just here, but statewide. So I don't know what the county feels like about this. I know it's one more thing, but it is a little bit better control on a more local level.
Andy, I don't know of any county in the state where the county controls.
Right, no, there isn't, but that's what I'm asking, statewide. Other states. Other states' county highway
Now,
departments.
used to, the county got to sort of help the DOT decide which dirt roads got away. That's about all.
I mean, all I want to do is open up the dialogue and see what you guys think. If it's something that could be controlled much more on a county level, I think we could get better results. Because on a county level, we don't know what needs to be fixed and what doesn't, right? From a municipal level, we know what needs to be fixed and what doesn't. And I think we can better appropriate funds to our needs if it's handled on a more local level than at the state level.
Do you want me to be honest with you? I have no doubt. Real quick.
Go ahead and start eating, everyone.
Yeah, please eat.
I think most of us are starving and stuff.
Never served before.
That's
what CRTV is. Like, that's how we probably work.
A child is not like a child that you never will understand, right?
And I'm not saying that we want to depend on Powellville, but what I'm saying is NCDOT gets their funding from it. And if
He's on his way.
every county would get appropriation that budget that they take in, and then we get to apply it individually as.
Experience is probably for a long time. They're not going to give us our share. And I said on this car for 7 years. And that's control we're not going to get. Now, one thing we can do is county turn total blue. We'll get the system. But it's controlled by the city administration. I mean, we're right. Places start to make it better. Is to, and they're having conversations about changing how car code is structured. Charlotte raised the record, they got 47% of vote, that's it. And then they've got camps and DOT, it takes them 50%, you know.
Well, I mean, what I'm asking is, I mean, I understand what you're looking at, and I'm looking at the same thing, right? You're self-elect. So what I'm asking is, if somebody was to wave a wand or change states, lines that were left, would the county like to have that control of the funds to be able to take care of roads in the county, make sure roads in the county?
I don't disagree if we control it, but I got a better chance of winning the lottery than that coming down from state and federal.
Who's y'all's car over? Were you on there Tuesday or not? This week. I was on there today and I'm like, you know, they are welcome to that because they remember past 10 years ago. They approved $3.8 million to go to Norfolk Southern to replace diesel engines on the Charlotte. And I didn't want it. We didn't want it. I said, why are we giving a for-profit publicly traded company $3.8 million? Why not just tell them you're violating the Air Standards Act and fix it? And they said, well, thank you for what we did. So I said, I'm going to bring this.
I knew it was going to happen. I just thought it was going to be me serving. Sorry.
That could have been worse.
Yeah, I'm just getting the site set. Are any computers damaged? I'll get more napkins, maybe. I'm sorry. Only more. I grabbed some off the table. Thank you. Only more.
They have a street crew, they have potholes, they have repairs and things like that. If y'all don't have the same type of equipment, here's where you guys look to be is, wouldn't really make no sense, because the scale of it's like they can buy asphalt truck, they can buy those kind of things, so they have to get there. But one thing we're getting back into the county is that we've already bought this, we've already bought the equipment, we've already bought the with our gas tax and all the money that we're giving the DOT, you know, we're just going to have to make sure the DOT does their job. You know, to buy that stuff again, would be cost for it. First of all, you're going to be buying equipment instead of buying that.
How much does DOT actually have to look? How much is actually part of our contracts? Well, I'm sure road projects by getting
the vehicles. But I think the street maintenance, in a town, like a town that doesn't have that kind of
yeah, well, like every road, unless it's owned by a municipality, is owned by you. So every road is, so once we actually take over the road, it has to get standardly, then we receive valuable funds to maintain it down the road, and it becomes our asset. We have to be responsible for maintenance. Other than that, everything is DOT, everything.
And our getting into Powellville way many years back was really predicated on going to DOT, and raising our hand and saying, fix our roads. I said, we can't even get the secondary roads, let alone neighborhood roads. So that was the push for, you know, they would accept funds and stuff. But we always knew, I don't think we ever thought we would have dump trucks and things like that. We were always, that was always the thought is we're going to slowly take these over, but we have more control, and we can do it quicker, which we will. But we just would set aside so much fun every year, and it's just, it is what it is. Right now we're at 16 miles.
We have 16 miles in all of our
30 that we've
contract.
taken over. And we're doing it without a road czar, if you want, whatever, anyone over that, but we're kind of farming it out. Usually it ties in with what DOT is currently doing in the area. We'll say, okay, if you're going to be doing that, we have this target here, so they're not moving a lot of equipment around. Logistically, that makes sense. And we, kind of goes out to bid, does it not?
in a sense?
We have yeah.
Yeah, we have, and we are driven a lot also by our, so it's not affected politically, we're driven by our engineers that we hire. They basically tell us, here's your rating on your current roads. Here's the next one that's in line to probably be taken over. And they don't just take over the bad roads, they take over the good roads as well. It's kind of on a balance. And, you know, the agreement with DOT is
right.
before we take them over, we want them up to at least your own standards before we take them over.
Thank you.
That's our goal, but I don't think there was ever intended with this council or former councils that we would have a road crew to do any of this.
Where y'all at on your funding? Did y'all spend all you did each year, or you accumulate?
We have, what, 5 years to spend Powell when we receive it?
You're asking what our balance is? Like, yes, we have 5 years to spend it, 10 allocations. There's 2 allocations a year, but we spend 100% of it on pavement preservations. I think we have maybe 9,000 that we're sitting on right now, so we spend 100%.
You all in Marvin have a great resource that you might not know about. Former county commissioner, former state house member Clayton Hoffman is right there. He was probably around when the first roads were built in town. Wealth of experience there, so I laid down some legs. I'm without portfolio over here to listen.
I just wanted to get a little bit of feedback from y'all, and this could take many years to get even entertained at the state level. But it's an idea that I have to try to help counties throughout the state, not just do any at all. I think that being a little more fair and trying to get towards
I just asked for if anybody wanted, I think they were bringing tea. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Closer to local people where, I mean, let's face it, this is what we're here for, right? Is to represent our area. And we're going to work hardest for our people, closer to home we are. So, is this something that I would be willing to do the work to get behind? And the more support that we can get moving forward, and the more support in the federal, in the state level, county levels, throughout the state, the better chance we have. But, you know, it's a starting point. And I'm just asking to see if you guys would entertain getting behind it.
Well, if y'all can't reach y'all's needs somehow, I will just take it on board.
Well, I don't need to use our money, I need DOT's, their revenue stream divided amongst the counties. And you know, obviously they can put a certain amount of it to maintain federal and state highways, but
You just leave it over.
funding source and divide it out to the counties.
It doesn't work that way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And all these different programs that they have wouldn't be in there. It would be block funding, divide it out, depending on the counties, their population and such, and then let the counties decide. Let the counties deal with it on a smaller level, and then you can control what needs to be done at your county level. I mean, obviously, if the municipality owns the streets, they say this road, they don't own those streets, they're going to take care of the streets and don't have to worry about it. But anything outside of that, I wouldn't run later. All right, stay away from there. But at a municipal level, that's their deal. That's the responsibility. Right. It's like us. It's our responsibility to make sure our streets are maintained with our budget. And if we mismanage that budget, that's on us, and we have to answer that. But trying to get, a little more local control, I think, is a better thing.
You just made a good point about some of the specifics. One thing about an election body, that, especially a road fund, all of a sudden now you've got an area like here, heavily populated versus an area in the eastern part of town. It's not heavily populated, so we don't have sewer, we don't have water, there's other infrastructure. So who gets the potholes fixed first? The heavily populated area, the vote for, the numbers, or the more rural areas for parents? And see, in DOT, it's kind of the opposite. The eastern part of the state, they get huge amounts of funding for roads. You drive I get from my house to the beach in 3 hours, hopefully I get from my house to South Charlotte around. So, as you go east, you just get more funding for whatever reason. And those are the kind of things anything, all the towns in Union County and Union County, we can sell poison. Certain points they're making carpo, making sure that attention's called to it, and making sure that the governor's fair with the money, making sure the governor's fair with appointments, and just oversight and then make them do the job that they're supposed to be doing. And it's hard, but it probably wouldn't change very much. What you're saying is a good idea in theory, but I think that there are a lot of things maybe not changing, especially to the heavily populated neighborhoods get service.
Can you tell her who he is?
Well, and I guess that's where I'm going with this, is that as we boil it down to more local, then that would be controlled by.
He's sitting here.
How all roads.
His food's at his seat down there.
So we'd have to have, rural highway
Thanks,
department,
love.
they would have to assess all roads equally and how they did how money is divided throughout the county. I mean, I grew up in upstate New York, okay? It's been a long time since I've been there. But we have a county highway department and two county roads. We have a municipal highway department. We took care of our town. And we have a state highway department who did state highways. And they all work in conjunction with each other to make sure that all of the roads are maintained. And of course, in New York, we have winter maintenance as well, so they all work together to maintain that infrastructure. I'm not saying that the roads are a better cost, I can say that, but that's just basically whether or repair it. I mean, I just, it's a point of discussion. It doesn't, I'm not saying this is the answer, but I'm trying to find some way to help alleviate our transportation issues. Obviously, that is a huge issue with us. We're driving thousands and thousands of cars on market roads. It's not working for us. They're very few and far between. They're not large enough. They're not adequate for the traffic that's on. And somehow or another, we're going to have to figure out a way to fix it.
So I'll just kind of summarize. Thank you for sharing your idea and you all listening and considering. This is obviously something that's not something we can decide at a municipal or county level. It's definitely a local bill or a statewide legislative change, and it's something we can discuss with Representative Willis and see, what his thoughts are when he gets here a little later this afternoon. So we'll kind of put a placeholder in that if you don't mind and move on to the next topic unless y'all want to further discuss that item. Is everybody good to move on? Okay, so the next item is the discussion of roundabout funding and law enforcement in-kind services. As you all know, over the last couple of years, we've requested some funding from you all for the roundabout at Newtown and Marvin Road. This is a heavily traveled intersection. We get approximately 15,000 cars per day. We know there's 2,500 households in Marvin, 7,000 population. Majority of those cars that travel through are not Marvin residents. So, there's a lot of traffic that comes through that services Union County. This is not just a Marvin problem. It is a geographical Union County issue as well as commuters are coming through. Unfortunately, we're taking the brunt of the financial impact. We've kind of stepped up and showed that we are committed to assuring traffic mitigation and reducing congestion the best that we know how. We've entered a contract with DOT, which initially started in 2018, where we ponied up approximately $200,000 for the construction of this roundabout, and we also went on the limb and said, hey, we'll pay 50% of construction overruns at the time. Subsequently, that contract, that agreement has been amended at least 4 or 5 times. The project cost has gone up over $1 million in the course of 4 years. So we're putting our hat on the line for paying that cost overrun as it continues to go up and up and up over the years. In addition to that, we are ponying up $50,000 plus per year to pay for law enforcement officers with the county to be there to help this traffic flow, so Union County residents can go home and come as they please. We've asked the county several times to help us with funding for the construction, engineering, any of that they were able to contribute to the project, or even in-kind services for law enforcement. You know, we'll take anything at this point in time. It's a project that we really need to get accomplished, but we're running out of money, as we just said with Powellville. We have a 6 cent tax rate. We don't have a lot of funding, and I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor, if you have any other commentary. But that's basically what we're doing, is asking for assistance.
Well, that kind of led into discussion of we can always raise taxes and that sort of thing, and some may be for, some may be against, but would lead into, some of these taxation without representation, essentially, the donut holes that are benefiting from all this. So we're continuing to provide this, and it's not just what Christina mentioned, but also, more importantly, I would argue, the safety aspect of it. And what happens with that is you go to the state or for funding, and they want to look right away as well, what's your incident report? And I would argue that the incident report is down because we have officers at the key high traffic points directing traffic at those times. So that has reduced any serious accidents and from that perspective, which I guess lowers your status on, you start seeing body bags that elevate your status to getting something done sooner than later. And for years we've had, it's a volunteer program. It's not, and to Christina's point, 16,000 cars, whatever it is, can't possibly be from Marvin since we only have 2,000 some odd household. But it's so everybody can get to their homes and get to work safely and quickly. And so there's just no participation from anybody else, and we're taking this on because we happen to be a part of this. I've watched it for years. I have drivers get into the, work into driving. I have them go different directions because I'm so worried about the last corner that is affected. And I think at one point we were discussing doing a bond in the village of Marvin where we would pay for that to get done at today's dollar and take an IOU from the DOT. And I don't know if that ever went anywhere or if we thought we were crazy for thinking of it. But if you look at oil prices, which is really what's going to drive this, and every year it's gone up, you delay, pick your choice of reasons why this isn't getting done, whether it's a hurricane, whether it's COVID, whatever delay they want. That is a critical intersection that needs to be addressed, and we continue to fund it without any help from whether it's Waxhaw, Weddington, Mineral Springs, anyone that's using that to get home, or the unincorporated areas that don't have roads and stuff. So
does it have a stoplight? I understand. I did a little research. Stoplight's 150,000.
Well, DOT won't put it in a stoplight either. Because the backup will be miles long.
They've already looked at that. In fact, I've actually had DOT.
Not maybe you can back up some mile an hour.
Well, not with the officers there.
This is a situation where everyone, and we just had a conversation there, we have a lot of amenities that Marvin residents are paying for. So as a representative of Marvin, I have to go back and tell them, because they're saying, I never use that intersection, I live here in Farmington. Well, why am I paying for the sheriff down there? So I look back at Union County and I go, we're sitting there, I can't tell them, honestly, you're paying for something that's benefiting a lot of Union County, unincorporated, Waxhaw, Weddington, but not Marvin. So, and I can't, they're not gonna give us a stoplight, they're not gonna give us anything because they're saying there's no incidents. Well, there's no incidents because we've been paying for the protection of not having this. So all we're doing is going back to Union County and saying, what can you help us with? Whether it's some funding, some assistance with the sheriff's department, or B, going to, we've gone there, this is on Roomba, they've addressed it with them, Waxaw as well. Everyone, and listen, the first day, if I don't have to pay for something, but I get to take advantage of it, sure, why not?
Well, it's the same thing. When you cross the county line, should we be helping Mecklenburg County with a similar situation? Or west of the chapel? These schools pay for law enforcement officers to manage traffic. Get your people driving through just like everybody else. Where does it stop?
And I don't think a lot of people, until you get elected, realize all the county has to pay for it. If you talk to a Forest Hills athlete's parents that comes to a game at Marvin Bridge where Forest Hills County is, they realize, they say, I've been paying, I want a new school, I've been paying for that high school on my property tax for years. And that's a hard thing to explain away. In fact, we're looking at, we've got a bond request coming up for East Elementary, which is a inner city elementary in Forest Hills. $129, $130 million for sale. I mean, it's like I think somebody said earlier, we've got so many needs. Where do you start?
I've been through there several times. I feel your pain. We're talking about, I'm not here for the owner. Not that we would do anything, but if we could do anything, what we could be.
Well, we have our critical intersection list, and this location is on that map, and it was due to the work of Marvin several years ago of going out and consulting with a design group to come up with a design for that location as well as a cost estimate. We were successful in getting grant funds 2 or 3 times at this location. Because it's on that list, it is eligible for grant assistance for coordination with the county, for the county commissioners to approve through our grant program. That money's all been allocated. We were given $500,000 by the commissioners. We've allocated all $500,000. The last 75 was approved by CARTCO 2 days ago for the intersection of Forest Lawn and Potter in the town of Weddington. That was a cooperation with them. So the precedent exists. We've cooperated with Monroe, with Weddington, with Waxhaw on locations. Program's currently zeroed out. There's no money, so commissioners are going to have to reallocate funds if they want that program to exist. But I haven't received an application for funding for that to take through the commissioners.
Well, rather than just an outright monetary thing, is there anything you can help us with the sheriff's department? We're on the last 12 months of this wait, or so. I mean, what they're telling us, let's put it there. So we've got about a year before this is complete. Next June is what they're saying traffic should be able to run this new traffic circle. Is there any way that you can help us with our deputies controlling traffic until this is done? I mean, this is just we've been paying $40,000 a year for the past 5 years to try to keep them down to this intersection. And we're down to the last little bit, and then this will be fixed on our dime.
So it is going to be fixed, and it's going to be fixed in a year.
I mean, it was supposed to be fixed 2 years ago, so I'm not holding my breath that it's actually going to be done.
You look at Monroe Road, it's supposed to be fixed almost 7 years ago.
Yeah.
You can't trust what they say.
What's the cost again? The total cost?
$2 million to change.
$2 million, and so y'all use power on it?
We can, but like I said earlier, 100% of our power bill goes to pavement preservation. So
I can't speak for the other countries, but I can definitely see, if you needed some help with that. Also, we're paying that deputy anyways, we're doing offset some costs, so I can see supporting that, because you're right, not all of yours is traffic, it's other traffic too. What I was kind of irritated by and I don't ever see this sign where I live, is I actually drove around and went to South Carolina and came back on that road trying to see. There's a sign saying over that turn.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a system option during the time, because what they can do is they streamline traffic through, they can use the roundabout to go back and go that way. But what happens is, if these guys are out there with this traffic is really crazy. They're trying to get people to turn, that creates a delay with those every fourth car or whatever wants to turn. So it streamlines the traffic flow through that intersection, helps that be safe and makes it more efficient.
Jordan, when we have, do we replenish that fund at any time like we do with the self-help water money?
Considering we only allocated the last money 2 days ago, hopefully that'll come before you guys in the near future, but we'll have to work with the night before.
Before the year and a half stuff, right?
I hope so.
So,
What's the
You
name of this
guys.
fund?
We did a budget, annual budget.
The commissioners 5 years ago allocated 100,000 a year for 5 years, so it's flexible within that, but that was the allocation.
But what I heard Bjorn said, he had never received a request from y'all for any.
This is the first time. What is the name of this fund?
Critical intersection program.
Oh, okay. That goes through the CRTPO.
No, that's through the
okay.
county.
so like our self-help program for water, that's a common complaint we get from citizens. They apply for assistance to put water into their homes. And so we put in money in that program so that they can do that. But a lot of people call us, I don't have water. Have you ever applied? And they said, well, no, where do I apply? So that we, as a board, I think we've been very supportive of that program helping. And this sounds like kind of what you guys are talking about. So maybe get in that application and well, it's a quality of life issue. It's definitely a quality of life issue, for not only you, but for citizens in Union County, like you said, other towns. So, there's a lot of roads like Highway 200. We have several roundabouts on Highway 200, and I'm sure it's not the volume of traffic, but it's the safety concerns. Like you're saying, you're being proactive in addressing the safety concerns of the deputy. So you're hurting yourself.
Two deputies, they make us have two.
And they're off duty.
And they're off duty, and when Joe said it's voluntary, they get paid,
Yeah.
but it's voluntary if they sign up or not. So we're at the mercy, so if they don't show up, I live on Marvin Road, and it will back up to the fire company. And I just sit in my backyard.
On a rainy
and
day, you're unlikely to get people to sign up for that time. It is what it is.
Who's on your transportation authority board on the county?
You mean CRTPO would be?
No, the ones where we have a county meeting for. Well, they're
That'd be a RPO rep, that'd be mayor, you know.
That'd be CRTPO, I would think.
We set that up, I set that up trying to get us all talking because probably we were going to CARPO meetings and voting against each other in the county. It was ludicrous. So it was an attempt to have Bjorn give us some education so we know what's going on so we could work as a county. And I think it's helped, hasn't it?
People continue to show up, so I guess they like they like getting the information.
Well,
That's all I can say.
that's important.
That would be helpful, because again, we're just, it's a short-term fix, but we're just looking for help from somewhere that we're gaining all of, because the constituents, our constituents in Marvin, when you look at the map, you go, okay, I understand it better now. They're going, why am I paying attention? You should for the people in Waxhaw, the people in Lady, the people in wherever. And I get your whole thing about work, but for us, we're just like, where can we get a little bit of help to say, we've got critical need, and we just continue.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that you put on the agenda a discussion on this, so we can consider some help with the deputies. Because I think we've got some, and I'll just say it, we've got some ARPA money that I think this would be a good solution for it. But we'll have to discuss it in the board.
Let me ask you, on that 100,000 a year, would deputy
use, would it qualify under that?
If it's your program, so if you say it does, but it was intended as grant, it was intended to be local match assistance to apply for capital projects, not for operational issues.
We'll put it on.
The classic was when we got the phone call years ago before the first roundabouts went in, and when the officers weren't there, because I would tell you that when I drove my daughter to school, I counted 90-some cars waiting to make a left on the Newtown Road. But when they're not there, we would get calls at our village saying, where the hell are those officers? And it's like, it's Marvin paying, and it was a Waxhaw resident complaining. But it's the Marvin residents that are paying for that, and it was a voluntary, which it was fairly successful, I think, moving traffic around. And by all means, the original plan was to work the red light in that area, and they said that would fail almost immediately, I think, was what DOT came to the conclusion. The roundabouts are the way to go once people figure out how to use them.
They said four-way stops wouldn't work, but it does.
Yeah. I don't think you could do it at that location.
I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
You
they
say
say
work for safety, that's absolutely.
But it slows down and it eliminates the T-bones or a red light versus a red light versus you have to slow down for that roundabout and stuff. So it's the way to go. I think that's the future, and we're looking at other ones. The cost is crazy now. The one that the future cost at Bonds Grove and Waxhaw and Marvin, I think they're projecting at $5 million. And originally the cost when we first got into this was 1.3. And now it's ballooned to
He would know better now.
yeah.
That's why they were almost $1 billion budget, over the budget by $1 billion.
And again, we've got the means, I think, that we would be, I think we would be fine to even do a bond that says, hey, let's get our roads, we've been talking about it for getting all our roads done at once versus piecemealing it, but get it done in today's dollars. Because every year we wait, the costs aren't going down.
Is there one intersection?
A couple of years
Yeah,
ago,
yeah.
we had it on.
Is it just one intersection you have deputies working?
Yes.
Right now, yeah. In the past, we had two.
Is the Bonds Grove intersection on your critical intersection?
Absolutely. We went through that process 18 months ago with Marvin and the town of Weddington, because yes, it's in Marvin, but really Weddington matters just as much. And my hope would be that if and when we ever decide to submit it as an application, Marvin and Weddington and the county each put match into it to get that project funded.
Terry Rowan.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
What do you need from us?
Describe some projects like, there's another thing that sometimes we have is developers have to chip in on roads.
That's correct. We've done that 2 times in the last 2 years. One was where they had to make the improvement off-site. That's at Newtown and Cuthbertson, and where they're going to add a turn lane so that the turning movements can occur simultaneously. And the second is where a developer contributed funds for an intersection at Potter and 84. So yeah, there's a couple different ways that can be done. Can't be done all the time. If the right-of-way doesn't exist, they can't do it. So you know, it's an opportunity, but you know, you have to be relatively geographic proximity to where your project is. So if you're 3-4 miles away, you're not going to get mitigation here.
You don't have any projects lined up to be classified.
Projects as far as what?
Any development, rezoning, zoning.
Oh, we do.
I mean, not officially in the pipeline, but yeah, with us just approving the Heritage District, it is a conditional zoning district, and that's some of the intent. That is that main corridor right there on Newtown Road where Village Hall is to that intersection, pretty much. So, but we don't have any formal application. I've talked with two property owners / developers that are looking to develop those properties. So we are expecting. So what?
Near that intersection?
Yes, sir. Actually, right there.
Years ago, the developer offered to do that roundabout in exchange for high density. For us, high density is forever, and we decide that. It's going to eventually, it is the state, state roads. But
Well, I have a shooting range, If people want to shoot, they give me some money, and I let them shoot. Sometimes again, we can figure out, if you're trying to think outside the box, there's some money, but I'm telling you to do what you want to do, but that's something we have used in order to try to help traffic situations. And again, knowing your thought, knowing your convictions on zoning, the donut holes. You know, some developer came to us in a donut hole and said, hey, we'll give money for the roundabout. And we need to know if that's something, if you're not willing to do it, then is it something we should be willing to do or not? And I would probably say not, because if you don't want to do it, then why should we do it? But that's
So we'll get our staff together on the critical intersection fund. Hunter and Bjorn will work together on trying to identify some resources for that. But subsequent to that or separate from that is the idea of this in-kind law enforcement. So I don't know if you want to get clarification.
A couple things. One, you heard Bjorn say that the critical intersection fund, all the monies have been expended out of that, so there's no monies in that now. The replenishment of that is part of the annual budget process. So as requests come from planning, then those will be considered, and you'll have the opportunity to continue that fund at whatever level is being asked for and or you decide is appropriate. So again, right now, as we sit here today, there are no funds in that are available in that until a budget is passed and those are allocated. In the past, also I'd point out, while that was a $500,000 total fund that was set aside, it was funded at $100,000 a year. That's right. Okay, so there's some nuances there.
somebody brought up ARPA funding. So can that be used, Michelle? How much did y'all get?
$1 million. We got $1 million. But you could take your 10 million standard deduction or allowance. Michelle, I'm not sure what you are planning on doing, but I would assume you're taking your standard allowance.
We are, with the way I was allocated, we won't be taking the entire allowance, but we do have at least one project that fits under that standard allowance.
I think y'all received about 46 million, is that correct?
46.6.
So how much of that did you guys put forward? Yours?
We could put it all.
As much as you want to get to that.
No.
He's not talking about that question. He's asking you, where did you spend your million?
We have not spent it yet, so we're still deciding where to do that. We're going to do the standard allowance for sure.
So you can go back a few years and replace the money, right?
You can go back to March of 2020.
So if you went back to March of 2020 and repaid yourself with those deputies, that might be a consideration. That would get you through a couple.
Right.
More,
But you got to remember too, that as we're going through this, that's going to be. Once we start the construction process, I don't know how we're going to redirect traffic.
Yeah.
Well, you know how they deal. They just shut it.
I know, but that's
going to create other issues.
It's going to create other issues. So we're just trying to stay ahead of it. Again, we're just trying to ask for this.
The ARPA came up on this end over here, and I think the premise of it was for y'all to use some of your ARPA to help us with law enforcement. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's.
My recommendation is that we have a discussion.
So it wasn't on our end.
Is that, did I hear you say you wanted to put that on the agenda? Do you want it for this coming Monday, or you want it at a subsequent meeting?
Probably subsequent. Give us some time to do some investigation.
Okay, so we'll do it at the first meeting in March?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
So
one of the things though, with replenishing, just an idea for you guys, is, we, believe it or not,
first meeting in
there are
March,
concerns on our staff
put that on
side that we'll be able to spend
business.
that money. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. I think spending money is gonna be pretty quick. But you can recoup some of the tax money, Marvin tax money, as far as spent, if you want to you don't wanna wait till last minute and have trouble spending that money and losing it. So
We've got some ideas. I think that our money is probably spent in concept, and I think that the asset we're asking now is just helping us with future transportation and law enforcement funding, i.e. this year that's coming up, just because we feel like it's a Union County issue, not just Martin.
Well, that's a good point. Are you looking at this coming year?
Yes.
Are you looking 24 months? What are you looking at?
Supposedly, just this next year, just this next fiscal year, 2022, 23.
Okay, this coming fiscal year.
And again, if there's no funding available, in kind may be the option, and how we work that out through the sheriffs.
So the concept of in-kind is being used, but for the board's recollection, you fund the sheriff. The sheriff decides how he's going to use his deputies. The deputies that are being used for this purpose sign up for overtime through the overtime program that the sheriff has. And then those funds that are paid to the sheriff's office for the use of these deputies, that is at an overtime rate. And so it's not an in-kind service where we have funded for regular hours and then the sheriff allocates those regular hours for this purpose. This is above and beyond anything that this board currently funds. So if this board wishes to consider additional funding over and above what you already fund for the sheriff's operations, just be aware that it will be an additional, in addition to, it's not going to be an in-kind type of a situation.
I just wanted to bring up one point too, is that when this construction starts, we're dealing with one intersection right now. The flow of traffic through Martin is going to be through Joe Carlo. And it's going to impact two intersections severely. The one at Martin School Road and Joe Carlo is already very busy and a very difficult intersection. There's a line curve within 200 feet at a time, something like that. So that's going to be a huge problem during construction. So unfortunately, I think what's going to end up happening is we're going to have deputies at both those intersections during the construction phase. Now, however many months that's going to take to get this done, this is going to be a huge problem. It's going to be a big safety issue, especially at Martin School and Joe Carlo. That's already very heavily trafficked. We're just going to add another 15,000 cars to that intersection.
Joe Carlo and Martin's isn't bad. They're right there.
Coming from South Carolina, not that that's our jurisdiction, they would take the road before the intersection they're working on. I forget the name of it. It's by where the fitness place is. Is that where? It's in South Carolina.
That's just past the bridge.
Yeah. There's going to be issues wherever that point connects to get you back over to. Then that could potentially create another issue on Stacy Alley, because that's where they'll come out at to get there. So there could be three coming from South Carolina. You could have three critical areas, if I'm not mistaken, when you look at the grand scheme of things. And then let's look at the people that will probably cut through this neighborhood too, to get, because there's a back way to come through Firethorn and get around to make that left turn.
How did the DOT do it when they did that roundabout in Newtown? I mean,
we use the South Carolina. I used to get to the high school. I either used the South Carolina route to get to the high school, or yeah, or you
I'm not
could
talking
go
about
there.
yours. I'm talking about the roundabout in Newtown and Indian Trail Waxaw.
Closed it.
Oh,
yeah. See, they shut down Newtown Road.
They shut
I
down.
don't recall any deputies being required, because what it does, it divides up. People don't take all the same route. It's not just one.
The problem is that we're a cut through. And the 15,000, 16,000 cars a day on Waxhaw Martin Road, Newtown, and Martin Road, it's a through traffic deal. So they're gonna continue to come out of Mountain on Martin Road, and they're gonna cut down Joe Carr and then turn back up Martin School Road, get back to the roundabouts to go on the Waxaw.
So we can find the route out, so
Yeah,
we're
it's
aware.
gonna be, it's gonna add a significant amount of traffic to that thoroughfare just because of the flow that generally is.
My motion is to consider the 2 deputies that you're incurring costs and not doing the construction. Are the firefighters allowed to help with traffic?
They have to have a traffic certification. I can't remember what it is, but it's like a DOT certification approval for traffic control. I highly doubt they would.
It's not their job either.
Yeah.
But they direct traffic at an accident, but not on
We
pavement.
actually entertained, I think, at one point, construction firms to, because they direct traffic and, you know, setting construction companies and building, and have that as an option, but I don't know. if
It was
that
more
feasible.
expensive.
It was more
It was a lot.
expensive.
Would you guys like us to attend, one of us to attend the meeting in March for anything, or?
We're on YouTube, so you can see it that way.
So I think this brings up, to your point before, how you wanted to get together before CRTPO to have a meeting. I think this kind of screams of one of those opportunities to have a regular dialogue. So if we hear information, to share it with you, because as construction comes up, we're going to get information. If we don't pass it on to you, you're not going to know it. And if you don't share with us, not that you're obligated to, but the grant program that we were talking about, we don't communicate with each other. We're just going to follow down the road together instead of cohesively going down the road together. So I just,
Communication's the key, you're right.
So how do we, even if you want me to go to the meeting?
I'm at, we miss y'all at Atlanta every now and then. I mean, it's great to have a dialogue with the county at Atlanta, or we're all sitting together. So keep that in mind, that y'all are always welcome at the Atlanta meetings, and we really appreciate the county's input.
And I tell you what, communicate to us when they are.
They're last Thursday, every month. And it rotates from.
Still have to know where to go. Well, I enjoyed
it. You should be on that list.
You should be on the email list. If you're not, we'll make sure that the county is on the email list because we have the sites where we meet.
We meet Thursday.
Yes, we meet next Thursday.
Mayor's Martin,
it's actually
fireworks the wound, you know.
Right.
It's been good a long time. Communication's
It's a good program we have.
Yeah.
Do you all need anything from us? I think we've got our marching orders from staff side and from the county and from Marvin, so we'll let y'all have your meeting in March and wait to hear back from us. Pending no further discussion items that we have or you all have, I think that kind of summarizes everything that we wish to accomplish today, unless there's anything else anyone has.
Can you talk just a little bit about the donut hole? We talked about asking for help.
Yes, we can, just trying to manage the time. So we can probably spend about 15 minutes on it.
Well, it just came up about when we started talking about taxes and what we could do. I think we did a quick look at 50,000 feet. If we were able to capture all those donut holes that are right in the heart of Marvin, that would add 30% probably to our budget. 30% by just capturing that. But it's done at the state level. Our hands are tied. We need help. We're going to approach this with movement to figure out how we work with the state legislatures. I don't know, is David coming today?
He's coming. He'll be coming on the tail end. So we can have this conversation with him.
Yeah, we'll have it with him and stuff, but, you know, many hands make light work, right? I mean, so any help you guys, because this is where our thought process is, instead of having to increase taxes, if we close those, I mean, we're no longer a paper town that we've always been accused of. We've got services. We're taking over roads in April, which is only 2 months away. We are starting with waste hauling service. One company to limit the amount of traffic that goes on our roads. Right now you have 3 or 4 waste hauling companies. And we're going to try and protect our roads the best we can. This is another way that without increasing taxes, I mean, you know, it's a way that you capture that area that's benefiting from what we're already doing. We went as far as, and I pointed out, we've got this, pie in the sky at the park, new equipment for the park. We can do some fabulous things by just, in 1 year, if those were all encompassed within the village of Marvin as a whole and stuff. And it's not asking much individually from each individual homeowner. It's probably an average of $400 a year added to their taxes, which they're benefiting now. They're benefiting now. We opened our doors to no longer do you only can be a resident to use Eford Park. It's open to all parties and stuff. But every improvement we do, to Jamie's point earlier, is we're having to justify the Marvin residents all the benefits that we're doing, including police officers and all those different things. So we'd like some help. That's our direction. That's kind of our marching orders, is whoever we can get on board to get with the state legislature and say, this needs to be fixed.
Isn't it 60% has to approve to be annexed?
There's a threshold that for annexation. I think what you're talking about is going to the legislature and asking to close those.
Nobody wants to pay a tax voluntarily. Right. Because we've been successful in getting individuals in a small campaign locally to go out to neighborhoods and say, you should be part of Marvin. And there have been people that actually signed up to pay a tax. In Marvin, it's all voluntary. They can come to us and they can sign as long as they're contiguous, right? It's just, we can take neighborhoods over by block, if you would. But nobody's going to sign up and raise their hand and say, I want to pay a tax.
So to put it
It's
in,
not just the taxes. I just bought a piece of property in a donut hole in the Indian Trail. I wouldn't have bought it if it was in the Indian Trail. Great piece. It's not just taxes. It's taxes.
But it's
and
services.
Well,
it's what do you get for your money? We're trying to say to them, here's what you could have.
I think what you're looking at, though, from your aspect, and I can see your standpoint, is that you don't want that regulation. You want counties looser regulations and not municipality regulations. Which control
makes a difference.
Yes, exactly. And for your purposes, then it works for you. But by the same token, we have people that, like, neighborhoods that are right in the middle of our village that benefit directly from our village that don't pay the taxes towards the benefits that they get. And we're not looking to get out. We're just trying to fill in the heart.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying it's more than tax. It's more than tax. I just came out of HOA from hell. And I don't want to get back into another situation like that. To be honest, I got to leave here and go to I've been subpoenaed to testify in an HOA case.
so to paraphrase Mayor Leno's question, is would you guys be willing to do a resolution of support if we were going to petition the legislator to change the annexation?
Let me say something with that. I'm sitting here thinking, I always try to inject a little humor.
I am sitting.
And did you see that commercial of the village standing at the top of a volcano, and I see me and Stone and Joe saying, if you'll jump in, it will make it rain. And it will save you. Me and Stone grab hands and jump, and then Jerry and Richard look up and say, I didn't think that works.
I'll be honest with you. I can't.
I can't either. That's what I'm saying. I ain't jumping in the volcano.
Involuntary.
Yeah, I mean, it was the state legislators that did this, and we've got neighborhoods that, think about when we're doing roads, we're taking over roads, we can't stop because there's a few homes that happen to be not Marvin in the same neighborhood. That's what we have. So as we do a road, we have to negotiate with the HOA and say, oh, by the way, we're not gonna, and all we're asking to do is voluntarily pay a tax going forward, not go back, but going forward, pay a tax because you're getting this road done, but it's affecting all these other neighborhoods. But we have situations at Weddington Chase, I think, that we came up and we can't stop doing the road improvement, jump over that household that is not part of Marvin, and then start up again. So it logistically creates problems, but when you're, to Andy's point, when you're in the heart and you're benefiting from all this, and you're taking your kids to our park and doing all those things, you know, we're not a paper town anymore. We're providing services and we're providing things, and it's like, they should be, it's not your fault, it's not our fault. From the standpoint of the state legislator, I just don't see why. I mean, we can go off on other topics too. We don't have, what is it called, when a developer builds a home, they should be participating impact fees, participating for schools. I mean, all it is just keep adding, and all of a sudden, it's a tax burden for us. How fair is that?
Well, when you, again, impact fees is something I've been opposed to for schools, because you got a situation where Dennis, his children are grown, and they go to school. If he downsizes and builds a new home with Commissioner Allen, should they have to pay $10,000, $15,000, whatever, to build a new downsized home, when somebody who's building $1 million home pays that same amount as a percentage of it? So we all should pay, and this is to some point that y'all pay. If we're all paying the bill, we all pay attention. And that, that's what we should do, is a wise use of the money above all things. If you just throw money into it, that doesn't make good results. Just like the roads, a lot of other things. We're paying for roads right now, we don't have. And if impact fees are wasted or spent frivolously, we still have the same issue. So not paying attention, pay taxes, we pay attention. And those people who vote us out, we acted responsibly. Versus again, just we'll provide some money for development. But I get to your point. And water sewer, we had water sewer impact fees for years, because if you put a septic tank in a well, then you're paying for that. And that makes sense if they have to pay those, because they have to pay it if they're putting a well and septic tank. But when they come out and say, they sued us for charging them for water and sewer impact fees because they were impact fees and they won. So now, they want money back. All milk are paid, and now they're getting paid. It's crazy.
I mean, I understand the fairness of putting impact fees that we're paying. I get it. But we all use the same roads, we all use the same water and sewer. So, supporting an impact fee for those things and being responsible about how those funds are appropriated makes sense. I mean, basically what we're doing is we're borrowing and paying back down the road. So every time we build, yeah, we increase our tax base, we increase our revenue, but that's after they've already run over all of the existing infrastructure, and we're way behind the 8 ball, as we are with transportation.
Well, I would suggest bringing it up and direct the equivalents, because Robert's
That's what we're talking about, is having community support when we go to the state and say, hey guys, there's some things that you need to change. Things are evolving, right? The population is growing, our state is thriving, things are changing, and it's time to start changing things in Raleigh to benefit the rest of, all of us, the whole statewide. And all the counties are benefited by some changes. I think that changes are needed with the changes that are happening just by all those people who live.
I've got one question about your solid waste program. In the contract with your provider, does it outline where that volume of waste has to go?
It does, and I'm 99% sure it is Union County.
Okay.
It does.
It does? Okay.
So we'll give you a little revenue there.
Who is
Active. So I hate to push you guys. We're pressed for time. We've got a pretty packed agenda, but we appreciate y'all coming, spending your time here, listening to us, hearing our concerns. We look forward to hearing back from you all in terms of the law enforcement. We greatly appreciate anything you can throw our way to kind of help us out without, hurting.
Make a motion to adjourn this special meeting.
Thank you.
Hey Bob, you can he log back in, Austin?
Yeah. We're going right back in the
We're
other
going back in the other call with the WebEx number back.
We'll just need a couple minutes to get set up.
All right, bye.
PC shut down.
Sir. Jane, I take it.
Thanks. Pleasure meeting you.
It's nice meeting you. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I know y'all have. Yeah. Mark, thanks. Mark.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, we're ready.
Yeah, it's revenue stream.
We're ready when you are, man.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the
Hunter,
meeting.
or Austin, are you taping?
Yes, we're on.
Since we didn't really recess.
We didn't really recess. We just took a momentary
Starting
break.
again.
All right, moving on.
Christina.
Okay, so passed out in front of you is this chart that looks like this, which is what you see on the screen. Just a different, it looks a little different. So just look at your sheet because I know you can't see that. Starting in fiscal year 21 is when we started tracking the sheet, and the reason we did that is because if y'all remember, the money has to be spent down within 10 allocations, which is basically 5 years. If there's money that's sitting in that pot 5 years from the time we collected it, then we have to turn around and give it back. So we want to operate on the premise that we're getting rid of PAL bill dollars quickly, at least within 5 years of receiving it. So look at fiscal year 22. You'll start off with a prior roll forward of 16,000. So that's kind of our beginning balance. We received $70,000 in October. These numbers actually aren't correct. We need to correct that. The fiscal year numbers in the right here, these aren't correct. It's 2021, so just don't look at that. 22, we received the $70,000 in October, and then we received $97,000 in January. That is not a consistent amount that we're going to continuously see every year. We're more or less going to be sticking around the 70, 75 range until we start going up on our mileage. We do have, so with that total of $84,000 that we will receive this year, we have $115,000 that we actually appropriated in general fund balance, so not PAL bill, but general fund, that we'll be putting towards the roundabout. Moving into next year, we carried over what we projected to be the roll forward of $50,000. And all this could change. It's all dependent on what kind of emergency repairs we have pop up throughout the year. But that's what we're projecting at the end of this year. We'll have $50,000 roll forward, and we put in.
Christina, real quick before you go on, why did we get the extra 20,000 on that allocation?
It was something to do with COVID and extra money the legislator put in towards roads.
Okay, so
it's
then
above us.
There's no ever chance of it ever
No.
changing ever again.
No.
It's just at one time.
Yeah, unless they change the formula, but no. 23, $50,000 rollover. Again, we just kind of carry the same consistent revenue that we've been receiving that we feel like is going to be pretty much what we get next year. I also did a $200,000 fund balance appropriation. Again, this is not PAL bill fund balance. This is just general fund PAL bill. $200,000, and that's for cost overrun for the roundabout.
No, go back. I don't understand. You keep saying general fund allocation, PAL bill, then PAL bill.
So, okay.
Are there two PAL bill columns?
There's not.
One's general fund and one's regular?
No, so in the general fund, we have our fund balance, and then we have the general fund balance reserve for PAL bill. So within the general fund, you can also have a separate reserve, and we have that. So what happens at the end of the year, let's say we get $500,000 this year in PAL bill revenue. We spend $250,000. We've got $250,000 left over. It stays in the general fund balance reserve for PAL bill. Does that make sense?
So it's only for PAL bill?
Yes.
So it's like a separate
So like
sub-savings
look at
account.
fund
within the
balance
savings
as our
account.
savings account, but then the PAL bill is restricted
For only
only
Powellville.
Powellville
And refresh my
roads.
memory, we can use it for sidewalks.
So this,
Yes.
so this 115 and this 200 that I'm seeing is from general fund, Powellville savings account?
No, general fund.
Just general fund?
It's your rainy day fund, that 1.3 that I was telling you about earlier.
Okay.
That unassigned fund balance, that's where it's coming from.
Okay, so it's sitting there, and I see 184,000.
Because Powellville's not gonna pay for
Hold on,
everything.
hold on, 184,000, and then you have 115,000 underneath it, and then you have 184,000 underneath that.
The 184 is what remains in Powellville. Like at the
But what did you do with that 115? Did you
That-
add it to?
That's going to the roundabout.
We've already put that
Allocated.
115 in.
From general fund?
Yes.
So why did we not take 115 from general fund out of that 184 from Powellville?
Because at the time we didn't have it. We literally just received the 97 about 2 weeks ago, maybe.
We get it in October.
And we can't pay ourselves back for that because it has to be.
Well, we technically could because it's not. We haven't written the check yet for the roundabout. We can look into it and see.
I mean, I don't understand why we're pulling from general fund of 115,000 when we have 184,000 in Powellville Road.
Yeah, let us look into that.
And I mean, and the same exact for the next year. I mean, I get 200, I don't have enough because it's although.
It was done in the operating budget. Like we initially had planned to do Powellville reserve for 115, and we realized it wasn't in there at the ending of the year, so the money actually wasn't there to be allocated.
Okay,
at the time.
So it's not really there for the 115, but it's there for the 200 because I see 200 plus 196. So why did you? I don't understand what the difference between the two columns are between 22 and 23.
I see what she's saying. Is that a formula error where we didn't take that away? Yeah, that is a formula error. We need to correct that in this sheet. That will change things.
Which one's wrong?
The 396.
Okay, so it still should be 196.
Yes, yeah. The point being we're trying to show you here is that we look like we're in the clear up until 1 year in terms of being able to carry out all of our expected costs, assuming that nothing changes major. That's with the 115 fund balance, not Powellville fund balance, general fund allocation, and 200 fund balance, general fund, not Powellville, in next year for the construction overrun.
So what are we spending $184,000 on in fiscal year 23?
That total 184 is the revenues. The expenditures are down below. 135 is what we're projecting for those expenditures.
And where are we spending $135,000?
I'd have to pull the. Do you have the?
We just got rid of 104,000, right?
Well, we typically spend all of it. The additional that we're moving over is because of the price of the roundabout.
Right, I understand that, but what I'm asking is where we're spending $135,000.
Let me pull the budget in gross and I'll tell you where it all goes.
Because if it was 104,000 for the fog seal, then we can add that back in, and then there's your 115,000.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that, because that's significant, and you decided to push it.
Road resurfacing is over $100,000.
No, that's this. She's talking. This is this year. You have this year's budget.
I mean, it's also on there.
Oh yeah, it is on here.
Sorry. But I mean,
did we spend $135,000 when
we do end up spending it before the end of the year. Here, let me tell you.
No, it's not in here yet.
Okay. So, sidewalk construction, 40,000.
Where was that?
That says crosswalk, RFB Joe Carr and wheat field.
Yeah, we didn't do that.
Okay.
And y'all don't want to do that? Okay.
We don't have, I mean, we have zero plans to do that between now and June. That's what we're talking about, right?
Correct. That's for this fiscal year. That's what's put in there, $40,000 for that.
We have zero plans to do that.
Yeah,
So that's $40,000.
Excellent. Street lights at roundabouts, new added this year, Union Power. That's $2,500.
We're not doing that.
Okay?
Jamie, we already did that.
2,500.
We already did that. We just got him in. I was so excited, remember?
It should be 25 total, because it's like $20 a poll per month.
I'm just reading what was in the budget.
Okay, keep going.
Engineer, $20,000, we'll spend all of that. Road repair and maintenance, we put $15,000 in there. That's for street signs, potholes, and various repairs, we'll spend all $15,000 of that. We put in $52,358 for stormwater and gutter repair and maintenance. That should be 100% complete this fiscal year.
So we've done all that.
Resurfacing, $35,400. It says, no resurfacing in fiscal year 22 per 8-year plan approved by council on 3/12/19. Amount here will revert to Powell Funds Reserve for future years.
Oh, hot dogs, that's 34,000, so throw that.
35,400.
So I got 75,000 right now. Okay, keep going.
So emergency repair and traffic calming, that's $20,000. Roundabout payment to NCDOT was $115,000, and so that was for the roundabout right there. And then roundabout maintenance, the mowing and spraying was $2,024.
Well, that's more than 180,000, isn't it? No?
Well, yeah, because don't forget you have the fund balance appropriation. That's 200, that amount that she went over is 252,000.
It doesn't include the training courses, it's just the top.
All right, 250,000.
Okay, so 75 of that, we can basically take towards our general fund appropriation of 115,000.
Repeat that question one more time.
The 75,000 that we just said, can go towards the 115,000 of general fund appropriation.
I think we had the 40 for the pedestrian crosswalk.
Yeah, 35.
And then, where'd you get the 35?
The resurfacing.
Resurfacing, which says we'll revert back to.
We just have that in the budget though, to revert it back.
Yes, she's saying, can you take it out of, yes, you can, but when this budget was enacted, we couldn't because we hadn't received it yet.
Right,
But yes.
that's fine. So we have money that we haven't spent in this, and instead of pulling from general fund, can't we as much from general fund? And then plus the 104,000 of the resurfacing that we're not going to use. So what I'm saying is, can you guys rework these numbers?
Yeah, we can rework them. If you recall, we thought that the
Obviously
roundabout
not
was.
22 because that's done, but.
Well, we thought the roundabout was going to be constructed this year.
Okay.
So when we did the budget, we were all operating under what we had at that point in
Right.
time. So we can reconfigure this based off of pushing things back a year and
Well, especially because we just pushed the fog seal.
figure, okay, yeah, so we'll rework this, but the point of this whole conversation was to show you that we're looking good. We're looking good in terms of projections. But that was assuming the 200 and the 115 of general fund dollars. So we'll rework the numbers and make sure that we're looking good still is accurate.
Okay, because, I mean, it sounds like we still will be, and we
Yeah,
won't
I
have to
think we
pull
will be.
as much from general fund, and we can take that general fund and start putting it towards a playground at a park of, that we might actually have
Okay.
one day.
The other thing I wanted to point out to you all was let's see, the STIP matches in here. If you look down on the expenses, the second to the last line item.
Yeah, there's nothing in there.
I didn't put any money in there because I didn't feel comfortable with some of these numbers as we're moving along.
There's nothing in there, Christina.
After I rework these numbers, I'll try to put some in there and see if I feel comfortable. That STIP is his CRTPO. So at this point in time, when I was creating this, I didn't feel like I should give any money or allocate any money towards it because it didn't make me feel easy. But we'll go back and rework the numbers.
So didn't you say a little while ago you were going to touch on this, about the ARP funds?
Yes, it's
towards
the next topic.
So can we put that to cover that 115,000 that we pulled out of this budget?
We can, yeah. But if you can hold that if you don't mind, so
Okay, yeah,
when we
that's
get to that
fine.
point, it makes better sense.
Okay.
On your light poles that you got, you said they're a light pole, if Union County puts them up, they're $10 a month per pole.
and then it's a 10-year contract, right? And then
No, I don't think so.
All we're doing is paying, the poles didn't cost us anything, all we have to do is pay the power.
Oh,
Which is $20-ish a month.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Can you advance the slide? Are there, I mean, I know we need to update this. Are there any questions on this? I'll bring this back at a later date once
I was
we.
just confused about the top, because it just, yeah. Right, so.
Okay, going into the next topic, which is the motor vehicle tag. As we've discussed, several projects where CRTPO, where we would like to see some more revenue.
I have American Relief Fund as my next thing.
Yeah.
Wrong presentation.
It's in there
No.
now. Fast forward it once, or rewind it.
You're in the right presentation, that's why.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is just a brief overview. We're gonna get into this. Can't see this.
I'm sorry.
Fast forward it, just fast forward it.
What do you want me to switch
No,
back?
he went back, yeah,
Yeah,
you gotta go back.
so go back to the general government one.
He went too far.
We're just in the green one still, Hunter, on air.
No, he did the right thing. It's just, it's in there twice because this was just a quick overview. All right, so the American Relief Fund, so to your question.
I love
So
how
the-
he was like,
you're
what are you
going
guys
past-
doing with your $1 million, and you guys have got 46? Like, come on.
Fast forward.
You're kidding me right now?
Just give us
The computer's fast forwarding, but the
Yeah.
projector's not.
I don't believe they have 46 municipalities.
Oh, you're presenting, but you're not.
It's like, seriously?
So they'll catch up the slides in just a
$1 million
second.
and you got 46.
But if y'all turn to your slide presentation on number 11, page 11. So the final rule that we've all been awaiting was released last month. Some of the highlights that were in that final rule basically said that you can do lost revenues at a $10 million cap. The way that I've explained this is explaining it in the context of your tax returns. You have a standard deduction, or you can, itemize everything out. They will allow us to basically say, hey, we've lost 10 million in revenue, or however much your loss of revenue is, up to 10 million. So we got $1 million. We would say, all right, we're going to do a loss of revenue standard deduction of $1 million. We can put that back into whatever we want to, as long as it's a governmental fund or governmental service. So y'all asked the questions about roads, parks, whatever else that we've had the discussion of. We can take that standard deduction and put it towards whatever we want to. And I'll get to that in just a second. Another highlight was that it clarifies the economic impacts and public health a little bit clearer. It also broadened premium pay for employees, so it actually opened it up for more employees. And then it discussed more of the broadband, water and sewer. Again, bottom line here is that standard allowance is really beneficial for us because it allows us to just kind of chump it all into one. So fast forward the slide, please. I'm going to let you read this for yourself so you can see on the third bullet point, standard allowance of 10 million in aggregate not to exceed their total award. So that's basically what I'm referring to as a standard allowance. Fast forward, please.
I thought you said you wanted us to read it.
Well, you guys.
How are we going to read it and you fast forward it? It's too little on here.
So going down to the revenue loss on number 1, again, it reiterates that they may elect to do the standard allowance of 10 million, and it has to be spent on governmental services. So reiterating that fact, if you fast forward to the next slide, it goes over the governmental services, which is general government administration, staff, and administrative facilities. So I think that we could find a way to spend our standard allowance within that threshold and that definition is what it boils down to.
Ken, how much wiggle room is in that?
All of the wiggle rooms.
So fast forward the slide, please.
Get $10 million from the wiggle room.
So the total that we received was $1 million.
Seriously.
Okay, I got it.
$1 million basically. To date, we've spent 334, and that 334 means stuff that we've committed for the future. If you recall, we had financial software that I went ahead and said we're going to do for 3.5 years, which is the term of where you can spend this money. So that's some of that 334. We actually haven't spent it to date, but it's been committed to date for the next couple of years. Per the ordinance that we approved, is that second line. We approved $9,000 in loss of revenues, $235,000 in the public health response. And the public health response was the financial software, the agenda management software, some of the furniture for Village Hall to encourage social distancing, and then some of the AV. That's where that public health is. Premium pay we approved at 90. That was for back to work incentives and then retroactive premium pay as well. Infrastructure, we had kind of dubbed some of the cost of water and sewer for the Marvin Heritage District as a potential item. That was when we thought we were going to have to spend this money on these 4 things. So we did put roughly $484,000 into that pot. And then we had another $250 that we said we'll go back and revisit for business loans or business grants, that sort of thing. Future years committed. So this very next paragraph is basically what we would do in terms of a budget amendment. I'd pull out the water and sewer that I know we're not going to spend, which is a $388, and then I'd pull out that $259. So next slide, please. This next one summarizes it. Really, y'all can look at this, but the bottom line is at the very bottom of the screen here. Doing all of this, committing what we feel like we're going to have over the next couple of years, we'd still have over $700,000 to put back somewhere, whether it's parks, whether it's roads, whether it's just replenishing fund balance, spending it on some type of governmental service.
What says you can use it for police and fire? Is there anything, so we could allocate some of that for our officers directing traffic until we get things done?
And we can go back and pay ourselves back for
previous years, right? So
Starting from COVID, so 20.
that's a way to do it with the sheriff's department. That can help us there.
Well, it's not, I mean, we're just giving back to us. So, go ahead.
Christina, we got 1,176,000, whatever. Can we go back and ask for more money?
No, I did ask that question, no. We can, there's infrastructure programs that are out there for water and sewer, and they did in the water and sewer infrastructure, they broadened that to potentially include roads, but it's a governmental service anyway, so I don't even know why we'd itemize it out. But there are grant programs where we can ask for more money, but they're grant based, not just free money.
So we have to match.
They said 10 million.
Yeah, no, I wish.
I mean, I'm happy with $1 million,
So we'll go back and look at,
Thank you.
you're welcome. So my plan is to just use the standard allowance. I don't know why we would risk interpretation of falling under the final rule when we can just spend the $700,000 on a governmental service.
So, go ahead, sorry.
Well, so I'm just going to write, y'all can talk, I'm going to write a running list of what y'all would like to look at for COVID funding. Back pay on the law enforcement, future pay on law enforcement. If you want to throw in his park, I can do that. But this is money that we can definitely appropriate in next fiscal year's budget to help get his $200,000 park or $250 to help fund his
Car. Let's get a $200,000
$250 park
Park.
to help pay
But
for.
that's a fancy truck.
We don't live in his.
Y'all had during his presentation. During Derek's presentation, y'all had mentioned him to do a couple of extra things to add to his CIP, the master plan, adding a couple things to it, and then the third bay to that. So that's obviously going to increase that. This is an area where we can take that money and apply to help him fund his CIP.
Okay, so budgeted amount is what you thought. Correct?
Yes,
Is
yes.
That's the ordinance that we did and where we put the money originally into each category.
On the right side, it's different. So that's what we've actually done and committed?
The year-to-date commitment is what we have already committed in those future years, and that's what we have left moving forward in each of those categories.
Which makes
$741,940 left.
To figure out what to do with.
Why are the numbers so different? Because we don't have the water and sewer for the Heritage District.
Correct.
So you see the negatives over there?
Yeah.
That's what I'm taking away. like from those. We had appropriated.
Oh, and other, we were still trying to figure out other.
Yeah.
We just moved the additional into the.
The other was, and I'm going to say this term loosely, but the 259 was free money from the beginning because we didn't know where we were going to put it. So we were going to put that back somewhere. The 200 or the 388, that's money that I know we're not going to need for water and sewer. We put in the 30,000 tap fee. So
Did we
essentially,
do our well?
we can, yeah.
Okay.
What about staff? Did you see you needed more staff potentially in the next year or two that some of that money could go to?
We do.
Problem is recurring.
Yeah.
It's not a one-time.
So,
So I've got back pay for law enforcement, future pay, well.
no.
Do y'all-
I want to go back. I've already tried that. Nobody will let me do it. So I'm trying to pay
Kidding.
myself COVID money.
No jokes, Kim.
It's all jokes now. I'm done. It's all jokes. You already voted me in, people. The 29.9. That is for Village Hall.
Yes.
So, well, irrigation.
The sewer tap for Village Hall, can we not go back?
That's the 29.
That's the 20,
Yeah.
that was, all that cost us was $30,000 to do that whole thing?
That's the impact fee for.
No, I
it's
mean
not
the
impact.
construction of it.
That was.
Oh, well, that would be in the construction of the village hall. So I mean.
What about?
No,
what
the
about
separate project where we
Sunshine?
brought
Oh,
sewer
yeah,
line
yeah.
up.
We
Sunshine's
actually.
project. Sunshine.
I thought we had put that in there
I'll tell
already.
you.
I'm pretty sure we already put that in there.
Because that would be underwater sewer infrastructure.
Yeah, I believe
And
that's
that's
what it
a
was.
big ticket.
Just check the bill.
I'm
thought it was more than
pretty sure
30,000.
we
I thought
put it
was
in there.
90,000.
It was, yeah, it was around, it
It was
close to
76,
100,000.
76,000 if I remember correctly.
76, yeah, okay.
While she's looking that up, do you want to throw some other ideas at me?
Well, no, I just want to make sure that stuff that we think is in there, like that, is in there.
So what's really hard for, like, giving you guys an overview, I mean, obviously I can tell you what's already coded, so if we want to put it on the work session too, that we could also do that.
Give them an updated
Just so we
report.
can get a report and pull
Okay.
everything that we've actually spent on it. We're just trying to give you an update of like the roundabout numbers of where we are.
Okay.
And get ideas
I'm
of
good
how
with
you want to
that.
spend the
Okay, so
700-ish.
we'll give you some ideas and then you can, I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that like, if we haven't covered that, that's a big chunk of change, so I don't
Yeah.
want to like,
I mean, I believe that's how it was coded, but
I don't
this thing
know
keeps cutting out.
where it says future years 65. That has to be what it is because I don't know what else that would be other than us planning the roundabout. Not the roundabout, but the running the line from Village Hall to the roundabout. I could have actually. You know what? I've got a printout. I'm sorry. Hang on.
It's hard when we're not sitting in front of her.
I printed out the detail on this. Hang on a second.
I wish I had $46 million to spend.
Are there ways that we can pull off
I've got it right here. It looks like.
things from Village Hall
Yes.
that is in the overall mortgage? It's kind of,
Like we already put all of the AV. That's all.
do we pull that out? Is that can we take
I-
these
I
funds?
paid it out of those.
And pay it down on the mortgage, but pull,
Why not?
We can do, I mean, it says specifically administrative facilities, so I can find a way to make at least a portion of that work. But,
Move it into.
but if,
You pay for electronics out of it.
if you know you're gonna spend 200,000 on his part, you know you're gonna give him another 50,000 for all this extra stuff that he's wanting, or you know you're gonna give Hunter 300,000 on the CRTPO. Then it would really be worthy to talk about those more so than like paying back so that we can make sure at least future projects, we know how we're gonna award those.
I'm just concerned with labeling. How do we label?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter with the standard allowance.
Keep,
But
keep that statement in mind.
I will write down Village Hall administrative facilities, but I'll kind of keep that on the low hanging fruit so that we can pull some of these major projects
Okay,
first.
well, I definitely think the park, so give Derek give Derek $300,000 for all of his wish list.
Hey, I told him,
Don't ask me for anything else.
I told him 250 from the beginning.
Don't ask for anything else.
Can I have some?
Doesn't his playground thing cost 600?
Well, I thought it was 250. I'm not using all this on the playground. We're gonna divide the wealth. What was, oh, give me my CIP back. I gave it to you, give it back.
Making me get
Oh, never mind. I'm gonna take Jamie's a giver. All right, give Derek what he wants.
And if y'all want to talk about farmer's market or amphitheater, like we could talk about that as
I
well.
wanna talk about greenways.
Okay.
I mean, well, the one thing about the farmer's market is that's 3 years out before we can do
Yeah, that's true.
anything with that. Now, if you want to put some money to, save it
But we
back,
have to use it.
But yeah,
We
that's,
have to use it by
And-
2024.
Yeah, so
so that's,
I think that's right, Dave.
yeah, we're too far out.
we're definitely too far out. Can we pay for the roundabout with this money? Yeah, we wanna use Powellville first, right? I would rather use all, like, let's expend our Powellville allotment that we need to spend on it.
And then the overrun.
And then the overrun pull from this,
Well, I
and not
think
from general fund.
basically that 115 to the traffic circle is overrun. I mean, that's because we're spending our total allotment on Powellville just on maintaining our roads. The extra that we pulled for the roundabout payment, that 115 is over and above what we would normally spend anyway.
Right, but we've
So if we
we've almost put it all back,
If
especially
we
with the fog
reimburse
shield.
ourselves for that 115 expenditure, that
But I found 75. Yes, but I found
Zeros.
75 and then the 104 that we're gonna push.
Mm-hmm.
So then whatever.
So do we need to push then?
Yeah, because we have 315,000. So you've got the 104 plus the 75, so it's almost 200. So you still have 100. So we
Yeah.
really basically need 120-ish from this to finish paying the roundabout.
So do we?
And not pull 315,000 from general fund.
Do we
correct?
not push our maintenance schedule back a year then?
We
If
did.
could- No, what I'm saying is, should we not do that?
Yeah, no, we should. We still should. It doesn't need to be done yet.
Well, I mean, our engineer says it's,
Nobody drove for the past 2 years. And nobody's gonna be driving in the next 2 years with the gas prices the way they are, so.
all right, let me ask you this. While we're on the topic of roads.
Yeah.
Is that, okay, so,
Hold that thought. Christina, does that make sense though?
Yes.
Cause then instead of pulling 315,000 out of general fund, we'll pull 120,000 out of ARP, and so we'll basically be putting 315,000 back into general fund.
So I'm adding these numbers up just so we can kind of keep a running list as we're discussing things. Back pay and law enforcement for future, just estimate 100,000 because I could go back a year. We'll do a future year. That's 40-ish a year. So we'll say 100 there. The well and the irrigation, it's not.
well, I don't know about, well,
It's not going to be this much, but I'm just going to say 50 just to keep numbers. Sunshine was about 80. And then the park, you're giving 300,000. And then the roundabout, 100-ish. So we're 4, 5, right at 6, a little over 600 now. So we're starting to run out of money.
okay. So while we're talking about the roads, so y'all know that my friend Shannon was in the road business for many, many, many years. And I asked his opinion about Newtown, about what I suggested about if we take the trucks off that road, how the longevity of that road. And he said absolutely that road would last another 10 years if we took the trucks off of it, in the condition that it's in. So I'm wondering, if we do have some money left from ARP funds, do we go ahead and take that road over, bog coat it with some of that money, and then get our 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, get the trucks off that road, and that road will last, because it is built for trucks. So if you take the trucks off of it, the trucks are what beats the road up really bad. I mean, we've talked about this many, many times about taking over that road. You know, do we go ahead and do that and then just do the fog coat on it and preserve it as long as we can and get another 10, 15 years out of it?
How much of it is going to take over?
South Carolina to Marvin School Road.
Okay.
And
I
keep
mean,
in
that's all
mind,
that's in Marvin.
yeah, and keep in mind that, what is it, 1,500 feet of Newtown Road is gonna be completely redone with the roundabout? I mean, that's a significant portion of it that's gonna be torn up, redone.
Yeah,
So-
all the dips and the, yeah.
Right, and that's, to be honest, that's where most of the worst of that section is. So that's why I'm wondering is like, should we get an estimate of what it would cost to fog seal that road and see if that's a viable option?
Well, and if Jones Homes does their project, they're gonna put in a turn lane coming down, so they're gonna.
Or a roundabout, one or the other, right? They
No.
talked about a roundabout.
No.
They did,
Do
right?
they?
Yeah.
They talked about a
They did.
roundabout, but once again, if they do their heritage submittal, that's where you guys will have the leeway through that development agreement to ask for them to do X, Y, and Z.
And they did bring that, they brought that up about a roundabout at their entrance, and actually,
When did
Linda
they
is
bring that
happy
up?
about that, so, and it's like
When
her
did they
property
bring
that
that
affects
up?
it.
It's been mentioned to me, I mean,
I don't remember that. Okay.
it hasn't, well, we haven't, like I said, it,
I'm trying to see, I had some emails from when we had initially started talking about this. I was trying to
And
see.
1,500 feet is gonna be redone with the roundabout.
Well, I'm just getting you to the roundabout.
Oh, to the roundabout, okay.
How long would it take for us to take over the road? Petition the state of North Carolina, the DOT.
Now, the one thing that I would definitely want to get clarification on is the thing that I talked to Christina about, that Mason has brought up, that if it is village-owned roads, that he cannot enforce the speed limit.
We're getting to a conclusion on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because definitely don't want to take over Newtown Road if we can't enforce the speed.
And you gotta remember too, it's not just the road itself. We've
we're
got
like-
drop-offs like this on the side of them.
Well, yeah, that's inexpensive. I mean, it's just putting gravel in the back.
I know, but I mean, we still have to consider that. But my point is, how long does it take for us to go to DOT and have them?
We have to petition them, they have to submit it to the state board has to hear it, and then they release it. I would say no more than 6 months. Probably 3 to 6 months is what the process would be.
So it's getting close to construction timeframe then for the roundabout, if that happens.
In theory.
In theory.
We could have that conversation with them again, so that while they're mobilized, they could go ahead and get the resurfacing done then. It's going to be less cost from them, and then we could take it over at that point in time. But just remember, if we do that,
7,500 feet. So what was the price on the,
It's 5,300, I'm sorry.
oh, 53?
5,400 if you round up, just for contingency.
Okay, 5,400
Is that what you got?
linear
I don't
feet?
know.
Linear feet, if you take the 1,500 out.
So what's the
If you take
fog
the
seal
1,500
per
out.
linear foot? Do we have a
I
price?
have no clue. I'm actually looking for something completely
What was,
separate.
where was,
I'm looking
where was
for
the fog
the
seal
road,
thing?
the road score, because it was pretty low.
It was 60%, if I remember.
Yeah.
And that's what I said, that's what I relayed
That was like 2
Shannon.
years ago, though.
He said that,
They don't have it.
at that percentage, if you take the trucks off of it, it's
was
a-
not this one.
as I thought, was a huge deal.
No, but where-
Yeah,
where
but I
was-
just
where
don't
was
know
the
if y'all would,
104?
if we would want to take over a road that's
Where
a
was
50
that? Where
rating.
was those- what were those
You know,
numbers?
because I don't know what the cost of construction for all that would be.
Well, resurfacing is resurfacing. It's not, because the road base is not destroyed, it's just the resurfacing of the cap. And if you can get this road to last another 10 years with the surface it's on, especially with all
I know
the
I
new
saw
parts that are
104.
going on
Was
it,
up there?
we're talking about just overlay, a 2-inch overlay at that point,
Is there a
which,
slide that has the fog seal amounts? Yes, there is. Can you find that?
Yeah, I'll have to research that.
Find it. Doesn't
I'll get an
have-
update
it
on the
doesn't
Newtown
have 104.
Road.
There was a slide that had 104,000 for blah, 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 blah,
Pretty
blah,
sure that
and
was on the
108,000 for blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it was on the computer.
I think it was on the other presentation we had pulled up, though.
Okay, so can you go to the other presentation that you have?
It's roads. What's the question that y'all are asking? The linear?
How much is it for the fog seal?
I got roughly.
Oh, I got it here.
$30.
There we go.
That's on a wide neighborhood road, so it might be a little cheaper on a 18.
On a really skinny, narrow road, like
Yeah.
Newtown.
24 foot,
Yeah.
$3 a linear, 3.2. I mean.
So how much?
Roughly
15
17 grand.
That's it? How is that 109 for all that?
because there's miles of road. But, so, by that same token, then we're gonna have to repaint as well, so that's probably gonna add another.
I'll go out there with a can of spray paint, it'll be fine.
You're probably realistically
better.
looking at another 3,000 to 5,000
Okay.
for restriping, once you fog seal it. So,
What was the number
what
you
are we,
got?
25?
Say 20,000.
20,000?
I got 7,000 per mile.
There we go.
I don't know.
$3 per foot. It's about.
How many feet are in a mile?
Yeah, that's right.
5,280.
Boom.
5,000 what?
See, Al, that's all I needed was that sheet, Wayne.
So so we're looking at a mile,
We're
right?
getting the same result.
Yeah,
just
it's
going
about-
different ways.
I do my math way different than everybody else.
I mean, I don't hate that. I've never hated taking over Newtown Road. I actually love that idea. I think it would be
What'd you get?
fantastic.
Well, I'm just thinking about an opportunity here.
The only reason, the only reason I would say, let's really consider that is because before they start construction,
Times 6,000.
you put that down to 25, and you're gonna have a lot of people find a different way
Yep.
to go down,
Yep.
to go down Marvin Road.
Good point. Get the trucks out of there. That also helps the whole situation with the roundabout construction.
Yeah.
Because they're already.
I got 7,000.
Everybody will come by and kiss you and get their
You got
tractor
seven.
trailers from going through
You
Marvin.
got
Road.
7,000.
Absolutely.
17,000.
Yeah, I got 75.
I mean, it just makes a lot of sense right now, and especially if we have money to go ahead and do the fog seal and restripe.
And it's not that expensive.
And
It's gonna, let's just say it's gonna be $30,000.
And where are we at with being able to patrol that road?
Really close to being able to do it.
Which road is that?
Newtown, if we own the roads.
If we own,
If we own them, we could.
No, with what Mason told me.
Oh, we're fine. Well, number one, Newtown's DOT roads.
But if we take it over and it becomes
It
Marvin
is-
Road.
So there's apparently a sticker that has to go on the back of signs that are they're DOT maintained. But he's checked with his attorney, as long as we have a traffic manual, which we do, and it has the speed limits on there, and it's done by ordinance, then he can enforce them. We have all that, so we're good.
Perfect, okay. I
He's
love
double
it.
checking with the attorney
I love
to show
that.
him the ordinance.
Yes.
that would remedy a lot of what's already going on, because
Okay.
people will find a way to not go Newtown Marvin Road to get to Charlotte.
Now, if we do lower the speed limit, we will have to put blinky lights on the new speed limit sign so that people know, so they don't get in trouble.
I thought that was for Joe.
I'll bring back
The comment on Nextdoor when that we put out that we lowered the speed, or I'm sorry, we didn't do it. DOT lowered the speed limit on Marvin School Road, and people commented that they could not believe that we've done this, and that we should have blinky lights so that people know that it's been lowered.
Yeah, we do. They're called blue.
I was like, slow down. I was like, when I come through a town, I look and see what's
And they
leaving the
blink
sign.
when you speed.
I know.
Pay attention to the sign.
Good comments about it.
So,
Did you not see that on
I was
Nextdoor?
not even, I saw it, the neighborhoods I went through, Marvin Creek and so on.
Everybody's happy
So-
about it.
They're happy about it.
Well, except for one lady in Marvin Creek.
Can I suggest one more thing for the funds, just from a staff perspective? Like,
Haven't we given you guys enough?
Financial,
No.
agenda,
No.
just,
iPads.
okay, no.
so,
Yes,
what
go
we'll
ahead,
do-
Jamie. I'm kidding,
what-
guys.
No, I was just gonna say, I think we're a little outdated with like our server and technology. Like, I know we have iPads, but some of our computers in the server, I
I
think,
thought we like always have like money, like,
I mean, not much. We had like $4,500 put aside for technology this year.
we'll bring that back to you all, because what essentially we spent down major ticket products is what I was trying to accomplish here.
well, I'm hoping
We're gonna
Darren
have
doesn't
some
spend
minor.
$300,000. I was just giving him an extra.
We're gonna,
that's
this
easy.
conversation's really allowing me to know what I can put in the budget for next year for some of these things,
If
so.
we need new technology, especially server type stuff, then find
Yeah.
out what that's gonna cost and let's do it,
And do we
especially if
need
it's
to-
more secure.
Do we need to change our annual allotment for technology? I mean, is this something that you feel like that we're gonna continue to need to keep updating? Are we behind?
Or can we do just like
on our
one big
allocation?
thing and then keep our,
This
Annual
conversation
allotment.
hasn't been had with everybody, so before we talk about that, I'd like for myself to be able to research it some more.
So I'd like to know the real
and know that-
answer on that,
yeah.
whether we need to just up the threshold yearly, or if we can do like a one-time purchase and then keep it going as it is, and be fine with that, because it really makes a big difference in how we do the budget.
Right.
That's a good idea.
So, big ticket items, we've talked about where we're gonna spend the
Do you want more
700,000.
money? You want me to give you some more stuff?
No. Mm-mm.
I didn't even get to Greenways.
Well, we're getting ready to get to that. The next slide is we're getting to that.
I know, but I don't have any more money to spend.
I'm getting ready to give you some more.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I like that.
Moving into, so from this conversation we just had about our ARP,
Sir.
what you will see in the recommended budget is either going to be an appropriation from the ARP grant fund or from fund balance, depending on how we close out the COVID funding. So I'm going to start putting some money into next year's budget for some of these items, these big ticket items. So I'm not cutting his part like I've already done. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
What? Never mind.
So
Let her do her magic. Let her work.
So moving into motor vehicle tag fee, this is something that we've kind of talked in concept as we go on to, we've said several times today and in future, in previous conversations, we don't have money to pay for greenways. And what we've been doing is putting $10,000 aside here or there as we can, but honestly that pays for, I don't know how many linear feet of a trail, not very much. So it's not a very sustainable practice, what we've been doing, and if we want to grow in terms of recreational space and greenway space, we've got to come up with a funding mechanism to pay for that. And what we've been doing is not working. So as we're sitting here thinking about ways to bring in additional revenue and kind of earmark it for that purpose, this is an opportunity that we've identified to allow this to happen. This vehicle tag fee is a revenue source. It's allowable by general statute. You can go up to $30 a vehicle. So if anyone in Marvin owns a vehicle, if we decide to do this, they would pay a tag fee based off of what y'all set per vehicle. And so moving into the next slide,
Is that a one-time fee?
it's an annual fee.
Yearly annual fee,
Yes.
okay.
So you guys with 16 cars, yeah, you're paying for this.
No, I'll get it.
That's me.
So in Marvin, we have approximately 5,700 vehicles.
5,700?
3 drivers.
We gave you 2 options to consider, just to show some revenue sources here. The $20 per vehicle fee is listed there at $28,000 in general purpose dollars, and then $85,000 for road repairs. This specific ordinance or statute, I haven't had much time to review it, but I am 90% sure it has to go towards roads, meaning actual roads, not sidewalks. So what we could do, if that's the case, is put this money in to pay for road pavement preservation and take some of Powell bill out and pay for some of the trails and maintenance. So it's gonna rob Peter to pay Paul mechanism, but it is a mechanism we could use and take advantage of. The $30 per vehicle tax fee brings in around $142,000 in road repairs. So a good source of revenue, brings in around $150,000, give or take, for the 20 or 30 per vehicle.
So if we did a $30, that roughly brings in the same revenue as a 1 cent tax hike.
Yes. A little bit more, actually.
And it goes right on your, when you renew your
Tags,
license plate tag, it goes right there.
So
We
if
don't
the
have to
average
select
household-
it, we don't have to do anything.
Average household has 3 cars, it's $90. We save them more than that and we waste on it.
Yeah. And that this is, I feel like it's a little more equal for all of Marvin residents, because it doesn't matter if you live in a $300,000 house or if you live in $1 million house, like it's.
However many cars you want to tag.
Yep.
Well, and I mean, the premise is you drive on Marvin roads, you're going to pay to help improve those roads and to preserve them. So, you know, it's all in how it's presented to people when we present it. Is there another slide, or is that it?
That's it.
Can we get a sticker or something that you can put on the car
Yeah.
somewhere that says, only reason being when they pull into the park, you go, oh, hey, we got Marvin residents here, and you got 1 that's not, or 2 that's not.
That's a good idea.
It's just a way to signify that you're from Marvin. You paid the tax, put it on your car, and it's just a way of identifying.
I'd like to know, like, just the receptiveness from each of you to see if y'all are.
Is Bob on the phone?
Yeah.
He is.
He's
And
on
I-
WebEx.
Oh, okay.
I've had the conversation with him. I'm not sure if he's completely down with it.
All right, Bob, I just want to make sure, I forgot about you, buddy, sorry.
I'll monitor them.
Same.
Hunter's watching Bob. It's fine. He can see Bob, but Bob can't see
Every time
him.
his camera disappears, I'm like, I don't know. I mean, just let me.
Yeah, and we have to look at what the definition.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little, I think people will be more accepting because, the tax is a big dirty word, but tag fee, nobody pays any attention to that.
I'm for it if I get a sticker to put on my car. that
I'll
says
get you
I'm
a
from
sticker,
Marvin.
Jamie.
I'm gonna get you a sticker
wait
that says
to
I'm
order
from
some
Marvin
stickers.
then.
Because
We
again,
used to have it.
where are we differentiating ourselves from someone? And again, I'm not picking on them, but Providence Downs. What are we different?
Well, we used
from
to,
them?
we used
They
to
get to
issue,
use our
we
stuff.
used to
and
issue
we get
tickets.
to pay for it.
We used to issue ones that you would put on your windshield, so you
Could use the
identify
park.
At the
Yeah.
park.
you could use the park. So we used to have that already, but then we got rid of.
I bet we have a whole host of stickers left,
Yeah,
or did we throw
I
them
mean,
away?
we even have them for golf carts. And when you have a register your golf
That's a really
carts, which
great
are
idea.
supposed to be registered.
Yeah.
All right, so you're good with it.
They're driving them on the street.
With a sticker.
Now, and
That's not happening.
just squeezing the
Just to,
balloon,
just to say to your
So,
Marvin residents, and you paid your
where I
fee
would say a
if
tax
they-
increase, if this comes into
Even
play,
if it-
that kind of changes our,
Isn't it, Marvin?
should change our idea of the tax increase.
Okay.
Because
You can be like me.
to Andy's point, it's not, now we're not doing a tax increase, but we have this.
It's a
We
user
can,
fee.
we can say whatever is going toward the roads.
It's a
Right.
user fee.
It's a user fee. And
You're
we
good
get the
with it.
sticker and we identify.
So we're gonna do what Waxaw
Got too many
does.
cars.
There's 15 or 20.
I got too many cars.
I have no clue. I have not checked. I will check on
They
surroundings.
I do too, Joe, don't feel bad.
Are you okay with it in concept?
What's he talking about?
I guess.
Street?
I'm not excited about it, I'll put it that way.
Let you alter the license plate.
We go in the back window.
Is that a cool
Probably.
Okay,
place?
are you okay in
Wrong back
concept with it?
bumper.
We have the little
Um,
license tags.
Only because I have a lot of cars.
Hey, we'll look into the stickers. We'll figure that out.
So when Mason walks up to the car and he's got the Marvin sticker on the back, he says, "Hey, Mr. Marvin, what come get it?"
I got you.
And there's no one back there, he takes his thing and he pops it, knocks out the
Are you good with it?
brake light and go, "What you stopping
you
me
good in
for?"
concept
Go,
with it?
"Bad brake light."
Can we hear from Councilmember Markleese about his opinions on it?
Nope. Can he even hear me when I say these
When I
things?
saw this on the agenda, I wondered where it came from and what it was all about. We all, we've been together for the last couple of years and we agree on virtually everything. But I have a problem with government that when it gets together like we're getting together now, two things happen. There's either a loss of freedom or a loss of money. And I have an issue with this. I'm listening to all sorts of money that's flying around in different directions. And then we add this to, it doesn't make a difference whether it's breaking us or not. I just have a bit of an issue about it. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying I'd have to look into it. I understand the numbers and why and where we would spend it. I just have an issue of here we were starting off the meeting talking about taxes, and Joe did a great job of eloquently saying what he felt and such, and now we're sitting here on one other end and putting taxes. I'm just saying that's just my opinion.
Yeah, but that was Joe, that wasn't everybody.
And I'll tell you, this
I
is,
understand.
They like my idea.
this was not driven by any one. This was not driven by any one member of council. This is really just merely staff looking
It's
at
just an idea.
the issue that we have this elaborate $20 million master plan for greenways and trails, yet we're only funding $10,000 a year. I mean, that's a penny to that project. So either we need to look at a different mechanism for the greenways and narrow that down immensely and just have lower expectations there, or we need to have a tax increase to fund just greenways and trails, or figure that out. We have to have some level of sustainable revenue source to fund the greenways, and this was the only really true mechanism that we felt was reasonable to allow that to happen.
And you remember when I applied initially for council, one of my main points was greenway trails. That's one of my high priorities, and I know it's one of Kim's high priorities. And if we can move money around to be able to make this money fund that process, 'cause we're way far behind in this process. Our master plan was drawn up for greenways, what? 23 years ago.
2010 and then
2020.
20.
Initially, how far back does it go? Like a long way back.
Yeah.
And how many miles of trail have we got now?
Just over 2.
Just over 2.
We have more roads than we have.
Yeah, we're just so way significantly behind in our trail development, and that's something that our constituents as a whole are 100% behind. Like their biggest priority is that.
Yeah.
Well,
So, I mean, this is something that I think we owe our constituents, finding ways to fund this. I mean, this is truly what they want.
And again, I think it's more equitable because it's the same cost for every household. It just depends on how many cars you have.
Right.
It doesn't matter. So it's not as if we're gonna raise taxes again and I have a $300,000 house and Jamie has $1 million house and Jamie's paying more. Like, it is equitable across the board for everybody in Marvin, depending on how many cars you have. And if you don't like it, you can get rid of some of your cars. I'm not gonna do that. I have 4 cars. I'm gonna pay more with this tag fee than I would if we raised taxes 1 cent.
Well,
So,
and I'll
hold on. And with this being said, this council, nor the council before this, got us into the mess of owning our own roads. So if anybody really has a problem with, and I'm not talking to you, Bob, I'm just saying the general public. If anybody has a problem with how we try to then take care and maintain our roads, you can go to those people that got us into the POW bill and got us to take over our roads, because the POW bill will not, as we just had the meeting with the county commissioners, it will not, that does not cover all of the expenses that comes with owning our own roads. So this is just another way to help do that.
Speaking to Councilmember Wortman's point, if I'll recall your memory on the survey that we did, which I don't know the exact numbers, but it was really high up in terms of parks and recreational green space. Like, that was what people wanted to see.
Walkability.
Secondly, there's a goal that we have, and I don't have it in front of me, and Derek may know it off the top of his head, or either Hunter, but there's a goal that you all have set forth that says we want X amount of greenway space or park space per resident, and y'all are nowhere near meeting that expectation. So just food for thought. What we'll do from a staff level is I'll do some research on the surrounding municipalities and what they charge, if anything. The statute specifically says that I think it says that it's paid for out of your tax bill. However, I talked to the tax collector already, and he says it's paid for out of DMV. So I'll try to get some more clarity on that. And then secondly, I'll come back and present 3 different options to y'all for you to consider: a $15 one, a $20 one, and a $30 one. I'll look into the sticker issue, and then we'll let y'all decide at that point in time. But if we do this, it would be something that we would look to implement either this year or next year, depending on how y'all want to move forward. We're okay this year in terms of we've got the money there that we're going to use for COVID to help front some things, but the next presentation you're going to see is the need for some money for the CRTPO grant over the next course of time. And we'll bring it back to you all.
Waxhaw in the city, municipality, I know it has.
Waxhaw's the only one?
Yeah, there's another one that I did research on, and I pulled from their website and their FAQ, so I can send that over to you.
So moving into this PowerPoint slide, kind of goes along with hand in hand what we've just mentioned. I'm going to turn it over to you so you can go over this. This is the CRTPO grant.
So we were awarded the CRTPO grant, and it's a 60/40 reimbursement grant totaling $1.7 million. It's going to be in 3 phases. Phase 1 is preliminary engineering and environmental assessments. $98,000 would need to be allocated in fiscal year 22-23. And I just wanted to remind all of you, it's a reimbursement grant. So we will have to give the $244,000 up front the grant funds will be returned to us of $146,000, but we will have to put in $98,000 in fiscal year 22-23. Phase 2, our portion is $63,000 in fiscal year 23-24. Keeping in mind we have to put up $157,000, we get back 94. Funds coming from us is $63,000. Phase 3 is the construction phase, and it's $524,000 that we'll need to allocate in fiscal year 24-25. And so, kind of to answer one of your questions, when we were looking at coming up with money for this, that's kind of what we were thinking about, tag fees, giving you an alternative to raising taxes.
We'll be fine for next year, the 98,000, and potentially even the other year after that, the 63. We can find some funds in a capital project that we have, or some of the reserve funding we can pull from there. But we definitely are not going to be fine for the 524. So,
can you go to the next slide? And then another option that we came up with was a park debt issuance for this. We could take out a loan on, I did a loan projection. I took the Village Hall rate plus 0.5%, which put us at 2.88%. We financed $685,000. You can see the 5-year note and the 10-year note, and that's the price per year. The 5-year note we would spend $147,000. The 10-year note is $79,000 per year. Or what Christina just mentioned, we can do a fund balance appropriation, tag fee, or combo of any to pay for this. And this is to finish the, it would be the dotted part on this map and finishing that part of the loop.
There's a lot of dots on there.
The green. So this grant
There's a lot of
covers,
dots.
For money.
this grant
Lot of green
covers
for money.
the green dotted portion on the map for the greenway.
So
Not
that
the one,
gets
not the
us-
one, not the one that goes down Waxaw Mark.
I was like, it goes all the way down
Okay, I was
Waxaw
gonna say, that gets us to
Harbor. I was like,
Brown
damn,
Wharf.
okay.
It's just S1, and it's basically to complete the
Okay.
loop.
I gotcha, okay.
The loop.
So, can we, because we don't need the 524,000 until
24.
25, can we go out for a bond? And
the
if we-
voters would have to approve it.
I know, that, I'm thinking we'll have an election before 24, 25. We could go out for a bond. If they don't approve it, then we can try the debt service.
We can definitely do that. We do have to sign the agreement with CRTPO shortly, but I mean, either way, we'll
But
just
does it,
fund it.
but does it matter?
No,
Like,
as long as we get the funding.
I mean, we'll get, I mean, if we can't get the bond, then we do the debt service.
So, but what's that, just throwing this out here, the Fed's gonna start raising interest rates a little at a time to deflect this inflation. So you're projecting 0.5%. What if it goes up 1 to 1.5%? Are we, how's that impact gonna be 2 years from now? If we don't get the bond and we
I
have
mean,
to.
we're not gonna do this now. We're gonna
Right.
do this in
I'm just
3
I'm
years,
just thinking
right?
about down the road,
That's for
preparing for
fiscal
the.
year 24-25, where we would need to do the 524,000.
Yeah, so whereas.
Now, Hunter did say they will be they're giving us back the money. It's gonna happen pretty quickly. I think, how long did you say?
A month or two.
A month or two,
Yeah,
which
it's
is
not like
great.
it's not, two things here. It's not like we, one, pay all this up front. It's literally as like, we would pay the contract, like any type of construction or any type of invoice bill, we would pay for it and submit the receipts to NCDOT and get reimbursed
But
60%.
it's still gonna be a big chunk that year.
Correct.
Yeah. That one is-
And that's, and I think I mentioned this, like, and I'm not no expert, I mean, I don't think once you get to that construction phase, it's gonna take longer than a year, but you could in theory break it up that way too.
So could we do the debt service now at right now dollars and just have it sit there?
We could, but the payment is, I mean, if we do a 10-year note, we're coming up with almost $80,000 a year to pay that back for 10 years. So we could do it now, and I think the interest rate would be around the 2.88% is what I was estimating. So yes, but then we need to put in the budget $80,000 to be paying that note.
I'm just wondering, like, if we're truly concerned about that, can we go ahead and get the loan now
Absolutely.
And does it have to be on the park, or can we do it on Village Hall, or can we get like a home equity loan on Village Hall?
Who will you be going through?
Currently, we used BB&T.
Yeah, we would go out for bid.
But we'd go out for bid for it.
Because I mean, we could easily be 5-6% in 2 years, depending
You're
on
right.
how the economy is going to go. I mean, we're in a pretty shaky spot with the economy in there.
I would think that you would go to your bank that you bank with.
We have to go
You
out
have
for
to go
bid.
out for a bid.
I know.
Yeah. So, and then if they, I'm sure that they would send back a bid.
Oh, that would.
I mean,
So would you?
Christina, I don't know if that throws like a big giant monkey wrench into the budget, because then they already said we don't have the money for certain things. No, put your hand down, we're not talking to you right now.
I was scratching my.
No, I'm talking to him over here. It was
But
Hunter put his hand
is
up.
that just for the 524? Or is
No,
that
it's the finance is 685.
The 685 is our full portion.
So the next 2 years that we have to pull out,
Would
that's
already be
already,
there.
that would be the payment. So it's actually, the payment would actually be lower the next 2 years than our
Yeah.
out-of-pocket expense for the next 2 years.
If we didn't
per
take
year.
out 685,000, that's correct.
Yeah.
But then you're still gonna pull those funds from a fund balance.
6-1 might have to
Yeah.
put together.
Okay.
Go ahead, Hunter. I'm just
Okay.
beginning.
And you only
Hold
get
on.
charged interest.
What'd you say?
Let Hunter say whatever he wants.
What, Hunter?
Oh, well, all I want to say is too, is like, once again, as the Heritage District develops, which, looking at the properties that this runs along, is Odell Previs, Lett, and Finchers.
They're gonna do something.
And I already know, I feel like those are gonna be probably our first 3 applications, and most likely within the first next year and a half.
Oh, so even if we go ahead and take out a loan for 685,000 and they put in part of the
They either
infrastructure,
can put it in or we do a fee in lieu and do the
then
cost
we
of it the
just
same
take
way.
that money and just pay
Yeah,
it down.
and pay it down on the loan. I don't wanna count on something
Right,
that
I
we
don't
don't know is gonna happen.
Well, by the way the language reads in the district is that they have to put that into the sidewalk in.
Yeah, but we never know
Well,
when that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And so if it's already there, then we just take fee and lieu money, and if it's not, then they can do it to our standards, and then we just take that chunk out of the.
And put it down on the loan, which lowers our interest.
Well, no, because they're not gonna give us money, we're just gonna remove that section of sidewalk from the plan.
It would cut down our
and pay for
total
it.
cost.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've heard GeoBond, a loan, and then potentially looking at the tag fee. If we do the loan, how do you guys want to fund the payment? Because I still don't have $80, 80,000 or 150.
Well, the next 2 years, the allotments that we would be paying would be encompassed in that loan, so that would cover the next 2 years. It's the 3 years out that we'd have to figure
Say
out how to
that
pay.
beginning part one more time.
The total is 685, right?
Yeah,
Correct?
the money for, what we're saying is, we still have to come up with the $98,000 in fiscal year 22-23. That's gonna have to come out of fund balance to pay the $98,000 in fiscal year 22-23.
We're getting a loan for the 98,000.
Yeah, but we have to pay the loan.
Right, but we've already got 98,000 earmarked.
No, we don't.
We can find it, is what they're saying. I can find
Yeah,
it.
you can
said-
find
you
it
said
in
you
fund
were gonna
balance.
find it.
I can
So
find that,
So
yes.
for 22-23, you have found $98,000.
I will look in the capital projects
I'm
you'll
just
have.
saying,
Yeah,
but
I
you
can find
said
that.
you're gonna find 98,000.
Yes.
Yeah,
So what Andy's saying is, you're gonna take that 98,000
To pay the
that
loan.
you would already pay, that
Okay.
you would pay for that, and you would pay the 79,000, and we'd actually have
So you only have to find 79 and not 98.
over.
Total, yes, 100%, but just keep in mind, earlier we were talking about building our fund balance, but we would be finding that money in fund balance
were
in
gonna have
capital
to-
projects to
Which
pay
we were
for
gonna
it.
have to find anyway,
Correct.
correct?
Yep,
That's what I'm saying.
absolutely.
So it does actually reduce our next 2 years out, cash
A
out
little
of
bit.
fund balance a little bit.
Well, the first year, the
100.
second year's only 63.
Is
A
it?
lot.
Okay.
A
So,
whole lot.
but either way, it does help us a little bit
Lot.
spread it out.
More.
And if we can get it at a cheaper
More.
rate than if we wait 2
More.
years and then it gets smacked with a 5 or
Keep going until I
6%
tell you to stop.
interest rate,
Right
we might,
there. Right
I
there.
think we're probably money ahead. And my gut feeling is the interest rates are gonna go up significantly over the next 2 years. It's just the way it's looking.
So
Right here are our
this
fund
is the
balances.
fund balance reserve. I would basically look at this and pull that $98,000 from one of these funds. I think Derek has already got that 138 spent for this year with Tullamore and internal preserve. I think that's where he's pulling that from. So I'm hesitant to tell you to take it from there because I don't know how much that's going to be spent down. The 99,000 is just sitting there for road improvements. I don't know why that wasn't ever closed out like that, but we could pull it from there. But just
But
that'd
you
be
also
the.
have 1.3 of unassigned that you can
We
pull
do,
the
yes, we do.
97,000
Yeah,
from.
yeah.
Again, I want to put as much money back into there as we possibly can. But if you're already telling me that we've got to find $97,000 or $98,000 next year for this, and a
take it
payment
from
would be $79,000, then we've got, I'm not good at math, but $19,000 extra that we could just go ahead and pay down some that we would have, like, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
I know what you're saying now.
Okay.
I just want to remind you all though that $80,000 note will stay with us for 10 years. So this may be a problem where we still need to find a way to fund it even after year.
But in 24, 25, we were gonna have it anyway. And I would much rather have it at 2.88% or 3% than I would at 5
Yes.
or 6%.
Just keeping in mind, we're gonna have that bill for 10 years, so we're still gonna have to have a revenue increase of some sort.
Well, and this is the thing, is that by then, I'm hoping that the MHD is to a point where we're gonna be looking at that municipal overlay, which is then going to be what that's designed for, is to pay for this. So that's another thing that will be coming into play as we go 2 to 3 years from now.
But
Correct?
Yes, but regardless of that, we were still gonna have to do this.
That's right.
Yeah.
But at that point in 24, 25, or whenever that time came around where the 500 bill came up, we definitely have to have a conversation at that point about a tax increase. So I would be remiss to future cancels and this cancel if I didn't tell you today that in 4 or 5 years from now, we're still going to have to find a way to pay that $80,000
Okay,
note.
so that's what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay.
We still have to have a revenue.
Okay, so say
source.
that. Don't be like, well, we're still gonna have to find the we were gonna have to find the $8,000 anyway. You need to say to us, you guys are gonna have to look at either the fee,
Yes.
the motor tax,
Yes.
vehicle tax, fee, whatever you wanna call it, or raising taxes
That's
again.
correct.
Okay, that's what I need, just
Yeah.
say it.
Next 2 years, we should be fine pulling
just
from one of the
say that.
capitals. But in 3 years from now, we have to find a way to fund that debt service payment, whether it be a tax increase or a tax.
Now, is a bond gonna matter? Like, would a bond be any better?
I'd
Probably
have to
not.
look into that. I can't answer that
Well,
question right now, but I will look into
Could
it.
we, say we did get a loan tomorrow, and we did this for the next 2 years, can we get a bond
Yes.
then, and then pay back that loan at that time?
Yeah.
And, how much are we gonna really spend, how much is the interest for the next 2 years on that money?
I actually
2.88.
have an amortization
Well,
schedule.
if you take the 98,000 that we were gonna pay and pay the 79,000 and pay that extra 18,000, I mean, that's gonna help with the.
Right, and I'm just curious as to what the offset is, how much we're gonna actually have to pay for 2 years worth of borrowing that money to get us to that
Pull this
bond.
up.
And then if it makes sense to do that, and then if the bond doesn't pass, we just need to find a revenue source to pay the rest of the
So
loan.
this one was a 15-year note, and the interest was $1,600. It was $1,600 a month on a 15-year.
I'll tell you. I got a calculator.
But I think, me personally,
2.88.
I would still, you're talking about the motor vehicle tag fee.
Tag fee.
Instead of doing a 30, do a 20, and you have that, then you have already started a source of revenue and income coming in, instead of just waiting till, okay, we'll decide to do it. Well, you've foregone 2 years of bringing that in. That's, instead of doing the 30, you do the 20. And that's an ongoing fee that takes care of beyond this.
Yeah.
But that doesn't put any money into
Greenways.
at
That
that
is
point, if you only
literally
do the
just
20.
paying the debt
So,
service for.
if you were gonna go the route, then do the 30 and then have a little bit of extra revenue to apply to the greenways as well.
Yeah, the motor vehicle, we can only use 5 for general government, and then the rest has to go for maintaining, repairing, constructing, reconstructing, widening, or improving public streets in the city or town that do not form part of a state highway system.
Understand, but we still have monies that are allocated to that that we don't have to allocate because we have it coming in from over here.
Absolutely. Like,
It's all
it's
about
just
moving money
It's just robbing
Yeah.
Peter to pay
Right,
Paul,
it's just,
correct?
it's in how you tag it. I would say that
We'll bring it back up in a work session, but I just want to let y'all know that it is an issue that we have to address at some point. I'd rather you know sooner than later before it becomes a problem. The plan was to go ahead and find it in one of the reserve accounts, go ahead and appropriate it when we need it, and be done with it. But I do want to make sure y'all are aware that it is going to be problematic trying to find that just sitting in our pockets.
Yeah, let's just kind of brainstorm, get all the stuff together, do it in a work session, and we'll have a lot more detail on different
I
options.
mean, I would look
to
at
weigh.
the, yes, I agree, Andy. And I look at the geo bond,
Okay.
look at like debt
Absolutely.
servicing and find out like, I mean, realistically, like, I mean, I agree with Andy. I think interest rates are gonna go up and I think there's a good possibility we'll be at 5% in 2 years when we wanna do this.
What
or
note,
3 years.
periods are you
I
interested
mean,
in?
you know, Joe and I like shorter, Christina likes longer.
Yeah, we are aware.
She's so mad at Joe and I right now. She's so mad.
We've had lots of meetings.
I know. she's
No,
so
seriously
mad
though,
at
what
us.
would you like, what are you
I
guys
don't buy
interested
things
in?
unless I pay.
I mean, you generally get lower interest rates on shorter notes, but one of the things that I've always looked at as far as budgeting goes is that you can always pay more on a loan, but you can't pay less than the minimum payment. So if you get a longer
Joe just
term,
said he'd pay for it. I heard him.
yeah, well, good.
He said he'd write a check.
Write those checks. But,
I heard it.
but my point is that if you can always pay more on your payments and pay it down faster, but you can't lengthen it once you're locked in. So
10 years?
longer term makes more sense, I think.
What were my options up there?
Thank you, Andy.
I pulled 5 and 10 up there.
It gives you
I
more
also
flexibility.
did
Trying to
a
make a friend.
15-year.
I mean, it just gives you flexibility.
That
I
was
mean, I
around
don't know.
7,000 a month.
Well, we have to go before the
Yes,
LGC
sir.
for all of this.
Because people asking questions, I think you ought to get a quote for 5 and 10, so they can actually see the actual numbers and things, what it would cost you in the long run.
Of course, yep.
Christina's like, no
just-
5.
just for
Are you kidding me?
I'm
information.
probably not interested in 5, but
So,
Make it 10 and 15 then.
Yeah, there you go.
We have
That's
to-
more realistic.
yeah, we have to go to the LGC for approval for anything over 5 years. So
Okay.
we'll have to come back to y'all because it's going to be a very lengthy process.
I'm not saying do it, I'm saying just what you,
Yeah, she'll bring it back
just.
to you.
Yeah, we'll look at it. Either way, your suggestion or not, we still have to go to the LGC for approval for any type of loan over 5 years. So we'll bring it back to y'all and we can decide at that point in time. You can even decide up to the point of when we're going to award the bid. I mean, I can literally throw 3 of them at you and you say, no, we'll do this. So that's exactly what we did with Village Hall. I was shooting for 20 and they said, nope, sorry.
She's cursing us
What-
so
what-
bad right
give you
now.
17 and a half?
Nope, 15.
15. I got
Well,
it.
we got a better
Nice.
interest rate. at
Nice to
15,
pay
right?
off the park after.
Didn't we get a better interest
6,
rate
7
on
years?
15?
It's like 9.
That's what I thought.
Wasn't it?
No.
No?
So we're going to move into the departmental presentations. This is kind of where you're going to hear their spiel for things that they want to update you on. We're going to start with Austin.
Okay.
And Representative Willis will be here in about 45 minutes, so we'll probably get through 2 or 3 of these.
Well, mine is really short, so that's the good news. You don't have to hear me talk for long. I just want to talk to y'all about four things today. First of which is eScribe, our agenda meeting management software. Are you taking pictures?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Slide over. First of all, we've set a record. We have implemented the eScribe software faster than any other government in this company's history. They've been very impressed with our team, with you guys, how quickly you guys have adapted.
I've adapted.
Wait a minute. I'm going to put all the credit on you, Austin. You adapted.
I'm gonna give myself another mark.
Joe, you've been promoted at least to a D by now. Okay. But yeah, we've really done something pretty astounding, and the company has asked me to do a case study from how our experience has been. So that's something I'll be working on in my free time in the next few weeks.
I was getting ready to say, really? All your free time?
My experience.
Well, Wayne, you're kind of cursed with technology, so we'll have to work on you a little bit.
He could write a book if he wants. He can do that.
We have a few pieces of the software left to implement. I'm working on a couple of them now. When we're in the new Village Hall, if and when, hopefully soon, We'll be able to video record our meetings. That'll be live streamed online, YouTube, with the WebEx implemented. You're going to start seeing electronic voting soon. So how that would actually work is when you're on your iPads in the meeting, let's say that we're dealing with some planning zoning issue, the motion is 5 sentences long. I can hit a button and all of a sudden you'll get a pop-up on your window that has the entire motion listed out, and it's going to say, do you want to move this? And you can just tap a button and you're already in the system is moving it. You'll still say it out loud, but it's just a prompt that will appear on your screen. And you can also be able to vote from your iPads too.
So Kim, you just have to read it off the screen.
I mean, that's better than the last time, I swear.
Yeah, see, the last time we had a motion in the wrong place, didn't fix that. But,
Poor Hunter, I'm beating up on Hunter. I'm sorry.
Money.
Are you prepared for this?
You know what? It's always somebody. So you're just the lucky one today. Usually it's Joe. I mean, Joe's like,
I'm one
I
person away
know.
from
Yeah.
See, it's usually Joe that I pick on. It's just
One,
Hunter's race my eyesight. Sorry, Austin.
You're
Joe,
fine.
I'm sorry.
One feature that I'm working on right now is our online board application process. So whenever we have vacancies, people will be able to go onto our website. There'll be a web form that will pop up. They'll answer the questions on there. They'll attach any of their attachments. They click submit. It automatically sends it into our system. We can create an agenda item in less than 10 minutes. So it's really fast. There'll be an online board public interface. It's just going to look much neater than what we have on the website, and it's going to be much more interactive. And really, that's all we've got left of the eScribe to implement, and then maybe I'll throw some more software at you later. Next slide. The next thing I want to talk to you about is reforming the SEI and COE forms. What we do now is every council member, board member, employee has to fill out these forms every year. I spend about a 4-month process, I say 4 months, trying to track everybody down. For more than 35 people. What I'm recommending is we get rid of the statement of economic interest form. I've been checking with other towns. I've not come across anything this complex that anyone's required to do. So what my suggestion is we get rid of the form, and what we do
I know where
instead.
this came from.
Me too.
Oh, you had me at
Get rid of
abolish.
By law, any board member or employee has to disclose this sort of thing, or to go to jail.
Yes.
So what I'm just suggesting is that we add an additional question to a board application saying, do you have any affiliations with companies or vendors that deal with the Village of Marvin? It just makes it a much more simplified process, and you don't have to sign the Code of Ethics every year. You just do this one time when you sign up, because
Austin, I don't want to burst your bubble, but you knock yourself out. You give us what forms you want us to give, we'll look at it, and we'll change everything.
Yeah.
Seriously.
This was driven by individuals suggesting
Who
that
are
we're no longer on either the board
and paranoid.
or it by law we're required, to your point, to do all this. This was one more hurdle that I think it went into the other boards,
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken, who don't have a voting. I mean, they don't have necessarily. They just recommend. They have no voting power of changing things.
All right, so we're all in agreement.
Yes.
Figure out what you want to do,
I was gonna
give it
say-
to us, and we'll approve it.
I was going to say, just even to further this point, even the few conflicts of interest that I've experienced in my position, right, with board members, none of them would have been caught by the form anyway, because they were in the moment, they dealt with an applicant. So really, you're not accomplishing much with the forms anymore. Next slide. This is a fun one for Kim. I want us to have a monument or something for our time capsule, because we're going to put this in the ground. We need to have something on top of this. There's a time capsule here. We're going to open it on this date, and some sort of little dedication speech or whatever. I just put a couple pictures up here. This is Indian Trails War Monument. Prisoner of War Monument. That's from Waxhaw. Those other ones are time capsules. But when we're at the new Village Hall, we have the opportunity to use some of the space to have. We have an opportunity to use some of the space to dedicate to those members of the community for all their contributions. So people like Ray Williams, people like Don Carr. We were talking about ways before that we could do this, and I think you could do a wall, you could do something like that. Whenever someone passes on, we can etch their name into the wall.
So what are you recommending?
It's just an idea I want you guys to talk about at some point.
I think it's great, and we've talked about it before, and I know we've talked about it in PRG.
We've talked about bricks and sidewalks, we've talked about walls, we've talked about, but nobody's come up with a concrete idea yet, but there's.
Use concrete.
There's, we can do like they do in Hollywood, and you can put your handprints in the sidewalk, but I agree, we need to immortalize those people that have contributed in significant ways to the village and its development and its continued.
And we can put this, we can give this back to PRG. What?
Huh?
I thought we budgeted for it with the village hall.
No, we're gonna use COVID money for it, Bob.
How will?
COVID's the new power. But this is something that we could talk with PRG about and see if we can actually nail down something now that we have the space.
Let's do it. Let's just give us some options with some costs associated with it. I mean, I feel like it's gonna have to be like a hardscape type person.
Well, I mean,
Because we want it to.
let's put this on the work session to discuss different options about this, and we'll decide something and put it together.
Okay.
And then we'll make something happen, but, I mean,
Can-
it's gonna take some discussion, it's gonna take some research, so I'll just start doing some digging.
Oh, you're gonna do some digging?
I'm gonna do some digging because, obviously that's my expertise.
Action statement, action item.
But I'll do some digging, and then we'll put it on a work session, and we'll discuss it, and we'll come up with some options. And
Which work session do you want to put it on?
Not this
May.
one.
No. You can bump it, yeah.
May.
Call it one.
We won't have one in April.
Yeah.
So real quick, while David Willis is here, I wrote a note to talk to him about this because I know sometimes the legislator has economic development funding to fund stuff like this. So we'll see if they have any type of discretionary funding for something like this they can give us.
Cool. One
Do you
more
have another slide?
Yeah, one more.
Okay, you finish your slide.
Communication changes. I am planning on moving our newsletters from going out every Friday to every other Friday. I'm trying to balance. I'm trying to balance our communications. We want to make sure that we're communicating what we want to communicate, but we don't want to inundate people with emails. I don't want to drive them towards the unsubscribe button. Because our residence list has actually shrank over the past 6 months by about 50 people. Just something I noticed.
Unsubscribing?
Completely. And so I want to make sure that.
Do we have a list of people that unsubscribe?
Yes, I have that list.
Perfect. I'd like that list so that I know if they complain if they didn't know something. Then I'll be like, listen.
But I've checked with other towns. I see how they communicate. We do more communications than any town I've found so far.
Good for us.
Yeah.
Pat on the back.
Most people don't even do, most towns, if they send a newsletter out at all by email, it's once a month. So I still want to do twice a month. It'll be easier for me, for a better use of my time. I'll be able to do these.
I thought you said you was going to do it every other week. Now you're saying you're going to do it twice a month.
Well, twice a month pretty much is every other week.
Twice a month is 24. Every 2 weeks is 26.
What?
Pretty close.
Because of the months that have 5 weeks.
It's all right. It's like you get what I'm saying.
Whatever
it's not every week. They'll alternate.
How about the 1st and the 15th of every month?
How about let Austin do it when he wants to do it?
There you go.
That's
Yours
great.
makes a
You're
Which
short.
was every other Friday. So go with that.
And then we'll have announcement emails as needed, important stuff that can't wait, road closures, whatever's going on with DOT on any particular day. And the last thing I want to talk about is this idea for a communications consultant. One thing that I have not had time to do in my job that I really wish I did was to actually work on social media campaigns. How can we target different messages to different platforms to different demographics? I'd like to be able to tailor messages to different platforms, create custom graphics, focus on volunteer recruitment, but it's something that I could do if I had the time, but I don't have enough time for it. So I would like to bring in a consultant who is a professional, who has experience in this. I've done the research. I've been talking to someone about this. It costs about the same as what you paid me as an intern about 2 years ago. $15 an hour, come out about $15,000 a year. We'd be able to have someone here steadily working on volunteer recruitment. We could have an annexation campaign going out, posting online, making us look good, targeting those that live near Marvin but not in Marvin.
So you're saying that it would pay for itself?
I think this is the next logical step for if we really want to ramp up our communications. It's bringing in the outside expertise. And this could be used for Marvin Day too.
Oh, you got me with that. I think it's great. We've talked about it. I think, you know, you don't have enough time. I've been pushing for an intern since I got on board 4+ years ago for any sort of intern. And I think this will, I think it will absolutely help you, and I think it will get more information out to targeted groups like you're talking about. I'm great with it. I think it's a great idea.
This person would also be working on newsletters. We'd be having strategic meetings every month. So I think it'd be a great improvement.
Agreed.
That is all I have.
All right, what else do you need? Do you just need 2 people to say you're good?
I need Christina to tell me I have the money in the budget.
It's in the budget now. I hadn't cut it, so.
I got my fingers crossed. So that's all I have. I appreciate your attention.
Thanks, Sauce.
So next up is.
I thought David was here.
No, he's not. I was getting coffee.
I thought you said David was here. All right.
Next up is finance.
Is it wine time yet? Oh, it's 2.
Go ahead.
That's fine. It's Friday afternoon. It's happy hour.
Okay.
Jamie, get up there.
I'm good right here. Okay, so this year we have started with new finance software with Tyler Technologies. They're projecting that we will go live between October and December this year, which is super exciting. Yay! We're so excited. Can you go to the next slide? I just wanted to go over tax collections so far year to date. We so far have brought in $869,000 of regular tax money, and we're at a 98.67% collection rate. For solid waste, we have collected $116,587. The outstanding balance for tax. $12,000. What? Huh?
I said Christina told me that they told her at the county that they only collected
$12,000
for trash.
There was their report was not correct, but we got it fixed. So the outstanding balance for trash collection is only $1,290, which is great. So we've had 98.90% of trash collected already. So that's amazing.
What would that be? What would that be? The reason for they didn't collect, or just people?
Someone didn't pay their taxes. They haven't paid their bill yet, so we'll get.
They're not paying their whole taxes.
Correct. Or if they didn't pay their bill and they're going to have late fees added on.
It's probably the people that haven't paid their taxes yet. There's 12,000.
The collection rate is nearly identical.
Yeah. They have warrant tax, so it's probably those same people.
So can we not pick up their trash then?
Yes, you can.
Well, I'm going to put liens. It's going to be fun.
There we go.
Okay, next slide. All right, so I wanted to go.
I'm sorry, can you go back to the last slide?
Sure. Absolutely.
So we pay $1,600 a year to Union County to collect our taxes?
We're paying 1.5% of whatever they collect.
So is that $1,600?
That's what we've paid so far, yes.
It's more than that. It's like 13,000.
Oh, okay.
But that's freed up a person.
Well, no, that's what I was trying to figure out. How much do we pay Nancy? What was her salary? That's really what I was trying to say. Is we're saving money.
It's about a wash. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, and it's.
This is convenient.
One last piece of paper in the mail.
I never got it.
I'm saying, well, it's your bank.
So Village Hall amortization schedule.
Sorry.
What?
It's Joe's fault.
I know. So this is currently our note for Village Hall.
10 years.
Yeah, 10 years. So in 2022, our payment is $102,807. So I just wanted you guys to look at the amount that we're going to have to come up with to pay
up
this
for 2 years and then back down?
It's just how it works.
I will say too, moving into before that, we had this conversation today about putting some funding in for COVID for these items. We were about $50,000 off on the budget. So I did want to remind you all that we did, no, jokes aside, we did decide on a 20-year note to balance the budget effectively for future years, but we were making that decision to switch from 20 to 10 or 15 based on the fact that we didn't have roundabout law enforcement officers. So we're off budget.
So it's not our fault, it's DOT's
Yeah,
fault.
yeah. I just wanted to remind you.
That
Thank
she's
you.
mad at you and I.
Thanks for reminding us. Noted.
All right, next slide. Okay,
Well, now we're
so
gonna pay ourselves back, so we're fine.
I wanted to give an update on Village Hall and the finance side of this. So far, we have paid Randolph $1.3 million. We have another $351 to pay them.
How much you paying?
We've paid them $1.3 million.
Yeah, no, but what do we owe?
We owe them $351,000.
Okay.
Okay, next one. So this is an update of all of our vendors, just an overview here. We've committed to pay all of these vendors almost $1.9 million. We've spent $1.6 million. Committed, we have $319,020 left to pay to finish off this capital project.
That's the number right there for Sunshine, 79,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I checked it, we did pay it.
Said 79,000.
Okay, next slide.
This is the slide I know you're all going to get upset about.
So these are the change orders that we've had right now. We just added in 3 proposed change orders of trees, Andy's trees.
Not my fault, not my
No,
fault.
not
my
Andy's
fault,
tree.
not
We
my
have a
fault,
generator
not my
move
fault.
number 2 at 6,000 approximately. And then the ramp, we're estimating about $10,000 for that. A total change orders of $118,000.
So everything that you see in red has not been approved, but I'm just going ahead and mentally preparing for those amounts.
$10,000 to put in a piece of sidewalk?
Well, we need to kind of go a little higher just in case to
Oh,
cover
that's
our
not our
costs.
mistake.
I know,
Yeah.
but we're going to have to
We're
pay
still
for it
gonna
and
have
then
to pay
have
for
a
it and
legal
get
recourse of it.
reimbursed.
Well, yeah, just to be clear, that is not our $10,000.
And Joe came up with
well,
a
it will
really
be initially.
cheap alternative to their
It's ours for
mess.
now.
Yeah, and I just saved their ass on a bunch of money. But
So-
then the $6,000 just to move that, that's what the.
Twice.
Is that to rotate it?
It's the second,
That's
That
the
was
Jesse.
to
second
rotate.
one. That's not the first one. Where's the first one?
No,
The
that's
first one
just
was
repositioning,
13.
Joe. They hit us in the head. I said, no more. We're not doing another thing down there.
That's
I have argued that
Bill.
for literally 2 months, and the main thing being 4,000 of that is primarily grading, and I've argued, and they are operating under the assumption that the mobilization fee is that to do some additional grading. I will be more than glad to forward the emails to you all, but at this point in time, it's going to be cheaper to pay it than it is to go through the mediation to have the attorneys
You
fight
just
it.
get a shovel on a rake and just say, oh, look,
Floor boxes for the dais. They're the ones who put them in the wrong spot. Why are we paying? for
No,
that?
this was the request of the dais maker. Like, this was when we first decided on it. So they wanted a floor box closer to. They put them in the wrong spot.
But we didn't pay for that.
The one that
We didn't
was
pay for
off,
the change.
the
No, the one that
change.
you discovered. No, we didn't pay for that. That was an initial one that we didn't have one at all.
Okay. What's the sign?
The sign. Oh, that was because we didn't have Village Hall in the front and the back. We only had it on one side or another.
Can you go to the next slide? Let's get off this one quickly.
Just to be
I
clear,
wanted to go back
and just to be
over
on the record, and I confirmed this the other day, so they're off, FYI, they're off a half an inch on the ramps to begin with, whatever it is. That's their mistake. Okay, so technically, those ramps are not to be used by handicap,
That's correct.
all right? But they're there and they built them. So we could demand that technically they at least meet the damn code that they went by anyways, which was the federal code, I believe it is, not the
They
North
exceeded
Carolina
federal.
code. But, well, they exceeded the federal? No,
Yes,
that's,
they do. They are 42 inches clear. The federal code is 36 inches clear. They meet federal ADA guidelines. They don't meet North Carolina ADA guidelines.
North Carolina, so they don't even meet their own code. So I mean, that's where you negotiate with the other stuff, so.
Andy, where did we leave off when you and I were talking about this? From the inspector's point of view, can we just not use that ramp and use, you know, it's not using the
Yeah,
ramp?
so we're gonna bring the sidewalk in that goes around the right side of the building up to the right side of the porch. That was Joe's idea. The grade will work. It shouldn't even require a ramp. It should just be a sidewalk, which is gonna be a really inexpensive fix, provided that the Department of Insurance approves that revision.
I mean, did you guys not meet with them like 3 weeks ago? Where are we?
We're waiting on DOI.
Yeah.
They have to make the final decision on that
Somebody
change.
needs to say, DOI, come on, we're trying to get our CO. I'm
But
throwing
that's
some
the
other
change,
letters, too.
and it's very non-invasive. It's a way cheaper option, and I'm going to give Joe all kinds of kudos on that idea. I know. Right there.
Write it down. Joe got a kudo.
I'm up to 3.
It was a great idea, and it's way better. So.
And
that's where we're at.
I again, those red areas are ones that I have not approved. I just wanted to make sure in the event we have to pay for it.
Do you want to go back to the ones that I've approved that I said, okay, that was my fault, and all the ones that those two?
Okay, so, for this project, we had, put $200,000 into contingency. So far, we have, spent $152,453.90.
And that is including
Including
those
the four
the
red.
red ones.
Which leaves us $47,500.
We'll take 20 off.
So some things that we have that we know that we're gonna end up spending money on are like blinds or window treatments, additional furniture, the data drops in each of the offices and conference rooms. I did just get a quote for that because the boxes there is no voltage in any of those. Low voltage lighting, I think we talked about, and electric to the well.
Wait, there's no data drops in the offices?
No, there's not. So we
There-
have to have those put in.
There's data drops, but they're not.
There's empty boxes. I mean, they cut the holes. We have to have someone put the units in them and run the wires.
Run the wire on the
And that's Windstream, right?
Yeah, no, Windstream does not do that. I have to use somebody else. So,
Okay.
We have bathrooms, we just don't have toilets.
Kim, I'm going to be spending a lot of time at Village Hall after Randolph leaves.
We just need the CO. We'll leave them out.
So those are, but we basically have $50,000 left to spend.
No,
Joe's already spent
47,500.
Right.
Joe spent 20
Joe spent
already.
20.
How's that?
What you sent us yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah.
You
What
know,
did
you
you send
go out to
yesterday?
bid for it, but good luck.
We have to go out to bid for blinds?
No, that we'll bring that back to you all. We've got a quote for $18,000 for blinds. We'll bring it back to you all for discussion.
There's a lot of windows in that
They're
building.
There's a lot of
shutters. They're
windows.
plantation shutters.
It's
All
certainly-
plantation shutters.
And I'm not putting.
We've
No.
We
don't
have
work all the time.
offset a lot of this with
The
ARP
whole top up here?
No.
injection, right?
No, but all, I mean, there's a lot.
78 plus 30.
Yeah,
Plus a little bit more, yeah.
So we would have been 50,000 over budget had we not had ARP
Oh, yeah,
injected.
yeah. Yes.
I would just like to point out one thing. This council would have approved going after the other property that when I walked staff into, just so you know. But I walked staff through, they all approved it, and this has cost us because they didn't want to take that corner property, close to $800,000 more for the taxpayers. It is what it is. I mean, we're doing the best with what we have. We've expended every private-public partnership, including a flat-out buy of the corner property that we talked about. It didn't happen, but we are where we're at, and you know, I predicted a long time ago that this was going to be well over 1.5.
Oh, Joe gets another kudos.
No, I'm just saying. It's just that the good news is we have.
Oh, he's a C now.
Take one away.
No. The good news is we have an actual capable council staff that is moving on things the best we can and doing this
with what we have. So it is what it is, including, you know, a lot of things we learned.
And maybe we get some money from the county for off-duty officers,
awesome.
and we don't have to
Yeah.
take that out of
Yeah.
ARP, and
And we are saving a lot of money by doing a lot of this stuff ourselves too.
thank you, Joan Andy.
So we have started the next fiscal year budget.
Jamie's
We
gonna help.
I'll help, I just don't know how to do anything.
Go ahead.
We'll teach. Oh, I can show you how to do things, Kim.
Me too, I'll stand there and say what he, oh, that looks good.
Yeah. Here, move that over there.
I'll do it. So this slide basically shows you that we have started the budget for next year. I actually have it pretty much completed. I need to go back and amend some of the PAL bill stuff because I do have a $111,000 fund balance appropriation in there for the roundabout match, but I need to rework those numbers. Did want to mention some of the constraints because like I said before, when I came into this meeting today, before we had discussion, I'm $45,000 off. Most of that being related to the off-duty contract. But there's other departmental requests, as you've heard, the communications person. We've had increased technology with the eScribe, financial software. We've had a lot of vendor inflation just naturally based off of today's economy.
There's inflation.
And then
No
the,
jokes, no jokes.
and then we've had some increase in benefits because what we have to do for any personnel that has over 1,000 hours is we have to put them in the retirement system, and we have to match 11% of that. So not match, but we have to contribute 11% to their retirement. So that has been an increase. Next slide, or is that it?
That's it.
So, but obviously that's going to change based off of today's conversation. So we'll bring it back
Have we
to.
gotten the sheriff's department's contract yet for the?
No, but I have put in a 10% increase in here, which is very, very high. To most of the things that I knew were going to increase, I just put 10% for health insurance, that sort of thing. I know it's probably not going to be that much, but just to be safe. The next slide, and David will be here in probably 10 minutes.
Who can we get through the quickest?
Planning and zoning is probably.
Solid waste update. No,
Yeah,
I'll
we can
take
do solid
forever.
waste.
I'll take
I can do it in 10
forever.
minutes. No, it's short. I promise. Can you
had
pull
like,
it?
You had like 100 pages on your computer the other day. Yep.
That's every day.
That really is every day.
Why don't you go stand up front?
Go stand up front and point to the thing.
I'm wearing heels. Take them off.
You can just take a chair up there and sit down.
So in fiscal year 21, the fiscal year that we're in now, we've gone through a whole year of negotiations with the RFP. The services for this year that we've received revenues for will be April 1st through June 30th. The first date of service is April 4th because April 4th is the Monday. Annual cost.
Food, I'm not going to retract.
The annual.
You guys are getting wild right now. Actually, since we're off, this is like.
So the annual cost that we charge to residents for this year.
Oh, because we're missing a quarter?
Yeah, it's only April 1st through June 30th, 4
Oh,
months.
Okay.
We charge $61 for those 4 months. So I'll remind you at this point that we will float the money next year, moving into this year. We'll basically prepay in advance and we'll receive the money in January. We basically will pay 6 months in advance for solid waste. So our cash flow for 6 months is going to be down.
Negative.
So then the residents will pay the 6 month and then the
It'll catch back up.
and then the next year.
So I'll bill you in your tax bill this year,
Yep.
200 whatever, and then you probably won't pay it until January.
Yep.
So by the time you pay, you will have already received July, August, September, October, November of service. I won't get paid until January.
Right. I know you're floating. I know we're floating the village that, but then you're going to put in my September tax bill. You're going to put in the
The next full year.
Yeah, from this
The calendar year?
Yeah. Well, no, not calendar. I'm putting in. Well, yes, I'm putting in the rate for 7/1 to 7/1.
because we're just floating them that.
It's based off fiscal year.
No, just give me a minute. They've paid from April to June already,
No.
correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that wasn't a good face.
Yes, we paid, you have paid from April to June.
I've already paid that.
Yes.
It's all about fiscal year after that.
Mhm. Our rates are decided on a fiscal year.
No, I know that, but, so when did I pay that?
You paid
Your
it in
tax bill.
January.
In January, this past January.
Because I can't pay it for the full year because it's only fiscal year. So then we're floating the loan, so in September, it will be for next year, 23.
Yes.
No, it will be from,
22, 23.
I got it. But will we always float then?
Yeah, basically.
We're always gonna
And-
float
and-
the second 6 months. So
Unless we
That
wanted-
was gonna be my
yeah.
question. That was gonna be, so then should we do like a year and a half so that we're not floating?
I mean, that's
One
up to
year.
y'all to decide that.
Basically like 1 year, right? And then,
I feel like you guys would get some pushback if you did that, because you basically go, if we're charging $244 a year, you're gonna be charging,
We should have done that initially if we were gonna do it.
$5.
We should have done 9 months ahead this year if we were gonna do that. And I think we've missed our opportunity.
Yeah.
I'd be charging you, if we did that, I'd be charging you $366 this next year.
that's what I pay now.
But David, that would be extra.
Well, we can bring that up in the budget. I'm gonna keep it at 244, but if y'all wanna change it, we can change it.
I mean, I don't mind floating it, it's just, we're just gonna have to have that in cash reserves in order to pay it until we get paid.
That's right.
When are they gonna pass out the trash can?
We'll get to that in just a second.
What happens?
All right, so today, when we established the solid waste service, I had projected 117 in revenues. We've actually received 116, so we're spot on. Delinquents will handle through the county, so you asked the question about can we just not collect their trash, and unfortunately we have to collect it, and we'll go through the lien process with the county. They'll handle all that. Advance. In progress, we will have an HOA meeting on the 22nd of February where we'll go over just a high-level overview of the service and regulations. We'll receive questions there from the HOA presidents, who will hopefully be our direct lead into the HOAs. And Active will also be there as well to answer and handle any questions or concerns.
So in that meeting, will you have questions ahead of time submitted from HOAs? Because
Is that the one that's coming up here?
Tuesday.
what would be great.
It's on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Tuesday after the
No, it's 6
CRG.
o'clock.
That will all be
There's
at.
easy capability to send out a note.
Yeah, we can send a note.
And it's,
We have
it's
to-
not, I'm not worried
Take
about.
that out, that is with Park Truck and Greenway,
I'm
not
not-
Marvin Day.
I'm not worried about the president, 8 of the HOA's questions. I want the community's questions to give the HOAs an opportunity to send out, hey, if you have any questions for Waste Hall, we're gonna get them answered for you, so submit them now from the residents, because there's a lot of individual
I can get anything else.
questions coming out. that-
We'll get an email to the HOA presidents who will promote them to
We'll
ask
leave
their
it to
people.
them
Much
to-
time, is this Tuesday?
Oh, I know,
Yeah.
I know, but that's what I was saying from before, when we do this.
Yeah, that does only leave like a day. We could try. We'll see what we get.
Yeah, I mean,
They probably already have a lot of questions ready.
Yes.
I know
So-
Wayne already does.
So
and that's fine, it's just that it'd be nice to have them ahead of time, so we, because the last thing we want is, oh, I can't answer that for you. When you can
I think, I mean, with all of us that are there that day, I think we should be able to answer.
John
pretty
Active
much
is gonna
anything.
be there, right?
Yeah.
So they've got all the answers.
Okay.
So as of, on March 1st, we'll have an email blast that goes out to our residents informing them of things. If you hear from people that have questions, I would make sure you ask them if they're on our residents list, because that's how we're gonna get that's primarily how we're gonna get our information out. So make sure they're on there. If not, jot down their email address and their name and we'll get them added. But that information will go out from the village, and in that information, we'll highlight the start dates, so people will know the do's and don'ts of recycling. So we'll have the rules established, and we'll have other things on there like how to place your carts, policy for backdoor service. We'll get that out that day as well, so that people that can't literally take their trash can to the road, we can get that in place, that policy in place, and get them on an address list. We'll have rules for yard waste. We'll have a reminder go out to cancel their services and schedule their old cart collection if it's not with Active. We'll also have a new cart scheduled delivery. a new cart delivery schedule. So at that point in time, we will know when those carts will be delivered. I can't tell you that right now. I'll know that before March 1st. We'll also have the route scheduled and established that day that we'll send out. And then we'll also let them know that our one-day event for bulk, white goods, and electronics is going to be on August 6th. That same information will be sent out
Where is that gonna be?
at Village Hall. That same day, I'm sorry, that same flyer, that same information will be put into a nice flyer context that will be actually mailed to every resident on March 15th, thereabout. March 21st and 28th, which is that following week, we'll have the same information go out. So residents should receive the same thing 4 or 5 times before April 1st. On March 8th or the 31st, council will consider a resolution to adopt all of these rules and regulations that apply to basically everything that I just mentioned there. And this basically is just our teeth to what we've already established for the rules, because if we don't have an ordinance, we can't necessarily enforce the rules.
Is that a resolution or an ordinance?
It's an ordinance. I used the wrong term.
Who do
It's
we
an
have
ordinance.
assigned? Who do we have assigned to take phone calls from?
You.
So we
I'll have a little headset.
Your cell phone.
Preach the mayor. They're already calling me. So.
292.
So they can contact Active Customer Service. That would be our number one ask, is contact them, see if they can get those questions answered. We will invite them, encourage them to call us if they need to, but the first round would hopefully be active and hopefully they get it addressed. The
Will
second,
they have like a special, like, if you're a Marvin resident, please press?
they just have a main customer service line, so I don't know if it is Marvin in particular. I can ask that.
I think that would be a really nice
Do you think
thing
they're
to have,
from
because they have
a logistical?
customer service. If you would like to establish new service, if you're a commercial person, if you have a question about your bill, like,
Okay, I'll find out.
maybe we can have one just for Marvin residents.
Tier 1 level questions and concerns will be answered by Jill, and these are mainly going to be like, hey, when's my collection? When am I getting my cart? They didn't collect me today, why not? And she'll answer those questions. Tier 2 will go to Austin, and those are going to be like, hey, I'm a backdoor customer, I didn't get collected today, like, why not? And then anything that he can't handle, he'll bring to me.
Okay. When they don't make a pickup, they know they're not gonna have for whatever reason,
Mhm.
are they going to call?
Yes.
Automated call?
No. There's a emergency communication plan that they have to call me actually, and they have to send an email, and then we've already got a script, so to say, prompted to send out if that happens.
But it'll be an automated call. Somebody's not gonna call me and say, hey, Kim, your
I don't
trash
think
isn't
they're not calling. There's not like a reverse 911. It's literally going to be an email to residents. If they-
Okay, because right now they call sometimes.
They call every time.
It's like a robocall.
Yeah, I'll ask them on that. I doubt they will.
It's a robocall. I mean, they got all the phone numbers in there, and they say, you know.
If they can't pick up, they can't come that day.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll ask, but they will definitely notify us, and we will in turn notify residents.
I know what I'll do in my neighborhood. I'm not the president, but I'll go around the ones that do not have email addresses.
Somebody didn't have email addresses in
Yes.
the neighborhood? Oh, God.
Remember, it's a retirement community, Kim.
Well, there's others too. I mean,
He lives there and he has one. I mean, Joe's like that age and he has one.
there's 43 out of 44 homes that have one, but we have 2 sisters living there that do not have an email.
Any questions or comments that you didn't see that you think information needs to be distributed? I didn't mention.
Schedules. So if your pickup day is on a possible holiday that is not necessarily recognized all of the time, how will they handle telling you whether they're going to be picked up or not?
One thing I failed to mention was that on the 15th, when that mailer goes out, there'll be like a postcard with a calendar in it, and it'll have the holidays.
Okay, so
but
people are going to lose that.
I will
People
get-
aren't going to write it down.
We're gonna have like on our website also, the solid waste with a calendar, FAQ, kind of like how Waxhaw has
So
one.
like if there's an obscure holiday on a Monday,
Yes.
and my pickup day is on a Monday, and sometimes people, it's not necessarily bank holiday, but sometimes people celebrate it, so it will have whatever the pickup.
So when we met with them, they said there's only 4 holidays this first year that are going to really be affected, and they're gonna be
Memorial Day,
clearly,
July 4th, Thanksgiving, Christmas.
yeah, it'll be clearly stated, and then we'll also add it on our website.
There's gotta be more than 4.
Well, it's just when we had our meeting, they already had those all lined up for us.
We'll get it.
So is like all of Marvin getting picked up on Monday or something?
Monday and
Monday and
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
and
Oh,
Tuesday.
really?
Just 2 days.
Okay, so moving into fiscal year 22-23,
Just
um,
right over us talking.
these are the, he should be here any second now, so I
That's
want,
fine, he waited.
um,
He was late. We ordered him lunch
just
and he didn't
David.
show up.
so the base recycling is gonna be about $330,000, and we added on that, all that extra stuff. Now, keep in mind, before we had the, before we
Sorry,
decided
I've been here
on
too long.
the rates,
Sorry, Christina. I'm sorry.
we did not include yard waste, so that $72,000 is an actual increase that we should have incurred this year that we didn't plan for financially, which
So we
was,
ate it.
we ate it the first year. However, we projected, the way I did my projections last year was I projected some level of buffer contingency to absorb some of that information or some of that financial dollars, and then we also changed the way we were doing the staffing, so we reduced it by another $50,000. So we basically are able to still absorb the yard waste with the rates that we've already published that we said we were going to keep.
Okay, so that collection fee won't go up.
It will not go up, no, no. So it's about a $500,000 a year operation, so you'll see the budget go up about $500,000. And if you can fast forward the next slide. We had initially advertised 244. I actually think we'll be able to absorb it a little less than that, but we're going to keep it in there just because there's some unknowns. We've got the CPI and the fuel surcharge that take place next year, so I want to make sure we don't shoot ourselves in the foot. So I'm projecting it to stay the same. I think that's it, isn't it? Next slide. And then questions. Any questions?
Do you feel that they're ready for this logistically, trucks?
Nope.
They've had almost 8 months, right, to prepare, or 6?
Yeah.
That's a hard no.
Honestly, I don't, but I'm hoping that things change in the next month.
I know they've already ordered the roll-up cans.
Right, and just FYI, I mean, if you haven't done it yet, obviously, a lot of people have automatic payments made, so I called my carrier and they canceled that. They did say they may not get to picking up my cans for, but to put about every day on pickup day until they are picked up, and then if they don't get picked up, bring them back. So it's just that kind of communication if we're sending out stuff that, because they're going to want their containers back, that's fine, but I just worry about, this is a big deal.
Yeah.
For the community, probably one of the biggest one that affects everyone, and,
We're going to plan for problems the first month. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Hopefully I'm wrong, but we're going to have problems for sure. I'm positive of that, unfortunately. To Active's defense, I don't know if it would probably be the same if it was Active Waste Management or any other service.
I agree. I mean, it's, and we're not going to have everyone that's going to be happy with us, but.
But they aren't now, so.
Right, I agree.
Well, I mean, a good thing is there's a lot of active customers already in place in Marvin, so those people are probably gonna have pretty easy transitions. People like myself take out my own trash. It's no big deal to me because I haven't got anything to figure out. I'm just waiting for a can to show up and pick it up. So probably only 50% of the village is really gonna get affected hard by the change.
Marvin Creek already uses that 100%.
Yeah. So that's a big deal. I mean, that's a lot of people.
The HOA pays for it.
Huh, I thought they used somebody else. I thought their
So-
cans were different.
We have a couple more departmental presentations, but Representative Willis just walked in, so we can kind of transition over to him and come back to our departmental if y'all are okay with that.
I'm going to do a quick bio
Me
break.
too.
Okay.
If that's okay?
Hey, Dave.
For that?
Hey,
Welcome.
you just put me right after the trash.
And bio break for that matter.
Well, since you're a resident, we figured you'd want to know about the trash pickup. So.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Yeah, I just need to know when that's effective so I can cancel my.
April 1.
Cancel now.
Or, well, April 4th, first day.
They will take your cancellation down, and as of March 31st.
Okay.
But please do not contact him if you currently have Active.
No, we have a different yeah, I've been waiting for this because I've been wanting to switch for a while, but I just didn't know when.
Well, you heard it straight from the horse's mouth today. Your rate should not go up from what we previously advertised, so you'll see a $244 on your tax bill.
You should have already have seen your tax bill and paid it.
No.
Yes, Mama, there's someone who hasn't, and it could have been you.
Just kidding.
That wasn't a gentle reminder.
Almost everyone's paid.
Yeah, good.
Oh, I know, what,
They said they're
0.7% or something like that's
going to
paid.
charge them interest for late payment. Do we get the late interest?
Yeah.
Some places they don't.
Are you a late payer?
I mean, we only are owed $1,700 or something, so it's not much.
You get $12.73. I mean, that's more than you get now.
I'm probably gonna end up spending more time mailing them notices. Yeah.
I
Are
thought
you
you
having
said
fun,
the county
Jim?
was taking care of it. Collection.
She's taking notes. I'm just gonna have pages of notes.
I thought we were doing those. The county is?
County?
County. Huh.
So,
No, that was on the list of,
You gotta do the old ones, like old tax collection. The ones that we've already surpassed, not solid waste, but tax.
Y'all doing good?
How's the drive?
Not too bad today.
Did you get anything good accomplished today?
Today? Got home safe. This week was productive, but today was.
You've been there
After
all
the last
week?
2 days, I'm just ready to get home. Long day.
He was right behind me.
he's gonna
you
send.
mean you lost it?
I did between here and the door. He was right behind me.
still warm, which is shocking to me.
What?
The coffee's actually still,
Hmm.
well, I mean, it's not hot enough for me unless it's like scalding me, but you all would probably consider it hot.
My mother, it would literally be steaming and she'd it's cold.
Yes, that's me. I think
Literally
I've,
boiling in front of you. I
I
can't
think
make it any
I've
hotter.
like ruined all my taste buds.
I think all of her taste buds are
Scar
just
tissue
shot.
on them.
Yeah.
Are
You're gonna have
are y'all ready?
30-degree burns
You
if you drink
ready?
it.
Joe, you ready?
Yeah, I'll be in a minute.
Can you be bothered to?
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yep. I didn't stop the
Or
recording
is
this time.
Christina gonna do it?
Yeah, I'll do it.
All right.
So there's really only one major thing we wanted to talk to you about initially for this meeting, which was the defense local bill we've been emailing about. There's been a couple of things come up since we started this meeting that we wanted to kind of add in. I guess we can open it up with the local bill. Him and I have had some conversation about what it was y'all requested a year ago, I believe. At the time we made the request, I don't know if it was short session, I can't remember, but it was only, the deadline had gone, and we were only looking at a statewide bill at the time, not a local bill. So now we're ahead of the timeline, we're looking at a local bill that's only gonna apply to Marvin. We had some correspondence about a month ago, and you were gonna reach out to your people,
So-
you wanna give us an update?
Yeah, so I talked with staff again this morning. They've been tied up, because I mean, obviously, we've had a little bit going on with the redistricting you may have heard about. And so they requested us not to do anything until we got through yesterday. And so we got those passed, and now it's back in the hands of the court, so we'll see what happens with that. But, so the conversation that we had was, you know, we realized insurance is probably not gonna do anything. There's probably not anything we can do to entice them to come to the table to help with that. So the way we're looking at it is, do we have the ability for you guys as a board to make the determination with town funds that you could then choose to reimburse legal fees off of that, and it would just have to be, you know, you guys would just have to justify that to the village. So that's kind of where we're at with that right now, and they were just going through, we've got some pretty smart legal folks over there that can help us dig through some of that. I'm hopeful that there's an option for us going this route, but we'll have to kind of see what they come back with and just make sure it's not opening any unintended consequences to or other issues down the road. But I think it would be that's the most probable path at this point.
So, because it's just us right now, has there been, maybe nobody's gone through this before, but I mean, I can't imagine with all the
Not going to be the first time.
municipalities.
It's probably not going to be the last time. But I've been asking around, and no one else has asked for anything like this from across the state.
I mean, but the problem is I could go into these small communities and kind of create a scenario for them, how quick this could happen to them. And then you find yourself in situations like, well, how do you mitigate that?
Right.
Or, and I just, and I don't know, people were wowed when we tell that story. They're like, how in the hell could that happen and stuff? But
So part of this, because I've talked to a number of our judicial folks across the state, and part of this is, there are guardrails in place to really protect from this today. It's just how that gets interpreted, which everything has an interpretation nowadays, and how each individual judge applies some of that. And so for lawsuits that are deemed egregious today, they have the ability to apply the fees and so forth for any of those lawsuits that get thrown out. It's rarely ever used. So how do we work with these folks to kind of change the mindset around that and put more emphasis on it? It's part of the conversation we've been having, but that's more of an in-practice influence type of thing rather than us being able to prescribe something. To do that. There is a possibility we could go in and do something, but whenever you get into, at least what I'm being told, whenever you get into things like that, there's a lot of unintended consequences of things that could come out of it, and so it gets a little bit more complicated. I think the path of least resistance would be able to just to grant you guys the ability to reimburse it on your own.
Say that's a state statute.
Yeah, it doesn't solve the problem going forward necessarily, or prevent it happening again. But at least it would give us the ability to kind of, at that point, apply some public pressure and be like, look, you're wasting our tax dollars. You need to go sit down, right? And because you get your feelings hurt or whatever it is, this needs to stop. And so, there is kind of that side of it, but we've got to have some overall, I think, tort reform and kind of how we look at this. You can sue for anything and everything at this point, and it's become completely absurd. And apologies to any lawyers in the room, but the biggest problem we have are the lawyers. It's kind of a self-perpetuating industry, and I don't know of any other industry out there like it. And so we've got to find a way to start cutting back on some of that and start putting some penalties out there that have some real teeth to it. The other side will come out and say, well, then you're just stopping people from filing lawsuits and being taken advantage of. But believe me, it's just as frustrating for business owners and everybody else out there that have gone through. Because I've gone through this myself, and it just makes you angry. So we'll continue to do what we can to push on that. Hopefully I'll have an answer now that the maps are done relatively soon. But
So for the record, I just wanted to mention a couple of facts here. We're asking for a local bill to be entertained just for Marvin to extend North Carolina General Statute 160A-167, which is defense of employees and officers, payments of judgments to persons seeking office. And basically what that would boil down to is any cancel, it says any city council, but it would really be Marvin City Council may appropriate funds for the purpose of paying all or part of a claim made in a civil judgment entered against its members or former members or persons seeking office. So the governing body of Marvin would then be able to decide if they want to reimburse or pay for those funds that are being requested based off of a lawsuit. The purpose of this potential local bill, we're asking for it to be retroactive 4 years prior to the effective date of the amendment. So, if it's approved this year, we would just be asking for it to be retroactive. I have a copy of this, but I think I've sent you this before because it was based on the statewide bill, and I think you're going to send that to your folks. But that's basically what we're trying to achieve. If that's not the intent that you all wanted to look at, if y'all can just let us know so we can make sure he gets the right
I really think
information.
it's just for seeking office, because it's already covered, like the village already covers everybody else, right?
As long as you're an officer, you're covered by insurance. It's the people that are not
Yeah.
already
Right.
an
Yeah.
officer
It would be
that are-
those who are candidates for, but not yet elected, basically.
The only term we're trying to add is any person seeking office.
Okay.
Because right now you can do it, but any person seeking office is not included.
Got it.
So that's the addition we're asking for.
Perfect.
Yeah, and there may be some additional language in there around, must have already, active candidate or something where they've already filed and not just somebody that's claiming, oh, well, I intend to run or something like that.
Right.
Kind of limits the scope of it.
And then who can vote? Like, for instance, we have well, more than two, but there are two that really were out. So could one individual vote for the other individual who was thing, but then when it comes time for him to be voted on, you understand what I mean? Like,
So that's where I trust our legal folks on that to kind of give us some advice on that, because you certainly don't want a scenario where there's something intentional, where, hey, you run and then sue, and then, you're going to get elected, so then you'll come in and we'll vote for this, and,
Right.
we'll do something.
That's where the general statute for the conflict of interest comes into play, and those persons have to recuse themselves if there's a direct
Well, I
financial
know if
benefit.
it's direct, but if it's not a direct, like if Jamie was voting for Bob, and that's not a direct financial conflict for him. He would have to, Bob would have to recuse himself. And the same thing if we went around the room. I truly believe that the only reason I was covered is because there was a staff member who was brought into this, and they were, because trust me, insurances are out there designed not to pay claims.
Absolutely.
And they were looking, but because we had a staff member, and they said, oh, by the way, he named the mayor as well, and that's.
But that's why you were covered. It had nothing to do with the staff person. You were covered because you're the mayor.
I don't necessarily agree based on conversations I had up until that point where it was like, because I wasn't sure I was going to be covered. And quite frankly, I'm not sure I wanted to be covered by it. Because, when certain things happen to you personally and stuff, you're sitting there going, okay, what's your best defense? Is it relying on...
I know.
Or is it taking on your own people who are maybe going to be a little more aggressive in defending you, or to that matter? But aside from that, it's just, I know there's going to be, that has to be kind of written in. But this isn't going away, by the way, because the same individual, and I can say this because it's public information, is now requesting other information. For what reason, we don't know. But, it's like, it doesn't go away, but it's we have to do, and would you recommend in this process, David, that someone go to Raleigh to present?
No, not at this point. Let me come back.
I mean,
to
when
that.
it comes into being decided to be voted.
If we go through a local bill process, not really, because typically the way local bill, there's kind of an understated rule that if the local folks are in support of it and there's not dissent amongst the local folks, that nobody else is gonna buck that. If it becomes a statewide issue for whatever reason, then maybe, yeah. So, I'll keep you informed on that.
I think the only way to stop this from happening, and I had mentioned it when we went to Raleigh, is there has to be something where, and that scenario happens again, that I don't turn to a $700 an hour attorney. I turn to someone assigned by the state that says, we take it pro bono, we've got this, and we'll address it. And then if I'm wrong, then there's subsequent things that can happen to me because I'm at fault. But to come up with it, and again, I'll tell anybody, the judge has said you can't go after attorney fees. You give me $30,000 and I'll shut up.
Yeah.
But you didn't pay that out.
That's right.
So it's always gonna be subject to happening again until the source of.
Well, that's where I think the courts have to step in, and that's, I've been talking to some, the judicial folks on that, because I think the courts have to step in and utilize the tools that they're already available to them.
Let the
They're
courts
just not
figure it
using-
out.
Right.
Provide evidence and say, here you go. Let the courts figure it out, right or wrong, and then, but we spent 5 and 5.
Yeah.
Right out of the bat, I spent 5, Bob spent 5. And then
then
Bob and I grabbed another 20-some thousand. And I'm going, all because I wanted to be a public servant. And that's what I
And
get.
it's not gonna be the last time.
It's not gonna be the last time. You've gotta fix it now, before it happens to some poor soul again who's just going, you know what, I'm on a fixed income, I got nothing coming in, but I got time on my hands, and this is what I'm gonna do. And then he's gonna get hit with it, and as my attorney told me, and told Bob, be thankful he threw it out when he did, because you could be north of 75,000. Now think about that.
Yeah.
But here's your option, Mr. Lyon. You can plead guilty. For the rest of my life, I have a federal civil charge against me, and so does Bob, because I just chose not to do it. I'm in a no-win situation. Local municipality, the state, no one has my back.
So you'll get back to us and when I mean, it would.
I'm hoping the next couple of weeks, because we finished that up, and, they're freed up after yesterday, so.
I'll change, I put some deadlines in your calendar, I'll change that stuff around so I can make sure the ball doesn't drop, basically.
Yeah.
Um,
I do appreciate all your help with that. I know you spent a lot of time with that.
This process should be a lot easier than the statewide approach because it only applies to Marvin,
Well,
so.
and I want everyone to know, and I'm not speaking for Bob, but for me,
Yeah.
I would feel absolutely guilty as being the person receiving it. I would. I don't even know if I would want to take it. But to know that someone had stood up and said, okay, that was not right, it wasn't, I still had to pay the bill. But I don't want it to happen again. And even though we had, Bob Sullivan, he came in and said, you guys need to, he's an attorney, he said, you guys need to figure out a way to pay that. And not just to me and to Bob, but to Kim and to Joe. I mean, that's not insignificant money.
Right.
It's opportunity loss too,
Yeah.
because you're really, that story that gets told, whether it's to a friend or to other people, that shoots the over the bow, saying, why would, and my next question is, hey, you should think about running, and because you'd be great on council, and they're like, are you crazy with what you just told me?
Yeah.
But there are some very capable individuals that, why would they take that up if they're just a citizen throwing their foot in? So there's some parameters I think we can build into it. Obviously we will. It's like you have to go through the proper process of being, doing everything from the elected standpoint you filed and stuff like that. And quite frankly, full disclosure, that would exempt me because I wasn't even running.
That's right.
So I didn't go through the process. So I'm basically, and I'll say that now, I'm giving up the $5,000 I spent, but I wouldn't apply for it because I didn't go through the process that the county level offered. I was a write-in and stuff. So that maybe that's written into it, maybe it's not. But at the end of the day, what these guys did, they did everything by the book, and they're being punished for it. And God help us to find other good people when they leave or we leave that will take on that risk, if you will.
So
maybe there's an opportunity that we haven't, because you mentioned the county, maybe there's an opportunity there we haven't explored, which would involve the county attorneys or something that in terms of not having to go hire external legal defense. Maybe there's something that could be done. So I'll explore some other avenues from that as well and just kind of see if there's anything.
Well, that deters someone from doing it because all this person was trying to do, and I don't care, and I've stated it. He just wanted to hurt the people who he felt took something away from him. We didn't do anything, but
And on his end, it could have cost, I don't know, it could have cost him zero, right? You go file a lawsuit.
Totally cost him zero.
So it's minimal, to do that. And that's part of it, is we need to stop these fraudulent cases from just being, take the shotgun approach. We'll put 15 things out there, see what sticks. Maybe I'll get a payday out of this or something, and just to go away.
Well, again, if the county backs it or the state backs it, the state comes up with something that says, okay, got where you're going, we're not gonna let you go down that path if you feel that much grievance. And if there is a grievance, the person that did it should be impacted by it.
Yeah.
But when you get to a point where they go, this stuff is so bad, it's not even worth the paper it's written on, but they go, hey, still gotta pay it.
So Mayor Polino, to your question about being a write-in candidate, we actually did propose language in the draft that we sent over last year that specifies that a person seeking office means that that person is actively campaigning for an elective office by properly registering with the governing
Oh, good, so it's already in.
board. Yes, so it's already in there.
She already didn't even give me that. No, but I didn't know that was the case, but that's fine. I mean, I don't care because I've been through this before, but this is getting ridiculous now and I don't think it's gonna stop because I think we will always have those individuals seeking.
So we'll wait and hear back from you. Unless y'all have anything else on that, I have a couple of other topics that we brought up. I'm gonna hit the quickest ones, the fastest ones first. There's been some discussion about having like a historical piece constructed at our new Village Hall site. Do y'all have any type of economic development incentive, like, not incentive, but economic funding, discretionary, that could...
Memorial type.
Yeah,
What would it be related to?
whatever you want it to be.
Whatever we get money for.
Well, I mean,
We want a memorial
we could
for
honor
Significant
citizens that have been a big part of the community that have passed, whether it was individual like, who was the most recent,
Ray Williams.
Ray Williams. We did a resolution, but we thought about some sort of memorial type thing. And some, I think you had some examples, Austin, that it was for the armed forces.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of
something like
those.
that. We haven't really discussed it yet, but we
Okay.
know that we'd like to have something
I
like
can
that.
poke around and say, but I'm not aware. I mean, unless it's something specific, like, you get the Historical Preservation Society in, or one of these other groups where maybe there's, some funding for, military, or, something that went back to, obviously not the Civil War, but maybe the Revolutionary War, or, something along those lines, or if there was something, around there where we, had a partnership maybe with the VFW or something like that, where there was something, but, I can poke around and see. I don't know anything off the top of my head.
I'll send you an email. The premise was primarily for what he just mentioned, but we could dual purpose it for, historic preservation, and then, on this side have this, and this side we pay for that portion of it.
I mean, what, in terms of, is this something you would want like out in front of the new town hall, or just, what are we?
I think that was the intent. And we haven't really had a discussion specific. I think we talked about it 2 meetings from now. We'll probably dive more into it based on what we could do, or, in honoring
So
something.
I know Waxhaw did they've got kind of the Veterans Memorial little space down there with the flags, everything, and then a local artist actually donated, I believe donated fully the sculpture that was there as a part of that. And so, even if it's not something we could go, there may be other options within the community or something like that, but we'd have to come up with a plan of what we're thinking, then what would you use it for, and that kind of thing.
My thought process was, if you could find some funding for the main reason, whether it be armed services, whether it be historic preservation, whatever, we could tailor our needs to meet, to fit around that.
Well, I'll poke around and see if we can find anything, but I don't know.
Okay. I'll send you an email.
Okay.
Second thing is, do you think that you could possibly, this is Newtown Road, there's been some discussion about taking over that road. We really don't want to take it over until the state resurfaces it. And they're getting ready to start construction next year. On the roundabout, would make sense if they would go ahead and do the whole stretch while they're mobilized. Do you think that you could influence that resurfacing to happen sooner than later.
Where are you wanting that resurfacing done? From the roundabout to where?
The South Carolina line.
Okay, so that way,
Marvin School Road roundabout
yeah,
to South Carolina.
yeah, okay. Let me look at that and see. I know there's been a couple of conversations around resurfacing because of like the delay of the Ray Road extension. I mean, 84 going out of Weddington at the roundabout, I mean, it's just awful. If they're gonna push that out 10 years, then they're gonna have to resurface before. So there's been a couple of conversations about some of the other roads. I mean, I have not asked about that one, but that's a relatively small stretch in the scheme of things.
7,500
Our
linear feet.
Our argument towards that would be that we're willing to take it over from that point forward. It's gonna be less maintenance on them moving forward. While they're mobilized there, just go ahead and do it. It's not gonna cost more. So,
Okay.
We can get Jones Homes to throw a little money at.
and then the last thing that I had that y'all wanted to discuss was annexation.
Might want to ask that question.
Forced.
So
Involuntary.
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, we had the county here earlier, and I think all would agree that
They were all like, no.
it fell on a flat. But I don't think they really get the gist of
They
it,
don't.
of what we're trying to accomplish here.
So where are we talking about?
We had all of the
Every-
donut
The donut holes.
So
Remember we did-
our proposal is like, we really want to do this, because we talked about option of how do you fund all the stuff that we're doing. You can either do a tax increase, or what I suggested, if we just captured what's in the holes right now, we estimated close to 30% or more of our budget would be increased by approximately $500,000. So all these things we can do, all this representation, that those individuals that are in the heart, in communities, unfortunately, it fell on some of the the commissioners that may have property that maybe not in a community, and they don't want to be in a community. I get that. I completely get that. But when you drive down from, you make that right turn to go towards Waxhaw, and Providence down south is on the left, and they're exempt. And then you go a little bit further, and there's, what's the other big?
Sedgefield.
Sedgefield. It's like, they're right in the heart of all of this. On the other side of the road, why would they not be concerned? And
Do you have a map that I can look at?
Oh, yeah, it's an ugly map because it's.
Where's our map?
But more importantly,
Pull up your
one of my arguments, David, to even the commissioners is they say, we're taking over roads. So you actually have in some communities, in some neighborhoods, that individual homeowners are not part of Marvin. So to do a road, you would have to stop at their house, leapfrog to where the point where it starts again, and continue the road. Well, we can't do that. We're not going to ask them to do that. But it's very challenging from a standpoint of, hey, you know what? You guys have been benefiting from this. We've opened the park to you. We want to do nice things for this neighborhood, but other than short of putting in a toll booth to come through our town and stuff, which we don't want to do, but they're benefiting from the officers to the point. I think Jamie made the point. You get a phone call, and because we pay for a local officer, you're likely to get service a lot quicker than you would if it was coming from Monroe.
Yeah. So if I could get like a better map of like a blown up version, or even just an email of it.
Yeah,
we got
specific neighborhoods or whatever you're looking at.
And mind you, we've been successful to some extent of actually reaching out to homeowners, individuals. There's a little push. We just need some help, whether it's from WUMA and we bring in other communities, but we need some help. But I think we've been successful where, believe it or not, individuals have stepped up and said, I'll pay the Marvin tax going forward, and I'm a Marvin resident now. And it's been great. Why some of it did, I don't know what the answer is, but
well, I mean, the argument going back before now has always been, what service do you provide, right? I mean, I'm paying you taxes, what am I getting in return?
Now you're getting trash for cheaper than you got it before.
You're getting trash and you're getting the roads if you want them, because, and guess what? Those people that are gated, we're fine, we'll grandfather them in. You want to keep your roads, you keep your roads and stuff. That's no sweat on us if you want to keep them gated and stuff. But at the end of the day, we are providing services now. it makes no sense that, more importantly, the officers that are on the streets and the things that we provide that they don't even recognize that they're getting the benefit without the taxation.
You know, the biggest thing is though, is they get a voice as to what happens in the community. And Providence down south is the biggest one right there, because Marvin is all around them, but they have no say. Whatever Tim Fincher puts on that property right across their driveway, they got no say in it.
And they've already been complaining up a storm about it.
And then, you know, but that's a huge reason for them to annex in.
They're not part of the village.
We
Good
do.
luck.
Yeah. They don't care, they still complain.
Kind of the reverse of that,
No.
is as a Marvin resident, when I'm paying for all of the amenities going into Marvin Eaton Park, or I'm paying for the sheriff deputy down here, why do I pay for it and Weddington and unincorporated get to use it? I'm still paying for it. So if I'm a Marvin resident, I want to raise some hell. I don't want you spending my tax money to better Providence and Providence down south and Sedgefield and deputies, and because they can go, we're looking at putting in that. If I'm a Marvin resident, I go, I'm not going to put that place set in there, because so people from all these other unincorporated can go in there and play on it.
And Andy made a point to me earlier, after we were done with lunch and stuff, and they weren't in favor of helping us out at all, but, and that's okay, but at the end of the day, an HOA is gonna be much more strict than what the village is gonna be on them. I mean, HOA is.
Of course, and all of the places that we're talking about wanting to bring in are already in an HOA.
Right.
Like they're already neighborhoods. They're not like one house sitting out there that we're like, oh, we want that. Like they're neighborhoods.
Right. We are primarily looking at neighborhoods that should be, and again, capturing I think they mentioned 4 or 5, maybe 6. That would bring, without raising a dime in taxes to our existing, it's just saying, you know, these residents who've gotten by with all this time, they've again, I use the example, we got a call of a resident from Waxhaw screaming, where are those officers that directed traffic before we put the roundabouts in? Well, those roundabouts are paid by us, and yet we're getting complaints from Waxhaw, you know, so they can get home. So I don't know, it's just another push and another, I'm convinced.
You know, you give them the routing number and the bank account number for the village, and
send me some money,
volunteer to send to
Right, yeah. And I mean, we've been somewhat successful, but we need, I think there was a big push against it years ago when again, to your point, we didn't have many services and stuff. I mean, I just, and to his point about having a say, God, hope we get the right people elected going forward, because you've seen what happens when developers get elected. They just want to build, and they don't really care. It happens, and I don't think anyone on this council is that way, but they have no say. But they have enough votes that they could get someone elected easily in neighborhoods that are out there. So, but it's something that we need help on the state level, and to kind of revisit and reconsider that. I don't know how they would do it, because I'm not necessarily meaning to bring in everyone. That's the outliers are the outliers. But if you're a community though, rather than a homeowner, if you have 20 acres, we're not interested in you. We're interested in
we'll take you.
We will, but we're interested in the development that's been, you know.
Benefiting.
But you know, the funny thing about it is that 90% of Marvin residents that are on private lots have already voluntarily annexed. Like with people like me with private lots that aren't in HOAs, they're already annexed. Most of us.
Yeah.
It's the HOAs that, you know, the subdivisions that have not. So.
But it's and any help on that would be much appreciated. So. There may be more conversations with the right individuals about what we're actually looking for, but I don't think we're asking for much, because we'll never capture the Waxhaws, the cut through for Waxhaws and Weddingtons. That it is what it is, because those are public roads. But the people who are here, every day and use our facilities,
You know, and we want, I mean, we could do some really nice things looking behind you. That costs $600,000 in the board to the right there, which we could easily put over it in 1 year. If we had those neighborhoods, we could put that in Eford Park in 1 year. That's the budget for that for 1 year. That gives you an idea. And that's a beautiful service for a community like ours. So, you know, or an asset, if you would.
So
But-
Christina, you can get David a map and.
Already working on it now.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, that.
And a list of neighborhoods.
Yeah.
That's all that we had on our list of agenda topics for you, unless you have anything you want to speak
No,
on.
I'd say we had a conference on Wednesday morning, and there were some folks in from DC, and part of the conversation came up around infrastructure spending and some of the money that's going to be coming down again from the federal government. We don't know what that's going to look like yet, how much North Carolina's going to get, what we're going to be able to use it for, but a lot of the conversation then shifted to the money that we've already gotten. So I don't know what the final tally was. You and I talked about it at one point, I don't remember what the number was. It was much less than we thought we were going to end up getting, but if you guys have figured out what you're going to effectively use that for or not at this point, but I would say, you know, patience is still going to be valuable. They're not going to come back calling this money back at some point. I think as they get closer to those deadlines, the scope of usability is going to continue to expand. And so what I would say is just, you know, continue to be patient with that. If you don't have something you've already got it slated for, then just continue to think about ideas that might help.
Well, I had sent a letter to, or an email, actually, Mayor Plano and I had a conversation with his staff, congressional staff, and we were trying to get some information about the infrastructure grants because we'd like to apply for one, but that hasn't came out yet, I guess.
No, we don't know. No, well, so no, it hasn't. There's two things. I mean, there's going to be some grants that are out there, and then there's going to be some more dollars coming down. At this point, we don't know if they're going to be in the form of grants, if they're going to be direct allocations, or, you know, we don't know what that's going to be. We're talking about new money at this point coming out of the last.
So has there already been money appropriated to like DOT, or is that part of the new funding that you're referencing?
And for
COVID. Like, we were told on the conversation that we had with his congressional staff that there's some grants that DOT is administering that is from the COVID funding, and I don't know that to be true.
Yeah, so there's three or four different sources right now, and part of what people get confused with is where some of that's coming from, and so and what it can then be used for. But yeah, they do have some money and stuff that's out there. I mean, there was money for water and sewer. There was some for some specific road improvements and some other things on that. But this is, we're talking about new money coming in, and then the money that you guys already have allocated. So
who's administering the water and sewer money? Clean Water Trust Fund?
That's a good question. Dean's our water and sewer expert. Follow up with that. Let's see.
We'd love to tap into some to put in that main corridor for the Marvin Heritage District if we can get our hands on it, for sure.
So part of that, I guess, is going to be looking at what are they allowing it for right now, because the intent, at least initially, was to improve failing areas, areas that had existing water and sewer, but that were 50 or 70 years old or just falling apart and crumbling and that. And we actually saw an interesting presentation last year. There are still places in very rural North Carolina, they're using wood pipes for water and sewer transportation in some areas that are just literally crumbling because they're eroded, right? And so, I mean, there's some things out there you would blow your mind. And so a lot of that, we're thinking about it, but I mean, obviously water and sewer for the entire county is a huge discussion, but I don't know what the limitations are on new water and sewer with that, but I would think there's probably some opportunity to do that.
Well, if you see new money coming, let us know.
Yeah, it's coming, we just don't know how much and when.
So. One thing you can comment, no comment, whatever. I heard from two reputable sources that, and you can affirm this tonight or maybe just comment, and I don't even talk, but the DOT's in trouble financially 5 years out, not necessarily right immediately. Have you heard, do you know anything or heard? Because I heard this and I'm like, where are you getting this information? But there's concern, not.
I'd be surprised if DOT was in financial trouble 5 days out. You know, I mean, their inability to mismanage. No, and so it's absolutely true. I mean, we've bailed them out. Well, we, prior to me, have bailed them out every year for years because their budget shortfalls come up and they come begging for money. Part of the problem is we don't have oversight of their budget process. They're a standalone agency, and so therefore they're part of the executive branch. That they, you know, we don't have control over that. I think that needs to change. I mean, part of what we're doing in some of the conversations that we're looking at, and this isn't new information, but you know, the funding sources for roads and for DOT typically comes from sales use tax, right? And so it's you know, with increased gas mileage, more hybrids and EVs on the roads, you know, they're not bringing in the revenue that they need to really even just maintain, not continue to expand. And so that's what you've seen with a lot of the shortfalls. They've had to continue to push out some of these 2040, 2050 projects further and further down because they don't have the money for them. Part of it was the system for how they were evaluating it. So we saw the perfect example right out here with the last roundabout. I mean, you know, they came out and said, okay, well, this is going to cost us X. Well, by the time they get around to it, it's X times 3 or 10. And so they didn't have a great formula for projecting how that was really going to, you know, impact them from a cost perspective. And that's not just for roundabouts, that was for highways, I mean, for everything. And so, I mean, it's horribly broken. And so until we seriously overhaul and change the funding formulas and how it's managed and the oversight of it, I don't see it.
So do you have any concerns about the one that's on the drawing board?
No, this one, no. I've been promised in all but blood that it's going to happen.
If it doesn't get happen,
I was about to say, can you ask for blood?
What strikes me is, okay, so it started at 1.2, it's now 2, whatever. And then the future one that we talked about that's on Bonds Grove potential is like over 5 million.
Yeah.
How does that happen? I mean, it's like, again.
Well, you don't want to look at the numbers.
I think with that one, it's at least from what I saw, it's a bigger footprint. It's a bigger project because of how they have kind of have to shift the roads
Line of
and
sight.
how that was done, and so
Mm-hmm.
I think that's part of that. But it absolutely is a good idea. Yeah, I've got a 15-year-old who's just itching to get his driver's license, and so trust me, I want these roads as safe as possible.
No, I know.
You know, and so it's yeah, we'll continue to fight for that and see what we can get done. But no, this one's come hell or high water, this one's going to get done, and we're not going to put any more money into it.
Okay, are y'all good?
How are we looking on redistricting?
That's a great question. The House maps, the state House maps passed 115-5. I'm confident we are done with the state House maps. The state Senate maps and the congressional maps passed purely on party lines. So, you know, I think we tried to adhere to what little guidance we actually got from the Supreme Court. I mean, the appeals court first time said, you're good. This is not our position. It's, you know, legislature owns this process, and we may not like it, but you didn't do anything wrong and you're good. Supreme Court says, well, not so fast. And so, you know, they brought their experts in and we brought our experts in, and of course everybody, you know, cherry picked their own data, and so we tried to use some of the like the means testing and some other statistical analysis that they used on that and kind of narrow the gap. And I think, you know, one of the guys said it yesterday. There was one of the groups, the experts that they brought in, said, you know, if it scored an 8 or higher, it was bad, right? And so 8 or under was good. Well, before, I forget what the original rating was, but we came in at a 5. And so, I mean, it should be relatively good in terms of the compactness and the you know, the fairness of the, you know, the voting block and all of that. And so basically the new maps, as they look at them now, you'd have 6 Republican leaning districts, 4 Democratic leaning districts, and 4 true toss-ups. And I mean, that's about as close as you're going to get. So it just really depends on what happens with the court and how they decide to go with this. I mean, you know, the other piece is we're running out of time. You know, the primaries are still supposed to be in May, and there's a certain number of days that they have to start getting ballots and all this stuff together. And so filing has to be reopened and completed. And so I'm hopeful. I mean, everything was due back to them, I think, today. I'm hopeful by this time next week we've got some clarity on that, and you know, we're going forward. So we'll see.
Well, thanks for everything you do. We couldn't get a lot of stuff accomplished without your support and your assistance. So.
Whatever I can do to help.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thanks.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
You didn't want to stay with us?
I gotta do my other job, the one that actually pays the bills. You know.
Bye.
All right, so we are almost done. We've got a couple more departmental presentations, and we'll go ahead and start with planning.
Dang.
Good year.
Yay! Perfect, all right.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah, I'll
Parks and Rec?
go over a few things real quick. Basically, last year we had 210 permits issued, which is about on par about where we were at last year. Just kind of a generic breakdown of those. You had 28 new homes built last calendar year, 30 upfits, renovations, 26 additions, 23 accessories, and 33 pools. In the non-residential, which mainly is Marvin Garden, we had 3 new construction, and which actually one of those was Village Hall. And then 5 upfits and new uses, which all those are tenants upfitting their building or upfitting the Marvin Gardens buildings for their use. Subdivision update. Currently, the 2 open subdivisions that were approved in recent years is Belgrove and Broadmoor. Belgrove should be fully built out by the end of this year. All permits have been issued for all those lots. And Broadmoor, which was approved in 2016 for 62 lots, which is down there on the corner, I mean, basically from Stacy Howie north to on Waxhaw Marvin North, basically that abuts the back, yeah. Beechwood Homes purchased that development in December, and they will be beginning construction this year. I don't know what their relative timeline is because none of the infrastructure or any of that was put in, but you know, that's one project now that was approved in recent that looks like we're gonna have be built soon. Finished projects in 2021, Barcroft, which currently as the development is working on their final closeout materials. The approved subdivisions last year were the cottages at Marvin Gardens, which is the 25 lot age-restricted lots there in Marvin Gardens. The Gates that had 6, and the estates at Marvin Branch for 16. Any questions on this?
I have a question. If I did my numbers right, because I didn't. Let's see, did you do a tax estimate on this?
No, not yet.
Sorry, these are, okay. If all these are approved, as I've just jotted down, that's a $54 million investment in the community over this past year. That's just based on the assumption that the lots and the homes are only valued at $400,000, and we know that they're more than that. So if that's accurate, that could potentially bring in another $30,000 in revenue for us. We won't know that, and we can't account for it until we actually start collecting it, but that's just food for thought.
And that's at 400,000?
That's at 400.
Yeah.
So you know that's going to go, if not more, because, well, we know for a fact that the gates are $2 million plus, so.
The estates are gonna be upwards of $1 million.
Yeah.
And Barcroft,
That's
or
what-
not
that's
Barcroft,
sell price,
Broadmoor
that's
would be
not
800.
Value.
Yeah.
That's not
Assessed tax value. It'll be close though. And yeah, and this doesn't include the 29 lots for Jones Hall for the Heritage. But so this is just all that's already been approved and going through. So
We're probably close to $100,000 in additional revenue when these are all lived in.
As well as the roads, I mean, that's other, I mean, taking over the roads for Belgrove, Broadmoor once it gets there, as well as taking over Barker. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that will be kind of coming on to ours over the next couple of years. Just general overview, obviously, I was hired.
You want to get 100
stuff. Marvin Loop grant, no, I mean, I just had to put it on there, I was just like, I don't know. It happened. It happened.
Yeah, it happened.
What did he do? He put himself on there.
Just put new planning.
Because he was hired.
You didn't oversee this? You're getting paid by 5 like you oversee. You're supposed to review these guys.
This guy's great. I love this guy.
He's paid out of Powell bills.
He's like,
And COVID money.
he's like, enough about me, let's talk about you. What do you think about me?
Other big things that you guys decided to move forward with the Marvin Loop grant that we were awarded. We still have the contract with our planning consultant, Tom, which we're utilizing. He was a big asset, obviously, during the transition, as well as helping with some of the MHD 160D and the small cell that was recently passed. Code reorganization. Hopefully, we're going to have that wrapped up soon.
That is a project that never ends.
Yeah, this is basically my main priority.
The code reorganization
we'll have in the next month.
That's why you exist.
160D updates, all those were completed to get compliant with the state. Code enforcement, we contracted with Centralina. We had roughly about 35 cases. That varies from anywhere from tall grass to roosters. Pretty much as well as the county mentioned earlier, is that they passed their comprehensive plan, which has some kind of cohesiveness in there, as well as working with WUMA. That was a big kind of part of that with the cell tower, as well as looking forward.
By the way,
to
they wanted. I wrote something down. They wanted.
Do we have a council comments period?
No.
Not in this meeting?
Not in this meeting.
No, we don't. Thankfully. I'll find out what they wanted from that meeting. So.
It's 50. ETJ.
No, that's something else. But that is another thing. Yes.
So one of the
related to that.
biggest accomplishments was obviously the adoption of the Marvin Heritage District. Even though that was adopted in January, it was a lot of the work that was put in by staff. You had DFI complete their studies. The small area plan was adopted. The actual form-based code that created the district and regulations was recently adopted. Kind of looking forward is work with the property owners and developers through the rezoning process. I will say that I have been in contact with Scott Blett / realtor / the contracting engineer for his property. So that was actually one that I thought that was potentially going to be longer down. That could be a whole lot sooner. And I know that Mr. Fincher's been very kind of ready for this to get approved. So that's another kind of step. So I'm anticipating maybe 2 to 3 applications within this calendar year. As well as, meeting with them to kind of look at their site and stuff, and getting the parks, sidewalks, and everything else that we potentially will be getting out of that. Complete the strategic plan is one thing that's on that upcoming process, or the next steps, as well as, once again, I put the Marvin Loop, because with the grant, as well as the potential build out of this district. So looking forward, Marvin Gardens will pretty much be kind of complete. They were recently approved for their building 4 and out parcel 2 that has a Dunkin' Donuts. 7-Eleven's also going in, which I think remains 2 parcels that are still to be developed. I think out parcel 3 and 4.
And they may be looking at that other parcel out there.
And they may be, that parcel that's that currently I think it's like Houston Baptist Church, that wooded lot.
Has a bell sitting in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's currently in the county, but I do know that the Harris Development Group is walking the property with Publix. I don't know if they have any intention of potentially purchasing that for additional retail and commercial space. That is currently in the county, and that would be potentially an annexation in, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Subdivisions, once again, the gates will probably be built out this year with those 6 lots. The estates should begin construction in the next 2-3 months. Waiting on that DEQ approval. You guys recently approved that preliminary plat and construction plans back in January, I think. Once again, Broadmoor getting started, as well as the Heritage subdivision. And that also does not include any potential residential components of the Heritage District submittals. This is just what we already have in the pipeline in the works, so we know that's either approved or been submitted. Once again, 2 to 3 rezoning applications are being anticipated this year for the Heritage District. The start of the Marvin Loop Grant project, once again, with that preliminary engineering and environmental assessment, will begin later this year. The ordinance revision and updates is one, we want to get the reorganization adopted, as well as working with planning board on ongoing updates and recommendations, trying to be proactive. Just getting our ordinances either updated just with the times, clearer, make more sense, all of that. So that's stuff that will be coming to you guys, and my kind of thought with that is just, instead of having public hearings like maybe once a month, probably discuss it during the work session, get your guys' feedback. If you're okay with it, and then we'll do one fell kind of text amendment package, maybe 1 or 2 this year. Like do one maybe in the summer and then one at the end of the year. Code enforcement, it's anticipated that we're gonna probably we're not gonna renew our code enforcement, considering I'm already kind of doing a majority of it. So we're working with kind of getting that thought out. I have experience, I've got experience with this, got templates. It's just stuff kind of getting it all organized and then implemented and trying to get the current open cases with our current contract. Just go ahead and get those cleaned off. Update permits and development tracking. This is a part of the Tyler Technology. Some of that is, can be implemented through that, as well as just the way I like to have things organized and tracked. So we're working with that. Once again, work with Union County and WUMA on ordinance update. I think that cell tower really kind of pushed some discrepancies in our ordinances, as well as you kind of heard it today, even with the small cell and stuff. So working with the county on planning staff, trying to find a way, a middle ground to, be a cohesive group, create a good transition between, if it's the donut holes and stuff like that, find a way to protect our interests as well as still achieve what they're, as an organization. And the annexation drive. That was something when I first started, we were working on, and then with the Heritage, from my position with the Heritage District and the other involvement of staff with some of the projects they had on their plate, just kind of didn't have time, but that's something that we anticipate definitely, especially with a lot of the comments and talk about it today, that we will be kind of getting right back up. Any questions?
Yeah, just I found what the other WUMA communities wanted was a copy of it. So if you could just send out our most recent ordinance that we did for cell towers.
The small cell?
Yeah, to the proper, I guess the WUMA, and then they can push it out to their people. That's what they wanted from us.
Okay.
And then for the next coming meeting that he and I will be at next week, next Thursday, they're asking for objectives, and this may be a discussion for the rest of the council, of what each municipality is trying to achieve for objectives for the ETJ. I don't know if we've talked about that, but that's something that they want to discuss as a group, WUMA, so they can go to counties, so they can basically have a seat at the table. Unincorporated.
Yeah, and I mean, at the surface, that ETJ would solve what we're concerned about. It's also a way that I've had in my previous experience where I've dealt with municipalities that had the ETJ, is it is another talking point to annexation, because you have then these people in your planning jurisdiction, but yet they don't necessarily have they will have representation on the planning board, but you don't have, but you don't have necessarily, the council still makes that legislative decision. And I mean, once again, their input can be taken in, but it's just another way to have a seat at the table with those people in the ETJ. The difficult part is that because they're not, municipal, I mean, it's just, there's sometimes different things that apply, if it's different zoning districts and so on, so it makes it kind of complicated from a staff level, but it's, I mean, it's, as well as getting it implemented from the county, kind of either relinquishing / appointing their ETJ representatives to plan, I mean, all that.
One thing that's worth noting, Rohit previously pitched the idea of our entire annexation area being an ETJ. If you were to do that, there's a formula for how many additional members get appointed by the county to your planning board, and it would literally double the size of the planning board. So that would probably be taking it a step too far, is what I'm saying.
We would also have to hire someone else because
Yeah.
we would have the zoning jurisdiction over those. We just don't have the staff.
Over
right
a
now.
lot of matters.
And
yeah.
not to get any money from it.
As well as, yeah, like from a permitting thing, I mean, that would double or probably
Triple.
I can see there's gonna be some resistance
So-
too from certain commissioners to an ETJ.
Yeah, we'll be
just by
quick,
the
'cause
comments that
we've already
were
gone over
made.
main.
It's gonna be an
Are
uphill
you going back
battle,
over
but,
Hey, Austin, before I forget, a side note from the commissioners, they're not on the list for the WUMA. So if we could send
What WUMA list?
WUMA list for
Email
the
it.
invites when we have our meetings.
Doesn't Wesley Chapel do that, or?
That's Weddington maintains that list, but
Okay.
I'll email Karen about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just say there was a comment made to me about whether he's
Email.
not getting that information. So
Karen.
So, are you done, Hunter?
Yeah, like I said,
And
once again, I
WUMA.
love being here.
Great
Love
job,
kind of
Greg,
working with
hitting the
you guys.
ground running.
One thing-
Coming in, So thank you.
One thing I will note is we had our budget meetings this past week or two, and Hunter actually gave back probably about $100,000 in operating costs into the budget, so other departments could free up some funding for things. So I appreciate his effort. That's him willing to, step up his game and take on more role and more task. He's definitely stretched thin, but he knows that it's not worth $70,000 for a planning consultant contract when we could merely do the same thing in-house with a couple extra hours, and that's why we've allocated some of the duties to Jill to take over. So it's a good amount of money, so I appreciate his effort in doing that. Moving into the last presentation, because I've already gone over roads and solid waste, Parks and Recreation.
And Greenways.
Greenways.
And Greenways.
Yeah.
Oh, they're both dirt.
All right.
Dirt. Dirt. Dirt.
Some of our current statistics and just past highlights of the year. We currently have, I got 5 employees, 1 maintenance supervisor and 4 maintenance associates. Just as of today, I've got 1 who wants to resign, and then I've got 1 who's looking at, leaving for college. So I'm talking with the supervisor about a slightly smaller staff with more hours for the remaining staff members. And then, as Councilman Morgan has talked about, have those guys take over the roundabout maintenance, trail maintenance, possibly New Village Hall. We had 3 events at the park this past year: National Night Out, the tree lighting, Santa Parade event, and then we have Marvin Day upcoming. We also hosted the Fall Town Hall event. Obviously, we've had record professional pass use that drove the new fee schedule that we talked about, and then we took delivery and actually paid for our own truck.
First one.
Marvin Day is up and coming. We will. Our next meeting is Tuesday, 9 a.m. Don't be late. Park projects, we put in this golf course. There's some pictures on the next page. We fixed the bridge. There's some pictures there too. The staff that I'm speaking highly of are very, very capable of these type of things. They really impressed me. That was slated to be an Eagle Scout project, and it couldn't wait any longer. So we were able to do it in-house, minimal cost. So that was good. Did spend a good chunk of money fixing our vehicle that's out there, Kawasaki Mule. Things that we have coming, I got new barn fans going in. The contract for the drainage and grading fixing, you guys know, was just awarded. Got a trailer to purchase before the end of this year. Got the tree preservation plan to work on, and then we've got the additional roundabouts going into the additional plants. Marsh did a lot of stuff, even with COVID. They had I think a live and / virtual options for their various events. So them and PRG put in a lot of good volunteer hours outside of the meetings. Moving into my CIP requests, obviously we've already discussed the playground and
We gave it all to you.
what's there. Yes, thank you, appreciate it.
And more.
And more the maintenance, the third bay or fourth bay on the maintenance shop. Wait for it.
Saw it.
Park master plan, and then, oh, you weren't supposed to see it in print for it. But
Nobody
I still
else has
have
seen
one
it.
last request, and it remains up there for Andy to get done, and that is my own office in Village Hall.
Joe's got you covered there.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
I gotta tell you, Derek, your presentation.
Derek.
wins. Okay, you've got the best presentation of everybody. Not taking anything away from anybody else.
What?
Lots of pictures, and that looks pathetic.
Christina, she did it for me.
That's what his office actually looks like. Have you ever been in there?
That's pretty accurate.
It
Yeah.
does.
He's in a box.
So, obviously, let's move on to our greenways. Our plan is to rewrite the master plan that was done a couple of years ago. We had really just two on the books for this year, the Preserve Internal Trail, and you guys moved up Tullamore Phase 3. I just put the park trail enhancements because it looks the same, but it's actually a park project. C7 is the Preserve Internal Trail. As you know, that contract was just awarded to Blue Ridge Trail Works. It's 4,600 linear feet. Boots will be on the ground Tuesday with the surveying. And then as soon as they're done, construction can begin. He's probably looking at mid to late March to get started. Tullamore Phase 3, C2 up there gives you a little bit of a visual of it, but obviously it'll connect Phase 3, Tullamore Phase 2 with the Amber Meadows Trail, if we can get it all done. Now, the reason it was listed in the CIP for next year as well is to make them connect, I've got to get some easements moved and get some surveying done, and so there'll be a little added cost there and some added logistics. But I'll bring those to you as they come up, and hopefully they can be minimal. The HOA is on board with it. We'll see what happens with the Pulte property and if that can make things easier or not. But as it stands, we don't have the easement to connect the loop, but that's the goal. Okay. So that's 2,300 linear feet. And then the park trail enhancements, we already talked about. We did those at the council meeting. So for next year, Tullamore Phase 3 is just a placeholder there. The S1 and S1A, S1B, those are asphalt. Jamie shows you those in her slide. That's just helping complete the loop.
But those won't be constructed in 22, 23. That's to 24, 25, right?
This is the funding for it.
I've got to look at that and see, because some of that is going to overlap with the CRTPO, and so we might have to bounce off of each other with that. And, maybe
I know not all of it, but
yeah, maybe we move it back. I got to get with Hunter on that and kind of iron out what that's going to look like. But this is sort of the way the master plan kind of laid it out.
okay.
And then, the C19 was, I think Christina mentioned that earlier. That just kind of came out of a conversation that she had with their HOA rep. So I'm actually meeting with them next week to just start some preliminary discussion of what they're looking for, what they'd be willing to contribute. They talk some shared use, or they want some amenities, or
They do, yeah. Conceptually, how do you guys feel about moving stuff up on the list if HOAs are willing to pitch in?
Depends on what they want to do and how they
Yeah.
want to do it.
The way we drew it out was like 1.2 miles of natural surface trail.
Up there?
Yeah,
I know,
C19.
but
I mean, I'm all about getting,
That-
help from them if it makes sense for
Yes,
us,
but
but
they
I
want
want to take
something
it
in
case by
return.
case.
What do they want for return?
I
Well-
don't know.
The trail done.
Maybe they want it done.
That's what they
So I
want
think they
done.
want playground equipment.
No.
Well,
I'll
it's
be meeting
twofold.
with them next week. I'll bring those topics to you. I've got it on the work session for March 31st.
Where do you meet with them?
When or where?
I think there's some,
Monday, 9 o'clock.
there's some level of, I mean, we did that here at Firethorn. We could not get the attention of South Carolina. So we went in front of their board. I don't know if you were there or not at the time, but we went to their council and they said, yeah, get in line. I said, no, you don't understand. We want to participate up to X amount. Well, no one's ever done that before. And it got us right to the front of the list
Yeah.
because it shows that they got something done on their end too without having to spend those funds.
But I think they want something besides the trail being done, correct?
Well, but here's the thing.
Well, that's where you
look
draw
at
the line.
You look at the master plan years out, a lot of it is contingent on like we getting power line easements,
Oh, I know.
connecting, private homeowners. I've never even seen C19. This is the first time I've really looked at it when Christina brought it up. If the land's there and they're willing to, give it to us and we can make another 1.2 miles of natural surface trail, that's an easy no-brainer for us.
I know, but I just,
Like, we don't have to get,
They've asked for other things to answer your question, yes, but I don't know if that is contingent upon one another. Like
and
they,
I just don't know, how they think they're gonna get this done.
they think they have owner participation in terms of easements at least. Now, as far as financial contribution, I can't tell you how much they're gonna be willing to participate or not,
it could give a ton of homes walking access to that public development.
which is what they want.
Yeah, which is what they want.
And that's something I'm sure they're trying to sell as well to potentially people.
Well, you're meeting with Christian?
I'm meeting with them,
Yeah.
Monday morning, so, I'll have some good information. I'll bring you back some visuals of what Christina and I have laid out for potential easements, what they're thinking of, potential easements.
So the map that you see here does not depict,
To appease that side of the community and say, look, we're doing stuff on your side of town too.
As a property owner in that neighborhood, I'm just wondering how exactly they want the neighborhood to pony up for that. That's what I'm curious
Yeah.
about, so.
Well, technically, we're on the hook for it if it's on our master plan,
Well-
but they're.
But if they-
Trade-off to get
she's
it.
saying if they move it up on the list, how are they gonna give us a contribution? Because they haven't spoken to their property owners. And I don't know, that's not, we didn't get into that. So, we'll ask him, you can ask him Monday
Yeah.
if they have a commitment from their board, and then you can look into that from a resident standpoint, or a property owner, I should say. So you'll put this on the work session for a future discussion after you talk with the homeowner?
Yeah, it's already on the March work session.
So that is all that,
February.
I have a question about
Not ready.
Greenway
Can you just tell us
Trails.
what he said in February?
With Broadmoor and the Gates developing their developments this year, are we slated to get fee in lieu, or are we slated to get trails?
Broadmoor already paid a fee in lieu back when it got approved. There's a sidewalk easement that runs along Waxhaw Marvin, and there's a greenway easement through the Gates. There's, I think, trails maybe in Broadmoor.
I think there's one trail on the Broadmoor map that literally loops around the entire subdivision.
Okay, so since we got fee in lieu, then we're not gonna be building those trails anytime soon.
Not a Broadmoor.
They're not gonna
I would have to
do it
go
for a
back and
long
look at
time.
that approval.
Well, so you're talking about-
But I think that's a key trail to get built with the Heritage District, because that's gonna connect all of that to the Heritage District.
Yeah, so the sidewalk in front, is that all we got fee in lieu for?
I would have to go back.
The only thing to get disconnected is there's 3 or 4 properties right here that we'll have easements for.
That'd be one would be Ray Williams' property.
To get the full connection, to get from the sidewalk that'd be in front of Pinterest to that,
To Broadmoor?
Two people, right? Zimmer and Williams?
Yeah, I thought it was just two, but maybe
It's
it's
three, it's right here.
Is there somebody in between?
Yeah, there's
Williams and Zimmer?
three.
There might be four, which is the back of 3 Pine Acres, but 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh.
What's the name of that trail? Do you know? We'd have to look at the master plan to see
Waxhaw
where,
Marvin Road.
where
Yeah,
that is on
It's
the.
along Waxhaw Marvin Road from,
Okay.
from Mr. Fincher's up through Broadmoor up to the gates, that connectivity there along that thoroughfare.
So I don't know if it's itemized out on the Waxhaw Marvin C18 subset C. It looks like it's in 23-24, if that's the right one, according to the CIP.
So
I
it's
mean, there's a chance we've already spent that fee in lieu money, I would assume.
And then there's a
From
C18D.
Broadmoor.
Yeah.
There's a C18D that says Waxhaw Marvin to NC to SC state line. That's not until 27.
Stacy Highway.
And there's another C11, Duke Energy right away, Waxhaw Marvin. That's in
No,
27.
that's the power line. I'm talking about from along the front of Broadmoor and then in front of the gates where those are getting developed.
We'd have to
match up what that title is to the CIP and or the master plan and see.
Did we have the gates put a sidewalk in front?
We have an easement.
We have an easement? So we can
But
put it in?
weren't they required to pay or build per our ordinance? They should be paying a fee in
All
lieu
that was
or building a
approved, all that
trail.
was approved before me. Like, cause that was done in the sketch plan phase before I got here.
Well, I mean, the gates is new enough that they're required to either pay a fee in lieu or build a greenway in front of that.
Or somebody missed it.
But see, it's a
and
rural-
We didn't make them do it.
I'll have to
It's
go
in the
back.
ordinance.
Well, hang on, is you talking about Broadmoor?
No, Gates.
Oh, yeah, I don't.
Gates has only been approved the last year. I mean, that's in our ordinance.
But I gotta go back and look because it's defined as a rural subdivision.
Yeah.
Some of that,
You may not have to have one.
the rural is the hybrid between the major and the minor. And that might only apply if you're, I think that only applies to the conservation major subdivision.
Or unless we ask for it when they do it.
Which we got a greenway easement, but we didn't, technically they didn't have to give that to us on the gates.
So that.
That's
well,
gonna be a short section of natural trail, so that won't be that expensive to do that probably, but it'll have to get kicked down the road a little bit then. To fund it.
In front of the
Front of the
gates.
gates.
That would be asphalt, wouldn't
No, that would. Are we doing Waxhaw Marvin corridor asphalt?
I would assume so.
it? I mean, a main road like that, I would think.
You think so?
I'd have to go back, but.
I think that's what
It's gonna be
what's been.
expensive.
I know. I
We'll
just-
look-
Along the main road, I think it's asphalt or sidewalk.
We'll look at the CIP and the master plan more in detail at the work session when he
You know,
updates it.
I
Right,
think
Jamie, we got plenty of money.
In the grand scheme of things, I think I would try and do the natural trail along that first and see if it works. We can always pave over it. We're gonna have a base to pave over if we decide to pave it, but if
Well,
we
unless
did.
our standards say if it's on a main thoroughfare, I don't know what our standards
I mean,
say.
do they dictate?
They
do.
They do. Well,
They mean, they.
the
Dictate
master plan.
standards for
The
certain
master plan
things, but-
dictates the surface.
Yes.
Oh, does it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But our standards don't,
Okay.
the master plan does. That doesn't mean we can't change the master plan.
So we'll bring it back. Y'all can change it if you want to. But that's all that we have from a staff level. I want to thank staff for all the time and effort they put into this. It was a
Yes,
very
thank you,
stressful
staff.
week. So.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you, staff.
I said it louder.
Except me, you mean it more?
Yep.
We have a lot of follow-ups that we will add to future agendas.
You guys don't have everything work gonna be fine.
You'll be hearing from us.
You guys want to see
I
Bob?
got about-
Okay, Bob.
He can't see you, but.
Yeah, he can't see us, but we can see him.
Wave
Hey,
He's
Bob.
still alive.
Wave and say hi, Bob.
You guys are breaking up every once in a while, so I don't get to hear everything.
But-
Anyway, you said hi, Bob. Hi, Bob.
But, God, go.
No, you gotta go. What in the world?
Bob, you can shoot him when you get back.
All right, seriously, staff, you guys did a great job. Thank you very much. Nice job keeping it, well, I miss my hard stop, but it's fine.
1 o'clock?
At least we didn't carry over.
I got about 45 minutes of comments, and then we're good.
There's no comments on the agenda.
We sit in this room.
But
with
Let's make
Yeah,
this
like
Jersey.
All right, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, everybody.
Aye.
Thank you.
Bye, Bob.
Bye.